that goes, I've already hit the live button. There we go. We're going to pick up where we left off with the Mushroom Empire. Oh, I want to unload that mod. I was experimenting with something. Boom, and disable, and save and apply. I was experimenting with something off-stream because I wanted to see about the geological landform mod. That's one I used to run a lot in the past because this gives you different variety of maps. And in a lot of way, Odyssey grabbed a bunch of the styles that are more popular from that one. There we go. But there was some that were missing, like there was some like trenches that go through the impassable mountains that could be like, if you're looking for a diggy hole kind of map, there was some really cool stuff there. Some of those maps in RimWorld get very broken. Okay, so where we left off, we are doing the Mushroom Empire. So we got Angry Sugar here. That is our Mushroom Queen. It was a Naked Brutality start. With the only thing is we did lock in that they were going to be psychically hypersensitive, because the whole gimmick is we are going to be building up that person to be royalty and then forcing the will of mushrooms on all. Because mushrooms, what do I have in the actual ideologies thing? Mushroom is life, mushroom is love, mushroom is us. Hey, Angry, how's it going? Now, we're still working on a lot of this. Don't go around that way. You can just go right in. You don't have to walk on the outside. Are you still alive? Yes. Honestly, if you die, that kind of messes up a lot of the lore story, whatever you want to go with for the run. Because the Mushroom Empire without a living Mushroom Queen would be kind of weird. But so far, we've been making good progress. We are using the no research, random research mods. So for those who don't know, no research means I started with nothing. So you like notice technically we are tribal, yet I don't have tree sowing, which is one you would get with tribal. And that you just see these lists here. It just randomly chooses the research. I cannot change it without basically disabling the mod. And it does the same for anomaly stuff as well. We've been making relatively good progress. I do have biofuel refining going on. We don't have any of the other things like batteries or the other power generation, but with biofuel refining and the ability to put down a biogenerator, we can get that all going. I actually have a bunch of chem fuel, last I looked. Yeah, I have a bunch of chem fuel made. They just need to restock the thing. It's not doing much. Ideology-wise, we started as Prolicizer because, you know, the whole, gimmick around this run is that we're trying to push our views on mushrooms on everywhere else. And then we did get Darkness for the purpose of making it so we actually do like mushrooms. Because at the beginning we liked the idea of mushrooms, but, we were still trying to get to the point of actually liking mushrooms. And so right now I'm making a defensive position and a couple of bedrooms and all that. We're just going to slowly work on all this. But all in all, we're doing good. Everyone here is a colonist that's in here. Astero is technically a creepy joiner, so there is a possibility at some point Astero might just leave. We're in pretty good shape. We've got 2 masterwork nerve spikers we got from quests, and these are all just good to normal quality weapons. We did have a unique great bow, but it just gave a tiny little booster range. So all in all, the bolt action was just a step up, as far as I was concerned. Because the bolt action has a whole extra tile, more range, and I believe faster firing speed and all that. Did you hear this? The dev that left working on Valheim was going to go 1.0 at the end of 2024. Plus Y took 2 more years for 1.0. Oh, gotcha. Like they had like a whole write-up. That could be a fun read. I've had a few people ask me if when Valheim goes 1.0, if I will end up playing it. Because, like, it's been something I've been pretty open about. Valheim is one of the examples I have of early access that burnt me, in the sense that I got it, like, right when it dropped in early access, and just kind of no-lifed it. I did, like, 3 or 4 full playthroughs, and just fully and properly burnt myself out on it. So, like, really, really good game, but just properly burnt myself out on it. And I've tried to go back a couple of times, and I usually get to about the point of the swamp And it's just like, immediately I'm just like, you know what? I just don't want to play anymore. But it's been quite a long time since I've last played. I am planning to just basically wait until 1.0 and see if maybe it's been long enough that the burnout goes away. Yeah, Swamp and Brutal. So it wasn't even like, yeah, like, I would say for me, the Swamp is more of a slog. There's just no doing it fast. And you can go through and adjust the resources up and down. But, like, really, I don't mind until the Swamp, just because it's a tedious place. You're dealing with all the poison things. You're dealing with mucking around in the goop. There are enemies everywhere, so it's just kind of have to slog through them to try and get, you know, your next piece of iron or whatever it was. That was, what was the game we were working on? It was, Roamstead. I think it was Roamstead, where I was trying to build a base in a hostile biome. And it was like, I would get maybe one log down and spend the next 5 minutes fighting to clear out the enemies, and then get, like, the next log in position. And it was one of those things as, like, this is genuinely really tedious. As the open world survival crafting games need some sort of hooked if you're interested to play it. You kind of had your fill with Viking type ones after the 1,000 years of Skyrim. Yeah, no, I hear you. Hey, Angie, thank you for the 80 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Yeah, no, that's, I made the comment, was it, like, with games like South of Midnight and all that when we played that on stream, which isn't a survival crafter at all. That's a, linear story game. But, that one thing that stood out for me so much about that game is like, hey, this is something other than, like, Vikings and, like, you know, Norse gods and Roman gods and that kind of thing. Like, it's just a different, what's the word I want to use? Different, not ideology. Oh. That person just transport pod crashed and went, never mind, and walked away. Okay. But it was just, you know, it was very much like a breath of fresh air to be like, oh, it's not the same mythology. Like, it's a different mythology. I really appreciate this, because I am pretty over dealing with Odin's bullshit for, like, the 1,000th time. Pardon my language. I'm really tired of everything being Odin or Zeus or the Void. Like, Egyptian gods have also been done pretty heavily, but at least that's not quite as omnipresent in, like, gaming and all that as, you know, Zeus and Odin and all these other ones. There's nothing wrong with the, like, you know, Greek mythology or whatever, it's just, you get tired, man. Okay. So we've got this whole side closed off and in a area where we can get cover. And the idea here is basically to force the enemies in here. Some of the weapons, like sniper rifles, will be able to shoot farther than this. That'll be a problem eventually. But yeah. You like a World War I or World War II survival crafter game? Yeah, I probably would be less inclined to a World War I or World War II one, just because that was basically every first-person shooter that came out for like 10 years was, okay, it's World War I or World War II. Usually even the same battles. So that one, oh, I also forgot. I want a door here. Yeah. That said, like, I wouldn't poo-poo if someone came out with one. Like, honestly, I do think it is the right decision in a lot of cases to not base it off of real-life things. So, like, again, mythology and all that because of the nature of it, but, you know, I don't think it would be bad. But, like, if you're going to base it around, like, real-life things, I'd rather they choose something a little less traveled, like, you know, Napoleonic Wars or whatever. Just, you know, something that isn't like... It's just World War II and World War I are like all the time. Here in the US, every once in a while, you'll see the Revolutionary War. We have seen a couple of games starting to touch on the Civil War, where like that used to be one that, for whatever, like, they would try to avoid at times. But it's been nice seeing that some of the studios being willing to give that a go. It's not particularly interesting to me, because most of the Civil War games have been like PvP games. And it, you know, we kind of figure that encourages a bunch of edgy people to come out and do all sorts of edgy things. Which, being edgy in itself's not a problem, but it gets tiresome. Yeah, no, people wanting, like, For Honor, but a survival crafter. You'd think it was a rumor, but a man who really liked, you'd really love to see Civil War Assassin's Creed game, locations in Richmond, Washington, D.C. Rare catch, 2 Glitter World. Heck yeah, man. I always forget that you won't do hauling. Especially after we had malaria and plague stack on us and just obliterate our medicine supply. We didn't lose anyone, but we just burned through all of our medicine. Oh, and sleeping sickness. We had that as well. So we just burned through all of our medicine. Heat wave. Okay. So heat wave's not my favorite, but we can deal with this now. How much power do you produce? It's like 400 if I remember correctly. So I could go with the route of the air conditioner, which means I gotta stay on top of getting that fueled to keep those temperatures down, or the passive cooler, but that requires wood, which isn't reliable either. Alright, probably not the approach I should be taking, but it's the one I am taking. Okay. Infamous Hammer. It is a revolver that has a pistol brace, which improves accuracy, and has EMP rounds. And you want me to do what for this? You will hit me with reduced sunlight. I'm on a tile that's dark always. Give me your revolver. Reducing sunlight will cause plants not to grow well. Okay. Yeah, no, that kind of stuff happens. It'll also make it a little bit cooler, but considering we're in a heat wave... Alright, so we need to actually have people commit to getting this done. Because we need that AC on with the heat wave. As everyone's starting to get heat stroke. And our construction people were Bueller and them. And you're basically fully rested, so go wake up, get yourself a bite to eat. And get those power lines knocked in as fast as you can. Okay, AC is on. Cool, so we've got those two dealt with. Probably go ahead and deconstruct those, and we can go to furniture. And I believe we can go in here. And add wall lights and set them to cool. I always find this to be a problem. I know there's a button to cycle through. There we go. Alright. So we got our dark lights, we got AC going on here. And we just need them to keep the generator filled. They will process the stuff into fuel anyways. That's fine. I just need them to physically do the hauling. Okay, and you're about to finish mining that. Which is fine. And you are all grabbing stone to cut, which is fine. We need that as well. Okay. Yeah, they're just fishing all over the place. I don't really need Bueller fishing, but it's kind of one of those things that they're not particularly suited for research. We have a chance to like RNG pull up stuff from fishing. It also gives a little bit of extra food. Yeah, so right now we're using the limestone to close off this perimeter. We're going to leave this door open. Again, that way the enemies have a clear path to get in here. They'll target our air conditionings and the generator and stuff in here. But with that, that'll make it so they'll be likely to come into this area. I've got a nice platform where we can just toss our range across here and just shoot in. We can technically get better cover if I went, you know, barricade, wall, like that kind of thing. Or actually it would be barricade, wall, barricade, wall, barricade, that kind of thing. But, with that, you run into weird problems with line of sight when they start coming, like, over here. These people suddenly can't shoot it because the wall is blocking them. Versus, like this, they'll be able to continue shooting back and forth through the whole thing. With the only concern there being is if I have an enemy way over here and someone's over here shooting, they can friendly fire the people in, like, this middle area. Okay, so we've got the ACs aren't going to be needed now because we've got the heat waves over, but that's fine. The EMP revolver is going to be a pretty solid one. Your range is only 26, which is not amazing, but EMP is great for a whole bunch of things. It can stun a lot of stuff. If an enemy's rocking a shield belt, you can just punch the shield belt down in one hit, or, you know, if it's like a mech that's got a shield on it, it can pop the shield in one shot. If they do the thing where they drop the big dome that's like the shield, you can again pop it in one shot. That's just what the EMPs do. So it's good to have one there. Granted, having something like a bolt action or assault rifle or a submachine gun would be better. But a revolver is definitely not a terrible choice. Oh, right, I don't care about that. Oh, right, if I talk to them, we can do it. Okay, so you've got ancient mercenaries nearby. There are 3 of them. Are the wall lights stylized because of your ideology? You don't think you're noticed? Yes. Oh, I can't reach them. So they're there, I'm here. So to go there, I gotta go all the way around here. Needless to say, they're not in range. If we get the ship built, we can just drop the ship right on their head. But until we get the grav tech, that's not a doable thing. But yeah, no, our ideology, because we have darkness, we don't like normal light. Our characters will get a debuff on their mood that'll be like, it's, you know, it's blinding, it's bright, or something like that. But yeah, I get like a debuff down here that says like it's super bright, it hurts my eyes. And using the dark light prevents that. You don't see people use the darkness ideology very often. Because it means fighting during the day is really bad for your people. They get really upset about it. They basically take the penalty you'd get during your day. Or during the night, during the day kind of thing. So it's one that you don't have a lot of counterplay to. Because a lot of times with raids and all that, you don't really get to choose when they happen. Okay, so we have a Zeus hammer. I don't think we get nearly enough. We want that medicine in a bad way. A shield belt we're taking. Yep, I think that'll be good for right now. So where is that shield belt? You grab that. You haul the medicine. Okay, so let's go assign, remove forced, and one thing we need to do is go to our apparel policy, this one. Utility. Do not allow shield belts on this one. And I'm going to go here, I'm going to delete all these other ones, because I'm not going to use them. And now I'm going to copy you. I'm going to rename you into melee. And in this case, we're going to include the shield belt on there. Frankly, we're going to require the shield belt for the time being, because we'll have one melee. And then you are going to have your policy changed to melee. And the reason I'm doing that is if they grab a shield belt, they can't fire. It messes up everything. And I want melee to go out of their way to get shield belt. Grenades in case of anomaly shenanigans again. I could... We've already awakened them. Yeah, we've awakened the anomaly. I could, you're not wrong. The grenades targeting is a tiny little plus, though. So it's a little rough to use. Let me walk up and see if there was just... If it's just a regular grenade, I don't think I want it. I mean... I think I'm going to pass on it for now. You're not wrong, in a pinch I could do that, but trying to reveal the Revenant with the grenade is really a pain in the butt because it's such a small radius, versus the EMP is nice and really big. The fire foam poppers are really big. So it's pretty tricky. I think in the event if we got the Revenant, it would be more trying to run down the thing where we can keep revealing it. Now, one nice thing is with Scrap Code having an EMP gun, that EMP does stun the Revenant. Plus, we also have these two to stun the Revenant too. There's actually a pretty good job we could do some significant crowd control on the Revenant between these three getting different stuns, because this is a different cooldown than that. And then on top of that, I don't actually know if it's vulnerable to psychic ability. Yeah, it is, because we used the Vertigo. So we also have another stun here. So between those three stuns, I probably wouldn't be able to just stun, like, CC it to the point of just taking it out in one go. But we could probably stun it to the point that we could hold it there for a really long time and get a lot of hits in on it. We don't have a lot of DPS in this group, unfortunately. Like the last run we were doing, we were very chain shotgun heavy, which is great for fighting a Revenant, because you just crowd everyone into a small corner, the Revenant comes in, and the moment it becomes visible, it just gets all hell unleashed on it. But this one is more, we're just going to crowd control and just keep stunning it again and again and again to try and keep it from being able to run in easy or run out easy. Because it'll get immune. I want to say the adaption time on the EMP is pretty long. Whereas these, it's a pretty fast, like it'll be immune for just a couple of seconds and then it'll go unimmune again. Guys, accepting the Mechanoid signal give you the grav engine, make the Mechanoid raids happen more often, or anything like that? No. No, it strictly just makes the grav engine show up. it doesn't change. Like, we literally have not had a mech attack yet, and we've had the grav engine sitting here for a while. Did we lose anyone yesterday? The only person I believe we've lost so far is we did have a child join us. It was like the running away from a threat, and they appeared right here. And then there was a snake right there. And they got to about there before they were dead. So, like, the moment he showed up, I tried to run over to the edge of the map to help. But, like, I think they literally died. The kid was, like, tried to go over this and got back here, and the snake caught him. And so it was one of those things. There was not really a way to play it. Yeah, no, the only one that would significantly affect the mech showing up is if you choose the grav ship start. And that's because they have, like, the scripted event where after N amount of time, the mechs come in to cause you grief. But otherwise, none of the scenarios, I believe, affect the mech cluster spawning. Hey, Jess, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had fun with the Battlestar Galactica and all that stuff. Definitely go check out Whoa, Jess, if we can get a shout-out. I'd really appreciate it. I do appreciate that raid and all that popping in here. But Whoa, Jess is playing some Battlestar Galactica Scattered Hopes and is doing some really cool tomorrow where she will be hanging out with the, like, it's, I think, the lead developer and one of the design people, I believe it was. That is going to be doing, like, an interview while I believe the lead developer will be playing the game on sweaty try-hard settings, and all kind of good stuff. And so definitely that's going to be pretty fun to do. I don't remember what time that is, if you wanted to share that time. Also, if you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you and all that good stuff. But again, Wojess, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency Stream Team, the stream team I'm on, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Does a lot of similar games to what we do here. Has done, like, plenty of RimWorld and all that kind of stuff. So, like, in Satisfactory and all that. So if you like any of those kind of things, you can find it there as well. Yep, the lead dev and the creative director. Okay, so the creative director, significantly higher up the stature than the designer. From Alt-Shift, who's the developers. So 1 p.m. EDT, 7 p.m. CST. So that would be about, let's see, 8 hours ago? No, that's 7 hours ago? 7 hours ago? Something like that? Just trying to do the math in my head. And that'd be over on Wojess's channel that's happening. So definitely something to check out. Like, a lot of that's while I'm sleeping, so I'm gonna definitely be trying to catch part of the VOD and the tail end of it. And game designer. Gotcha. Okay, so Scrap Code pursued Angry Sugars by joking about morality of wealth. Angry Sugars was attracted to Scrap Code and is now Scrap Code's lover. So what I'm understanding here is Scrap Code said, hey, money's pretty awesome. It's gotta be pretty awesome to rule stuff, right? And Angry was like, bet. So the Mushroom Queen now has a romantic interest. But so you're playing more BSG today. You got wrecked again. The game is hard. Yeah, no, I was hanging out earlier and I remember you're like, oh, I think we're gonna die to this. And, you know, I was also hanging out with Molly and then the two tabs became one. And, you know, you hadn't quite died at that point, but it was looking rough. It's just got a shout out on the Steam page? Nice. Awesome. Yeah, I love when the developers, like, bring creators into what they're working on and all that and do that kind of stuff. It's really kind of a cool way to, like, kind of cross promote and all that. It shows, like, they actually care about the community and all that. So we'll figure all this bedded situation is. One of these rooms here is going to be the, you're not nervous at all. I'm sure you'll do fine. You'll absolutely do fine. But yeah, no, I definitely understand. I did, because I know you've been asking for people to give you suggestion questions. I did dump a bunch on the Discord and all that. Was Scrap Code the other teenager? I think so, actually. Yeah, I mean, there's 17 and 19-year-olds. Yeah, we got some, like, 40 and late 30 and all that, and then a 12-year-old because they're a kid that joined. Substituting E and P in your head for no reason. Oh, like, in the time zones? Yep, love on the rim. Usually cursed. Alright, got another Harbinger tree. Doing Harbinger tree things. Let's have you not automatically increase the home zone on me. Okay, so now we'll end up getting a bunch of extra limestone. Right, and it's gonna have to switch, because this is made out of sandstone, but we don't actually have... at least I'm pretty sure we don't have sandstone on the tile. Yeah. So it's gonna have to switch over to limestone on the next one, so it's gonna be a weird place with different color walls. But that is what it is. And I see that we are out of wood yet again. We got advanced lighting and next package survival meals. That's a big one for us. But yeah, for those who didn't see what we're doing, we are doing a run here that we have an ideology that's based around bringing the importance and joy of mushrooms to the world, whether people like it or not. And that would be based on our Mushroom Queen, who is our one colonist we started with. We are a prolicizer ideology based on that. We also took on darkness so that we actually like mushrooms now. But we are using the no research mod, which means I started with literally no research, so you'll notice we were technically a tribal type start, yet I don't have tree sowing, which you normally get with a tribal start. And I'm also using the semi-random research. So if we look here and I go, you know what I would like? Geothermal? Oh, I can't hit the button. Basically, we just said, hey, Randy, would you like the keys to the lab? There was some laughing and something about sweating asparagus. I'm not really sure what they were trying to say, but it's probably fine. We are using Cassandra, though. Let's get everyone in here. They're attacking immediately. We have a group of Neanderthals, all rock and melee. So the hope is that they will do this correctly, and they will walk in the water, and they will get full of bullet holes, and go about our business. I mean, I'd say what I probably should do is sit over here, harass them, and then duck through the wall over here, but eh. We'll see how this goes. I just remembered we have Foggy Rain. It was definitely... Okay, so we're definitely not going to be mailing. You get on the door ready to let us retreat if necessary. I mean, granted, despite Foggy Rain, you are doing work. Oh, good, we're going to kill Huntsman. That's important. And now I close the door. Huntsman realizes their mistake and tries to turn around. And nicely done. Yeah, that's all garbage. The Huntsman thing is a meme. There's another creator, Smurf, who, Mortal Smurf, who has a whole story around Huntsmen, and how you should never trust Huntsmen, and they should be killed at any and all possibilities. Because they will betray you. We're making a couple of nicer rooms down here so we can slowly work people out of this barracks. Oh, was it also Huntsman who did the orbital bombardment? Or not orbital bombardment, it was the, I'm blanking on the name of it. The beam, yeah, the orbital beam. Yeah, I've seen that clip. where it's a prison break. Is like, oh, they're going for the weapons, and then just you hear the like little beep, and you're just like, oh, everything's about to get real bad here. Yeah, it was Huntsman who triggered it. Nice. That's just the way it be. But, you know, important detail, we have defeated Huntsman. Let's see, did I miss a comment? Okay. Trying to miss. You see there's do you, but I don't... Oh, there you. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, you weren't asking a question to me. That's the reason I was overlooking it. Huntsman seems to rule many player games. I think it's just a name that comes up in the pool a decent amount. So there's probably a whole bunch of times it's utterly benign, but because it's a name that people kind of recognize and spot, they realize it. Because I think the most epic just absolutely screwed me kind of thing, that was a character... Oh, who was that? I forgot we renamed it to Shrike, so I actually don't remember what the name was. Basically, we had someone run in and kick a anti-grain warhead before I had a chance to put it where it needed to be away from everything. The classic. Yeah, no, RimWorld is one of those games that you see people playing it nowadays where they've got like most, if not all, the DLC loaded, and it seems like an incredibly complicated game that'd be very hard to pick up. It's not really that bad. The reality is, most likely, if you're going to play it, you're going to start with just vanilla. And that's actually what I would recommend, is starting with just vanilla. Don't touch the DLC. Like, by all means, you can get them on extreme discount, buy them, but, like, stick to just the base game the first time you play. Because, like, if we look in here, and you see this whole thing up here, this whole screen and everything involved with it, that's a DLC. Doesn't exist in vanilla. We can go in here to this whole screen. That's another DLC, not vanilla. So, like, you can avoid getting those complications there. And so it is a thing that, like, just tons of game there. But you can play the game, kind of learn the basics around, like, managing your food, giving yourself a home. These shamblers that are showing up, also, not vanilla. They're not mods, they're DLC. But you get the idea that you can actually sit there and, like, the base game... Oh, hey, Mohan Rai just became an adult that very second. Alright, so let's give you social. You have nimble. This is not a great set of choices, so you're gonna get psychically hypersensitive as well. Okay. So we've got nimble, great memory. I'm gonna take social... Oh, I only get to choose one. That's kind of a hard call. So we could go with social, because social is good on everyone. Because for those who don't know, having high social reduces the amount of like social fights you'll get into, increases the ability to trade. It has a lot of extra knock-on effects that a lot of people don't notice. Construction would be another good one for us here, because construction and mining together would be pretty good. Granted, I'm not too fussed about that. Scrap code is kind of already doing that. Melee would be potentially a decent one for, yeah, and the chance to recruit people and all sorts of stuff. And also, like, for example, there's an anomaly, the metal horror. Having high social gives you a much higher chance of detecting the metal horror if you interrogate them. So, melee would not be a terrible choice, because we do have nimble that gives dodge. I'm leaning towards social, which is just broadly good. It's not amazing for anything, but it's broadly good. That does mean that Mohan Rai is going to be pretty limited on what they can contribute to the colony effectively, but that just means they could be a hauling/cleaning person. We did bring this person in, we rescued them as a child, and we just didn't have enough time to, like, really max out their stuff before they aged up. Cool. Blind fog going into dealing with a threat. Love that. Foggy, rain, blind. Let's deal with the shamblers in a minute. Wait. Let's restrict everyone in there. We also need to go to your work schedule because you are no longer a child, so you no longer get recreation 24/7. Right. So you'll get these because you do have a passion for social. And that's probably what you're gonna do. You are cleaning, fishing, and mining. Let's actually reduce that slightly. Yeah, so you're gonna focus on cleaning as your main goal. Then you can hunt and fish after that. And then after that you can haul. Okay, we got refugees. Hopefully they show up somewhere other than directly next to the zombies. They did. So let's go in here. They are all adults, so they can betray us. So we're gonna tell them to drop their weapons. Them's the breaks. If you're going to jump into the colony as a refugee, you gotta drop your weapons. Alright, so you're not gonna cook. I already got cooking people. Let's see. You can research, you're good at it. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, and schedule restrict them. Okay, now the downside is I don't actually have beds for these refugees, so we're just gonna have to make that happen. So you get to sleep in storage. You're welcome. Yeah, so we're gonna wait for the blind fog to go away because that's gonna massively penalize our accuracy. So picking a fight with anything while that's going on where you're primarily range is probably not the play. Oh, we're gonna need to go over here and go production. Crafting spot. Bills add. Oh, I forgot we can make the different ritual masks and all that now. Tribalware, do this. One of at least 80% quality and normal. And we're seeing all this stuff and we're like, man, you're doing way more stuff than I know at all what I'm doing about. Don't sweat that at all. These are all things that they can be nice to help you out, but are totally unnecessary for your basic success of the game. And then smash mechs forever. Okay. So basically all I did is I told him, make a shirt, make shirts, make face coverings, and then if there's any mech bodies, go chuck them in the garbage. But go break them down for parts. But yeah, once they have the blind fog done, these should be easy to kill. That's what I mean. We could probably handle it even with, or they'll just die because they're shamblers and they only live for a short period of time. Hey Sadie, how's it going? And so we're getting our first bedrooms done. So basically I'm going to go one room at a time, get them all nice, build a proper bed, kick the people into those rooms. Alright, we no longer need to be restricted because all of the stuff... You okay healing up after surgery? Well, I'm glad you're getting all healed up. Surgery's never a good time. It can be done for really good reasons, but it's never a good time. Okay. But yeah, now as it's kind of circling back before the Shambler showed up, generally speaking, the base game is not too hard to learn. You're obviously going to take some pretty big losses the first couple times you play. You're just not going to know like how much food you should be dealing with, you know, how to defend yourself against raids, like what's a good defensive position, what's not. Like, the different kinds of threats you might run into, that kind of thing. You know, your typical game learning. So you'll expect to take a couple of losses there. Also, don't be afraid when you go to play it the first time to play it on a relatively low difficulty. I'd recommend choosing a difficulty that does have threats, just to learn the basic mechanics, and then, you know, crank it up from there as much or as little as you want. But then, like, once you kind of get a feel for what's already in the game, that's when you go, okay, well, I want more, turn on one of the DLC. Okay, well, now you've got that DLC. Okay, well, I want more, turn on the next DLC. You get the idea. Alright, so you still got your fuel going. That's all fine. Yeah, the game is definitely hard, but it's not too complicated what you need to do, build, defend, and grow. Right. It's kind of like you learn the tools and you go, okay, well, now that I know what the tools are, like, how do I use these tools in a way that will lead to success? Like, or, oh, I set up this way and this went wrong. How do I deal with that? Like, one of the ones that takes people a little while is figuring out how to... That sucks. Okay, so we've got a death pall showing up. This is from the Anomaly DLC. Basically, any corpse that is not buried or destroyed will resurrect as a shambler. Now, the good bad news of this is I can go right back into saying stay in Area 1. And I do believe that we have all the corpses removed from in here. So we should be okay. We will have a bunch of corpses wandering around. We're just going to stay in our perimeter for the time being. And just not worry about it. You still remember when a couple of cats force joined your colony, then one of them overdosed on Yayo and I looted from a raider? Yeah. You do in the gameplay, amount of interaction could be happen. Yeah, that's all the random. Oh, good, water generator, perfect. Like all the random nonsense that can happen in the game is like really one of the things that shines. Okay, so we're gonna say survival kits. That's fine. Do forever. We can't actually cook that yet. We don't have anyone skilled enough in cooking. Why did you slow down? What do you know that I don't know? No one's running. You're not injured. Something's fighting something. Because preventing this from fast forwarding. Well, that's a major break risk. That's not what's going on. This implies combat. Oh, there you are. Okay, so what we want to do is I'm going to go right here and I'm going to say zone, dumping stockpile, set, critical, clear, and we'll want corpses that are not fresh. You can take Bueller, and go to your schedule, I'm going to open you up. You're going to grab that snake corpse. Never mind, Bueller cannot do hauling. You're going to grab Angry. You're going to haul that corpse, and you're going to get it out of here. Now we're going to restrict you again. So we just put the snake corpse outside. That's the reason I kept looking up here, is I was looking for someone to have the little paper doll that they were running away. And being like, okay, what's going on? Because when you see this slow down, it means someone is in some kind of combat or taking damage of some nature. And that was what I was concerned about. Yeah, so you see where we had all these corpses we had been throwing under these trees to get decayed? Now I've got all these zombies running around. The good news is they don't just run up and attack you, they'll just kind of wander around, and then if you get close, they'll attack you. So we're just going to kind of chill inside our base till the death pall goes away. Yeah, we're in the Shroom Forest. I actually like the Shroom Forest biome a lot. We just happen to be having a death pall going on at this very moment, because we did turn on the anomaly stuff. I actually really like the anomaly content. I know when it first came out, people were very, very divisive about it being like, oh, anomaly's the worst, yada yada. And I do feel like the problem is when it first dropped, it was kind of one of those things, you clicked the thing to turn it on, and it just overtook everything. Like, everything became anomaly stuff. And that was a problem. But it does seem like, since Anomaly's been out for a while, that broadly speaking, there's definitely people who still don't like Anomaly, which is totally fair. But it does seem like the prevalence of dislike of Anomaly has toned down also. Yeah, no, they patched it like a week later, that if you didn't activate the Anomaly thing, it would show up, but it was way, way, way less frequent. So you're insulting spree. Hate that. If you could stick to insulting your own people, I would much appreciate that. Which is not what you're doing. Okay, just bruised. That was my big concern, is with being a Yatkin. Oh, you are genuinely a peach. You're addicted to both Wake Up and Ambrosia. No wonder you're in a bad mood. Yeah, it landed hot, but it also had uncomfortable vibes in a lot of folks' comfort game. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't call... I accept there's like a comfort game side to RimWorld, but I'll also say subjectively, RimWorld is a very not comfortable game to begin with. You know, the whole organ harvesting and drug cartel stuff and all the other awful things that they let you do. But I do get your sentiment. But I do understand for a lot of people, the horror was an off-putting thing. And to be fair, I actually not a big horror thing. Like, it's very SCP. And like, for me personally, the SCP side of things, like, I just don't have an interest in that, but I do really like the Anomaly DLC anyways, because for me, the big problem we had before is just the fact that kind of all your fights were sort of the same in the base game. I'm just gonna leave that alone for right now. Like, you either had one, the fight would go in towards whatever path you have through. 2, the fight would slam to your wall and break your wall. 3, they would sit back here and do something like siege, or have a thing that cools off the map, or smokes it, but basically something you have to go out to. And then the last one is you could have drop pod that drops right on top of you. And that's a good couple varieties, but it ultimately was kind of the same thing. As far as like of one of those 4 scenarios. With Anomaly, you started getting stuff like there's the cat and mouse game you have with the Revenant. You've got enemies that would run up and then pull you inside to effectively CC you. You've got like the murder hole where you had to like climb down and explore the spooky goopy maze and all that stuff. I think Anomaly is the best DLC in the box, but there are several folks who I watch RimWorld who explained it that way. Yeah, no, I definitely know there's a lot of people who like the horror side of it is like, nah man, not for me. Like, and I get that, and I do agree, like, thematically I understand that. For me, the thing, like, that's not why I like Anomaly. The thing I like about Anomaly that makes it stand out for me is it's just, it had the most different ways we had to approach threats between, like, the metal horror and the devourers and the murder ball and, you know, all these other things, that they were threats of a very different flavor that we'd never seen before in RimWorld. So I'm waiting here is I'm waiting for these shamblers to collapse. Because I don't see much point running around to try and kill them. They're not going to give me anything. I just risk getting injured. So if we just let them go until they collapse again, then we let everyone back out. I like how we've unintentionally got ourselves like a friendly group of capybara living in here. Those aren't domesticated or whatever. They just strolled in and were like, yeah, we like it here. We're just going to stay. Sooner or later, they'll all go away. But yeah, now my point was like that. Now that said, while I really like RimWorld and all that, and I like Anomaly, I will absolutely say of the DLC, Anomaly has some of the lowest like variance so far as replay value. Like biotech can completely change the way you play the game. Ideology can completely change the way you play the game. Odyssey, you know, changes the whole world and all that. Anomaly really is, here's these spooky threats. They're just a handful of encounters. That's what you're getting. But they don't have like any of these overarching systems that fully change the way the game works dynamically. Now, granted, they got some cool stuff that is some cool tech to bring in. Like, I like the equipment from the Anomaly. I think so far as all of our updates we've had, the Anomaly weapons and all that got introduced were second best only to Odyssey because unique weapons. That as an addition was a huge gain for the game. Okay, so that should be everyone allowed to leave again. Like, the unique weapons has been one of the biggest changes I really like. Because sometimes you get a unique weapon that's just the right one. You're like, okay, well, I'm going to start basing some of my combat around this thing. Like, getting a minigun that has a very fast wind-up speed can be pretty fun. This one, I've got 3 different opportunities to stun things. That's a unique weapon, and those are just Anomaly weapons. Your favorite is the Phenomena. Phenomena. Bum 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 bum. Phenomena. Bum 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 bum. Phenomena. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, so these people visiting just hate us. They don't like our mushrooms. They're seeing corpses. They're getting upset, and that's because their ideology is transhumanist and completely counter to everything that our ideology is. And they just need to, you know, kind of suck it up and deal with it. Put one of those in here. Okay, we could try to do a conversion ritual on one of them. Try to talk them into viewing things our way. I'm mostly doing this so that we can get ourselves some ideology points towards reforming our ideology. And then also the opportunity of both converting this person and potentially doing a little bit of converting to those around us by just the conversation. Effective. Alright. That still got me another point towards reforming our ideology. That's one of the DLC as well, is the ideology one. Which is based on, like, building up a religion kind of thing that changes the way you're, like, what your characters view as, like, right and wrong and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So I've got that to get lights down here. That's your second social fight, man. We just... Like, I need you to stop beating my people up. Okay, so furniture. We are going to get a bed in here. We'll use the marble. No, did we have marble? I think we did. We don't have any spare right now because we're using it for the floor. What have you done? Now you've done the manana. You can't get it out of your head. You're welcome. Also, Disney Corporation, the ones in charge of the Muppets. I expect the paycheck in the mail. What is the Mushroom Empire? The Mushroom Empire is our faction that basically we are going to have, like, we're going to be doing royalty stuff and we're going to be a little bit on the, not necessarily conquestor type of things, but those who do not follow the path of the mushroom, as in liking to eat and consume said mushrooms, we will take corrective action as necessary. For all shall know the beauty and wonder that is mushrooms. Okay, the volcanic winter just came to an end. Why are you not bandaged? You know what? Honestly, I don't care. You're the one who keeps starting social fights. If you're the one who's hurt, that's a you problem. Okay, so we got our first actual bedroom here. So we're going to set the owner to this, to angry. And I'm a little concerned with the two of you having that room together because you're teenagers. And you're teenagers who are going to do what teenagers do when they're left alone in privacy. And so we might be increasing the population of our colony. I'm neither going to encourage or discourage any of these things going on. Now, one of the challenges at the biotech is because the one is a dirt mole and has all these things, and the other one is a baseliner. What'll end up happening is if they have a kid, it'll take some of the traits from this, and I don't believe they ever did go back and do a balance on it, which can mean you can run into some very unbalanced things that, you know, they'll either have a ridiculous diet and constantly need to eat always just to be, you know, whatever, or look at a bunch of the negatives and not the positives. It could be a pretty bad mess dealing with that stuff. But, it's the Rim. Whenever does anything go wrong? Our guests are just perpetually angry. When camera was in Egypt land? Are you talking about the mummy? Oh, Ferris Bueller. Okay. I was like, I didn't think it was Cameron who did the mummy. That's the reason I was a little confused there. That makes a lot more sense. Watermill generators, so sterile materials is next. That's good. And we'll let them seal off that wall before we pull up the rest of Jade, so it doesn't, like, let them just bypass my defenses or anything. Of course, you botched the construction on the important one. That's fine. It's bricks we don't care about. I do like everyone's just fishing everywhere because of what we got going on. So, when they're fully healed, we might be popping the Ancient Danger. There's definitely a risk to doing that. That's fine. Just go smash stuff in your room. Don't smash anything important, okay? The last time they were like, smash stuff. Don't you dare break those panels. Just... Oh, I can't even install it. Just install that right now. This dude's going to destroy our grav core. Okay. Would you calm down already? You're destroying everything. Luckily you didn't hit any of the grav panels. You almost destroyed the grav... Oh, that's weird. I put down the grav core, and it went back to full life. It's not how that's supposed to work, but okay. Just put his bed outside. I mean, honestly, this one keeps having a breakdown. That's part of the reason I'm like, you know what, when they heal up, I do think I'm gonna pop the Ancient Danger. Or not. Just execute him? We don't do that stuff here. Are you not gonna get treated? All of our doctors gonna just kindly not bother? And of course it had to hit the one person who can't preach health themselves. I did just pop a glitter because that's our moral guy, and I'm just gonna, you know, the amount of times I've held onto the glitter world when I really could have used it is entirely too many. Okay, so you're moving to actual beds in here. Torrential rain. Okay, so you're gonna have a psychic droner. We'll activate a site nearby to harass you. Psychic droner machine. That will affect the men in the colony. I mean, the cataphract helmet's really good. I'm gonna sit on that for right. I mean, it's one day. We're gonna hold off because we're currently dealing with malaria. What kind of soda are you drinking? We picked it up at the store. It is a cream. It's a cream soda Mountain Dew they've been trying out. It's okay. I don't think I'm gonna get it again. Mysterious cargo. Okay. So. The dirty Mountain Dew? Yeah. It's not bad. It's not amazing. It's fine. So build the platform in case it's a revenant. Alright, and quests. I think we want the incinerator situationally. Yeah, it's not bad. It's like a cream soda with a little bit of a caffeinated aftertaste. It's definitely not been my favorite, but it's definitely not been the worst. Alright, so I'm going to accept that. Dear God. No. No, not you. Go grab the cube. So who is infatuated with the cube? Estero. It's one that you drink of some gate you win, but yeah, like I don't regret buying it. We've had a few. There was pods have arrived. Incinerator. Haul that back in. The cube is deceptively dangerous. It's a cube, not a mushroom. He's clearly a traitor. Exactly. You know what's going on. So the cube, it's one of those things that you keep it. It can be incredibly dangerous. But it's very easy to deal with. Because what you can do is say, hey, you know what? You like the cube so much, you can carry it out of here. Alright, so refugees are leaving, thankfully. And the way we deal with the cube is I told them to leave the map. You're not on my map. You're going to drop the cube, and you're going to go home. And the cube is handled. Now, the downside is Estero was obsessed with the cube. And what that does ultimately mean is this will continue to get worse and worse until eventually they go comatose. And then after a little while, comatose will get better. Actually, don't leave that in there for right now. Went to the grocery store for 12-pack. They want $17 for a 12-pack soda. The answer is no. It's just that's the answer to that one. The answer is no. What else you got? So I've got 6 colonists. We'll plan to have one more room than I have people who need it, because we do have a couple, so they can share a room. You're not buying that cube? You heard what Star Trek said about Borg cubes? Becoming sphere that are way more dangerous. Now, our big problem with the cube is it's not a mushroom. And we can't have that. Gill rot. Okay, so a bunch of the fish are gonna die. Yep, so there we go. So Astero is starting to suffer cube withdrawal. So their consciousness will slowly decline until they go unconscious, and then after a couple of days they'll recover and everything will be back to good. Now, the catch of why the cube is so dangerous is people be like, cool, it doesn't really hurt me. All they have to do is they have to play with the cube a little bit here and there. It's fine. You can get some advanced anomaly research in. It's not a big deal. But what happens is the thing that Astero's going through, where they've got a little bit of curiosity and all that kind of stuff, that will start to go to your other pawns as well. And they'll end up dedicating more and more time to becoming cube obsessed, where they have to deal with the cube constantly. And so it just becomes this entire productivity vampire. And then if you do try to go, and eventually you'll be able to destroy the cube at the cost of some shards. If you destroy the cube, anyone who is still able to stand, who is obsessed with it, will immediately go berserk and start trying to kill everyone else. And there's ways to work around it. You can go and like disarm them and shove them all in a room and let them all fight it out or whatever. Usually the safest one is to use anesthesia on all of them, so they're unconscious when you destroy the cube, so they can't berserk anyways. But it still does mean you had, like, you know, out of a colony of 6, realistically, we could have 4 of them all simultaneously effectively downed while we destroy the cube, and if a raid happens then, you just go, well, that's the end of me. Are the walls mushroom? If not, clearly we need to destroy them all. Sadly, unless there's something changed, which there probably isn't, mushrooms are not considered a valid construction material for walls. I'm sure there is a mod to change that. I'm probably not going to build passive coolers in these rooms, because the more passive coolers we have, the more dependency I have to go out and get more and more wood just to keep it going. And that's going to very quickly become a problem. Okay, so how many shamblers? Only 8 shamblers in this assault, luckily. It looks like I've got 3 up here, 2 down there, and 3 over here. Now, Shambler Assault kind of sucks because it's got a different AI behind it so far as, like, attacking, you know, whatever. They just kind of beeline straight at their nearest target and start smashing the wall. So let Bueller hold the door for the retreat, if it becomes necessary. So Shambler Assaults tend to not kill as many of your people, but they tend to destroy your defenses. And so it's one of those things that can be a big problem if they destroy your defenses, and then a normal raid comes in, you got a bunch of holes punched through all your defensive lines. Where did... Oh, the other one split way off. Let's see, guys, how far can we send a transport pod? And can we send to the quest items, for example? You have a quest item that asks you for, like, 25 items to deliver to a faction. I don't remember how to deliver it using the pods. I believe you can. Okay. So I got that group done, and we got 3 down here. Luckily they're hitting the one section that's granite. Oh, there's one more way over there. I really should put a door down on this side somewhere. Probably right there. Okay. Cool. Let's see if we can't get over there in time to stop you. You get the pawn back by sending him the component. Oh yeah, that's always been a classic, is, you know, launching yourself with the materials to launch yourself again. Yeah, all the stunning attacks that are hitting there. Cool. The good news is we got that. Let's check on you, because you are dealing with malaria. Yes, you should be fine. They're adapting to the stun from the shot. These 3 weapons here can stun. And so they do have basically a diminishing return on that stun, so you can't just chain stun something for absolutely ever. So you stun it, and then after like the 2nd or 3rd stun, the stun doesn't take effect. Your regular damage still hits. You just don't get the stun again. Do we not have 2 cooks? No. We only got 1 person with a passion for... Well, actually, you don't have passion for cooking. You just are cooking. Used a glitter world and a 16% tend. Was that Astero who did it? Oh, right, because you have manipulations penalized and everything due to your cube curiosity and already missing a thing. And Angry Sugars is gonna have a baby. Who would have seen that coming? Make crib. We'll get there. Manage food policies, lavish, do not eat. Okay, we already took off the baby food because we don't want our regular people eating baby food because it's like nutritionally just not that good. So adults eating is a complete and utter waste of time and effort. All right, so furniture here, limestone. How long does it take for the baby to become useful? So RimWorld is actually pretty forgiving on that front. That the kids age up, I believe it's 4 times as fast as an adult. So it takes like, you gain like 1 year on the kid's life per season, per quadrum or whatever. No, stop. You're bad at this. You, treat. But actually, do we even need that? No, literally stop. Don't waste a glitter world on it, something that's already solved. Okay. But, so when they hit 3 years old, they become a toddler. At that point, they could do a couple things like clean and haul. So you could do a little bit around there, and it's like every, like, 3 or 4 years after that, they go up a tier and they unlock additional things they can do and get more passions and get traits and all that. So very generally, they can help out a little bit at 3. It's pretty limited, but then, you know, each kind of tier forward, they get a little bit better and all that stuff. All right, so we got another group of refugees, another group that is all adults, And they're that same ideology that was constantly having mood breaks with us in the last one. So cool, I guess. Okay, let's go here. Give you your recreation back, work. Honestly, in this case, I'll let you help cook. You will not craft. I will keep my crafting to my people so they don't do the thing where they start crafting and they walk away. Okay. We got another set of refugees who have shown up. We'll help take care of them for a little bit. Yeah, now if we look at yours will probably say impressive bedroom. Yeah, so impressive bedrooms are getting a mood bonus now from that. So you'll notice like solidly mood bonuses across the line. Whereas there are people who are still in the other area, they're only getting slightly impressive barracks, which is a -2. So I just need them to keep working on all this, that's fine. My can just about wash her hands, brush her teeth, and pick up after herself at 2.5 years? Yep. And honestly, they put that pretty accurately here, that like, they can pick up stuff and move it around. Like, they can carry things to shelves and all that. You know, and clean. And, you know, I remember hanging out, I dated a person with a 3-year-old, well, they were 2/3-year-old while I was dating them. The kid was that age. But, you know, when I was cleaning up the kitchen or whatever, she could help out a little bit. Granted, she'd go to, like, a cabinet, because she wanted to help. And so it's like, okay, here's, like, you know, here's the damp rag, you know, just clean up the cabinets or whatever. And so she'd just sit on, like, the one spot and just go like this while I'm doing all the rest. But it's that one spot about this big, it's gonna be real clean. Just that one spot. The entire rest of it, not gonna get touched. That one spot right there, gonna be polished. Might even be sanded down slightly by the time it's done. It's adorable. Yeah, so you're a cube withdrawal extreme, so you're at a real risk of a mood break. And I'm pretty sure we cannot we cannot console you through that. I mean, it took off a -8 mood penalty. That's at least something to help. You can hand them things and say, okay, put this on a table. And it's still a crapshoot if it ends up there, but they'll try. Yo, no, exactly. But I would also imagine in the case of, like, you know, a survival situation where, like, you're teaching them mostly about kind of doing, like, doing things around the house, doing stuff like that, that's very focused on that. I imagine you get a little bit, you know, more in there versus, you know, in real life you're sitting there, like, you're teaching them their ABCs, their 1, 2, 3s. You got all your language skills and all this kind of stuff. In video game world, if you're like, look, man, you know, you see this? I need it on the shelf. And that'd probably mess it up a bunch of times. I still think one of my favorite things from, like, all these kind of games is I really liked from, oh, what's the spaceship one? Space Haven. I really liked that one of the traits was clumsy, that it would let them carry 1 extra box per trip, but they had a higher chance of, you know, like a higher chance of, like, dropping stuff or getting hurt. I thought that was a really nice touch. That's the idea of, like, the person who's being stubborn. You beat up the pregnant person? Who got in a fight with you? Who needs to be slapped about the face? Sterile materials, beer brewing is next. Okay, what is your log? Who hurt you? Camel. You're a Hussar? Yeah, you're a Hussar. Bueller, take over. Join offer on this person. They're a slowpoke aesthetic wimp who is delicate, which wimp and delicate, that's part of being a genie. The slowpoke is pretty rough. Pretty rough. They would be an actual cook. But again, slowpoke is pretty awful. But as far as someone who just goes to the research bench and sits there all day, let's make sure there's nothing else going on I gotta worry about. Yeah, that's the thing. I honestly need the cook more than I need that. I do think they're going to get to join. Because we could definitely use, like, the biotech stuff to override slowpoke. So I think we can fix them. We can fix them, chat. Alright, so they're now one of our colonists. Yeah, no, that's the thing. They'll be pretty easy to manage. So that means you no longer craft. I got 2 people with a passion for it. Okay. That'll be good. And so our brand new genie of the colony, who's going to do a bunch of crafting and a bunch of research, you are going to be a flog. And there we go. Getting her name, so you're the casual mush. That's your title within the place. I've been giving them silly titles. I normally don't bother. Okay, so you're gonna grab the bolt action. And this room, that bed now belongs to our colonists. We get priority, that's just the way it is. And get your nerve spiker back before the next fight. Okay, so Astero's gonna go down pretty much any time now. That's from their cube withdrawal. Okay, so you got a caravan approaching, that's fine. And you are fully recovered from your malaria, so we can not have to worry about that anymore. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so take the Guardian Seed, we don't need that. You don't have any medicine I care about because I'm not going to trade for herbal medicine. You really don't have much for me on this one, unfortunately, which is okay. Alright, when we get just a little bit more limestone, I do think I'm going to put a door here. Cube Coma on Astero. Like I said, we knew that was coming. And that's because of the golden cube. And everyone's just going to watch Astero lay in the dirt and not bother helping them. Just RimWorld things. Yeah, so they're going to be in a coma for 3 days. That's completely normal. That is the danger of the golden cube, because right now we had one person that's with us immediately discarding it from the very second we had it arrive. If we had let it sit here for like 4 or 5 or 6 days before we did that, there's a good chance it'd have 2 or 3 people obsessed with it. which would in turn mean 2 or 3 people going down from withdrawal after a while. So this is one of those things to be careful about the golden cube, is it seems benign, but it will kill you. Is there any reason to not toss out the immediate side of the map? Not really. You could make the argument that you would get a little bit of advanced research out of it, but advanced research is already something you don't have to worry about anyways. So it's kind of like you're getting a fistful of pennies thrown across the counter to take on a real danger. So generally, the conventional wisdom is to just ditch the cube as fast as possible. Or as KLL is saying, you could deliberately make the choice to not get rid of it. Not for any strategic reason, but instead just for, like, you know, you're kind of telling a story reasons. Alright. And that threat dealt with. Boomalope chose violence, and they chose the wrong neighborhood to do it. You're actually doing Anomaly for the first time, and you're considering letting RIP for the experience. Yeah, no, it is one of those things. I actually would recommend not necessarily, like, using the, like, hey, here's the strategy for making this a lot safer necessarily. Like, actually kind of get a feel for what happens with it. Because it's not like a guaranteed death to the colony, it's real dangerous, because, again, Estero's down for 3 whole days. If a raid shows up, we can manage with 1 person not in the fight. It's just the danger of, say, like, it gets to, like, 5 people, and then you do it, and then you've got 2 trying to hold it down. Because what'll ultimately happen is, if you continue to research it, eventually you'll learn how to destroy it. And when you learn how to destroy it, you can burn some shards to destroy it. And that, I believe you won't run into the comatose. No, actually, I think you still do. I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time. Because I know they go berserk when you destroy it, if they're able. Otherwise... Oh, so we're running into problems where I don't have enough research benches for you. Which has been something I've been needing to deal with. And it's only a temporary problem because they've got these extra people. Is there other things I can make them do? Right, because otherwise they'd be fishing, but we have gill rot going on. Okay, well, in the meantime, I could use more steel. You'll decide to do it with the thing. Oh yeah, no, the sight stealers are like squirrels and rabbits, in that when you get to high wealth, they show up in numbers. Like, just proper numbers. Yeah, so we can have you go and mine steel up. That's the thing to do. Okay, so I've almost got the second bedroom all cleaned up. Man, you're still recovering. Hey, Basset, how's it going? You got in a fist fight with a Hussar. For those who don't know our time with Hussar, it's one of the xenotypes. And basically the Hussar is, I am a near unstoppable fighting fort. But you've got, they kick into fights super duper easily. They're terrible at basically everything that isn't fighting. But they can just get into a fight and just wreck. You assumed it was going to be a scripted tiny intro fight and they just kept coming? Oh yeah. No, that's, the one where you down it and it shrieks and you're like, ah, crap, we got a whole nother wave of these things coming at some point. And yeah, like I said, when it's early game where just like a couple of them show up, it's not that big a deal. But late game, it is a thing that it can be pretty rough. All right. Okay, so the gill rot's ending, so the fish population should recover, which is interesting because they're all dead. There's no fish left. So I am curious how the fish population recovers from 0 fish, but you know, maybe there's just a bunch of fertilized eggs sitting on the bottom of the water or something like that. Yeah, that's how much we need more tasks for them to do, which is waiting on research. That every single one of them plowed through here and started mining aggressively the moment I queued it up. Set the components to be mined. That's a little risky one there. Just tell them to mine everything on the map at this point. Oh, there's more jade tucked in there. I didn't see that. And if someone's got hauling capacity, we could tell them to just haul that stone up here so people cutting it don't have to walk as far. Yes, we're getting more and more limestone. At some point, I'm going to probably put down limestone floors. No, let's stop there because that is mushy ground that can't support it. I don't feel like building a bunch of walls and all that. Yeah, I'll make the furniture out of limestone. I'll build a copy of the bed. And you're all set to limestone? Yep. Sandstone meteorite, not too worried about that. Okay. So, the Mushroom Queen is finally recovered. Oh, right, we were going to... Limestone door. And Bueller, I want you to prioritize building that. That way we have a way to get out of the base on this left side here, because we keep running into problems where there's a door there, and there's a door way up here. So this whole area can't get out to pretty easily. So we just want to get that door finished. There we go. So now we got a route out there. Make it easier for me to get around stuff. Okay, and you're back up. So that's good to see. Go grab your gun. Which we do have the flamethrower, and the flamethrower has its benefits. It's just not going to be super useful here, where they're literally standing in a big old pool of water. Okay. And Bueller is idle because there's nothing for you to construct. Because we're waiting on materials. We can go over here, orders. Cut down trees. And pull up the drugs. That'll give people something to do in the meantime. Oh, this is probably insufficient mushrooms for the number of people we got going on now. Okay. Was they playing the Zomboid menu music while playing RimWorld as a crazy collab? You thought Zomboid opened for some reason. Yeah, no, I found the mod the other day. I can't remember what I was looking for. I was looking for one mod. Oh, I was looking for the geological landforms mod. And I was like, okay, is there any other music mods I want to grab? And there's a bunch of music mods that like grab this copywritten music, grab that copywritten music. And I'm like, no, I don't want any of that. And it was like one that's like put build 42 product Zomboid music in RimWorld. Is like, okay. Never really tuned in for RimWorld, but after getting introduced to it through Ambiguous Amphibian, you're totally here for it now. Yeah, no, RimWorld's excellent. Ambiguous is also fantastic. We've done a lot of similar games with Ambiguous between like Zomboid and RimWorld and all that stuff. Toom was just texting me. She's like, I drove past that restaurant that's opening up soon, and there were people eating in there. We need to go. There's been a restaurant that's been like opening for like 8 months. It's Raising Cane's. It's a chicken chain that's like people have been ranting and raving about. And we're getting one not particularly close, but she's been like, I want to try it so badly. People talk so much about it. It's like, okay, but this place has been opening forever. Firstly, Cane's is meh. I don't know. I've not had it. I generally do find a lot of times the places that people rant and rave for and all that stuff are usually pretty underwhelming in my experience. Like, I had a buddy who was like ranting and raving about how amazing Del Taco was, and when we had one show up in town, I was like, alright, you know, you've been talking this thing up, let's try it. And I was like, this is pretty underwhelming, man. Like, I'm not gonna say it's just straight up terrible, but like, they managed to fail at hot sauce. This is just ketchup that someone, you know, put a little cayenne in. Like, this is genuinely pretty upsetting. We'll go ahead and give Bueller this one. Let's at least one near for you. Chicken wasn't seasoned. Chick-fil-A has better sandwiches, but you go to Dave's Hot Chicken most of the time. They're amazing. Yeah, we don't have Dave's Hot Chicken around here that I'm aware of. Yeah, no, each person's taste buds are different. No, absolutely. But, you know, it's just like there's some places, like, when I went to Salt Lake City, I had a coworker there back when I used to work for a company based out of there. Was like, man, I'm gonna take you to the best Mexican place in all of Salt Lake City. It's like, all right, I'm down for some Mexican. I love Mexican food. Let's do this. And it was some of the blandest food I had ever had. I was like, my God, did they find pepper? Because like, your salsa is basically just tomatoes. It was pretty upsetting. But, you know, different people, you're not wrong, have different taste buds. But generally speaking, like, in my experience, most of the places I've heard people rant and rave has always been highly disappointing to me. Like, people, like, rant and rave about how amazing Buc-ee's is. And it's like, it's just a gas station restaurant. It's a pretty cool gas station restaurant, I'll give it that. But it is just a gas station restaurant. It's not that big a deal. Now, granted, Wawa's pretty cool, and people spoke very highly of that one. I was like, you know what, that's actually pretty solid. I wouldn't say it's amazing or anything, but it's like, okay, for a restaurant that you've shoved into a gas station, it's like, it's a better sub. Like, depending on where you are, on how good the Mexican food is, farther away the southern border, the worse the food tends to get to ours, farther away. Yeah, I mean, that's not untrue for a lot of places. Like, if you're expecting genuine Chinese food, and you're in the US, you're not getting genuine Chinese food. It's just not a thing that's gonna happen. You're gonna get very Americanized Chinese food. You might be able to find, like, the rare, really nice, authentic place, but they're gonna be really rare. Typical Chinese food isn't full of a ton of meat and all that. Alright. Fox and Lysanu. Fox charmed Lysanu by telling her a story about being downtrodden. Or about aiding the downtrodden. That's much nicer than being the downtrodden. One of those is a refugee who's not staying here. who is a misogynist. I am so sorry, Lisanu. You literally are hooking up with a male supremacist. You can do better. Even on the rim, you can do better. Being alone is better. There's a restaurant and gas station in town that's not chain, literally just the owner selling the native cuisine Indian at the gas station. Yeah, that kind of stuff can be good. Let's see, he lived in San Francisco quite a while, and it was a mecca for Chinese food. Yeah, some place like San Fran, you might be able to get that, because there's definitely people that come over from there. But like Strider and me are over in Florida, and like, yeah, we don't get authentic Chinese food. It's just not a thing that happens over here. Like, you can get some stuff that's pretty good, but almost always they've done a very significant number of changes to you know, make it more, not palatable, that's not the word I'm looking for, to make it more attractive to local, you know, tastes. So just the same when you go, again, like Salt Lake City, they're going to season their things a lot less heavily there, other than their curry, because that's just, they're not used to eating a lot of spicy things, a lot of peppers, a lot of all that stuff. There's one Chinese place over here that has two menus, the typical Americanized menu, and then they have the authentic menu. Nice, that's cool. Yeah, we've got a couple Thai places here, but I can't speak for how authentic it is, because I don't know anything about actual Thai food so far as truly authentic Thai food. Let's see, Wawa subs is good, but no way compared to Bucky's full set of barbecue and all that stuff, if we're setting the gas station bar standards. Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to be like Wawa's better or anything like that. But what I was saying is, like, Bucky's, I had people rant or rave, like, is the greatest thing ever. And it's like, okay, like, it's not bad. But it was definitely not one of those things I got super excited. So you have another question. You've got a pawn with the skill, you mean unnatural healing. And they just joined, and they made a surgical check to see if there was an anomaly. Does that mean they have a metal horror, or like that? No, so with the surgical check, if there's a metal horror present, you will get a thing that says, like, there's gray flesh, that you find a sample of gray flesh lying on the ground. And when you see gray flesh, it means someone or someones in your colony have been infected by the metal horror. Now, the thing that a lot of people miss when they're new to Anomaly is you cannot detect the metal horror through surgery until you scan it 3 times. Well, was it 2 or 3? But you have to scan it multiple times. You have to get multiple gray flesh samples before the invasive surgery works. So generally speaking, there's no point in doing the invasive surgery until you've done enough of the gray flesh things that it goes, okay, you can now detect it for this instance of this thing. Now, if you do the surgery, there is a chance you won't detect it. Because the idea is, if the person doing the surgery is infected with the metal horror, they might lie about detecting it, and on top of that, they might infect the person while they're in there. So it is a very, like, who is the sus one, who is going on? There isn't a way to, I mean, there are ways to rush it, but if you're not doing meta shenanigans, there isn't really a good way to rush it. Because you can do stuff like, if you banish the person with the metal horror, when they go to the edge of the map, the metal horror will burst out of them. You can kill them, and the metal horror will burst out of them. There's a couple different ways to trigger it. Most of them, though, you don't want, like, the dangers from that. Generally, the way I approach metal horror is the moment I detect gray flesh, I remove everyone's doctoring and everyone's cooking, and then I'll try my best to find one person, and I can either, one, if I got someone with really high social and a relationship with them, I can lock up the person I want to be my doctor and all that, and then I can continue to interrogate them until I really need the doctor or the cook, and then if they've held up against scrutiny, I release them, they're now my doctor and cook, and nobody else gets the role until the gray flesh is handled. Sometimes you'll be fortunate and, like, you know, we'll have a spot like, you know, say this bedroom, and you'll have, like, the gray flesh in this bedroom. And then you'll have, like, someone who never would go in that bedroom because they don't have cleaning or hauling or anything like that, so would never path in there. and then that person I can grab them aside and be like, you're the doctor and cook, because I know you're safe. Okay, so Scrap Code has proposed lifelong commitment to Angry Sugars. Angry Sugars agreed, and the two are now engaged. So Scrap Code is like, hey, this queen person, I'm hitching to that ride. Cause royalty, am I right? Let's see. You just want to use the skill he have on one of your pawns and release him. You don't want that pawn, but just to use the unnatural healing on one person. Yeah, you can use that safely. That said, I am willing to take some of the most toxic pawns if they have unnatural healing. I might, you know, lock them in a corner or something like that, depending on how awful they are. But that unnatural healing is extremely powerful. It can have side effects, but the side effects are neither good nor bad. Like, one thing that can happen is it can replace their arm with a tentacle. The tentacle gives them a higher level of manipulation or better melee combat, depending on which one you get, but they hate it. So it is one of those things that's like, okay, it gives you some good, it gives you some bad. You can never go wrong with mushrooms, especially royalty. Alright, so my wife just got home. I'm gonna quickly run downstairs, welcome my wife home, because we're about to hit an ad break anyways. This is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It lasts for about 5 minutes. We just run downstairs, I grab some food, we come back up, and we're good to go. And then we're gonna get back into more RimWorld, we're gonna see what happens here, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. And I hope everyone had a good couple minute break there. I do apologize. Just one of those things that scheduling with me and Tomb and all that. I do have to like kind of do the food thing in the middle of the stream, because otherwise it's either, you know, eat way too early and leave her out of it, or wait. Hey, Psychack, thank you so much for the 30 streams. You could do appreciate it. Alright, so we got our second room done. Third room is coming along. The worst thing is I'm building these rooms. The moment we get the grav ship, I'm building the grav ship, and we'll probably be out of here. Starting to bring forth the importance of mushrooms to the world. You didn't know they had rocket ladder technology in Hytale? Yeah, no, that was like right when it dropped. There was a couple of weird bugs. Nothing too particularly egregious, but there was definitely some weird stuff like getting caught on ladders and thrown, you know, like physics throwing a fit and all that. So one thing I could probably do while you're doing those floors is I could go along, make like a road that goes over to these doors to give a little bit better movement speed. Okay. And touching a hot mint? I haven't either. Like, I played it right when it first dropped, and I just kind of never went back to it. Alright, so we got a bunch of areas for them to put down walkways and all that. That'll keep some of the construction people busy. And obviously there's a lot of gaps in here that we'll want to fill in. But we are trying to make paths to be able to walk around a little faster. But yeah, you'll see areas like here where we couldn't put that down. For those ones, I'll probably just put the regular, like, flooring there. Oh, it looks like... Okay, so there's wood out in the periphery. Yes, there's plenty of wood out there. They just gotta haul it back, so we don't need to cut more wood. Alright. Blind fog, that's fine. Reinstall that and just move it up here. So you got raid, and they're gonna prepare. They're arriving nearby by transport pods. Okay, so I've got 4 to the left, all melee. 4 to the right, all melee. 2 down here, all melee. So this is actually going to probably work out pretty okay for us. Let's grab all of our ranged. Let's just grab everyone. Because with how long it's probably going to take them to prepare, there's a good chance I can knock out all 3 groups before they even start engaging onto me. Okay, did you have flak by chance? Nope. We're not going to sweat that. We already took out the group of 3. And they're all wasters, terrible stat traits and all that. And while it'd probably be worth it to steal all those clothing. Yeah, no, it was on Go Juice. That's the danger with... Oh. Here, you slowed? Yes. I'm gonna move over here, because they're coming our way. Okay, you're heading into the perimeter, unfortunately. Okay, and gear, and gear. Okay, so you're still cutting across there. You're heading up my way. Oh, never mind, you changed your direction. So let's get into the perimeter real fast. Okay, we got 3 more down there. They're just going to feed themselves in one by one. Move up, try and stop him from destroying that. Cool. Move back up to force this guy to walk to us. And all the clothes they have are poor quality. Okay. So they're all wasters, so I don't really want to deal with any of them. And because they're wasters, if I capture and release them, their faction's permanently hostile, so there's no reason for me to do anything to take care of them at all. Everyone's running around cracking beers and all that they dropped. Honestly, considering we're in blind fog, that went really well. Okay. Oh, who was our second couple? We had a second couple start. Oh, right, it was Lasanu and Fox, and we're just not dealing with that right now. Okay, all of the invaders have died. Been good about our business. Alright. Nutrient fungus died delay. Oh, right. Yeah, so we need to, shrink this zone here. Because all the stuff there is just going to die to light from that fire. Who people remember forever? Who? What? Okay. Who's on Raiders? I remember who you're talking about. Alright. So no animals that are particularly dangerous for my pawns. If we get a child in here, we'll have to keep that in mind. They'll need to stay inside the protective area. Oh, looks like... Oh, never mind. There's a couple capybaras still in here. How long until these refugees leave? 5 days. That's not too bad. And we're not going to do the logging place. We're not going to do the farming place. We're not going to do the silver place. The ancient warriors I would have loved to do, but they're on the other side of the water, so I'd have to, like, circumnavigate half the globe to get to them, so that was a bummer. All the extent we don't care about. That's a bunch of stuff for getting our like, relic artifacts, whatever you want to call them. Which I will want to do eventually as kind of doing as much of, like, everything as we can. And it does fit with, like, doing the more ideology-oriented thing with the mushrooms to make sure we get our mushroom artifacts. But until we get our grav ship with a room we can shove them in, you know, I can't really do much with them. Yeah, you're in bad shape. Yeah, and there's no go juice on the map. A wild boar has decided it would like to be dinner. We still have the ancient danger here. We definitely have the firepower to do the ancient danger. And I do have the refugees to help be attrition for it. Oh, you're really slowed right now. I think we still do that. Let's wait till everyone wakes up. And when they wake up, we're going to march them up here. We're going to poke a hole through this wall, because it'll give me a natural bottleneck. Hey, Slay, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Slay, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Been doing some city skylines recently. So definitely worth checking out if you're looking for that. Which we talked about earlier, that we'll probably do city skylines in the near future as well. Okay, so let's grab everyone. Run them up here. I'm doing pretty good. Get this group all bunched up right here. And we can have my people just slightly off to the side. That way, if we pop this open... Why are you so slow? You are high. That's fair, I guess. That way, if whatever's in there is like... For example, we've got a bunch of Lancers or something in there, that we hopefully won't just catch a Lancer shot right to the face and just die suddenly. That is actually pretty terrible. Centipede burner. Okay, so you punch through shields. They can make a bunch of fire. The Scyther's problem. This one we can mostly handle. We just need to get away from the centipede burner. So all of you, scooch on over here for a minute. Bueller, over here. You all, over here. Just try and clear before you all take hits. That sucks that they're just going for it. I really don't want them running off, because they have the problem of they'll just put fire across my whole group. I really want them to go this way, and I couldn't chase because of the fire. So I think the answer here is we just back off. I don't know where they're going, and I don't like that they're just beelining out of here. So I'm hoping we can do is let's run down here and see if we can't meet him in our defensive position. And there's nothing I could do for you, unfortunately. So the defensive position here. Hey, Fox, could you reverse course? What the plan here is to do is wait till they get up here, swarm them with the melee. I really don't like that they're running that side. You run on that one. Bueller, get on this. All my ranged. Get over here. Jump on it. Okay, what is your range? Step back. Okay, nicely done. So we've got just the centipede to go. So real quick, I might be able to jump on you before I have a chance to do much. Open the door and get clear. You're a bunch of jerks, you know that? Okay, barely missed. That's all I needed. This'll work. Close that door. Because you two can tangle with each other for a minute. I like the Persona sword. Oh, you're actually rocking EMPs. The first refugee died in the opening engagement, and the other two turned on us and attacked us. I'm honestly surprised you're still standing. Okay, you're all short-ish range weapons. You've got one bolt action in there. So you should be getting immune to that soon. All I need to do is land one right there and we're good. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked to see if the mono sword's any good. Persona Monosword. Hunger Pangs. This weapon's persona loves food and transmits it onto whomever bonds with it. Hunger rate higher by 50%. That sucks. There you go. You finally hit that EMP like you've been trying to do this whole time. Now you're loose to just fire at will. I really want you to get this one. Immediately hits the EMP again. So Centipede's gonna get overrun pretty soon. After being stunned that long, it's just bullying that. Okay. So Bueller, I'm gonna have to get you back into position. The rest of you, get back into position. Yeah, so you're gonna die soon. You got too much shooting at you, too dispersed. Okay, it's down. But a whole lot of them are softened up already. Yeah, see, 4 injured, one of them really badly injured on top of that. They did take out the one really long range. They got a couple medium-ish range. And sorted. Oop. Okay, let's take a look at the survivors. Nope. Did you have flak for me to steal, though? You do! If you could just take off your clothes, it'd be much appreciated. Also, haul those back, because EMPs are going to be really good for us. Your lover, Fox, died. Look, man, you're the one who shacked up with someone who was just visiting. And check out the set. Another content creator on the platform. Does a lot of, like, turn-based RPGs, so your Pokemon, Digimon, that kind of stuff. So, haul the vest. The rest I don't care about. Let's haul that vest. And you're bio-coded, so we won't haul you anyways. Oh, that down there. Haul the medicine. You know the thing with single turn-based Digimon? Yeah. That's the one we're talking about. But apparently, your goat in Tales of Seiku is really happy. They managed to produce a baby despite you only having one goat. They're supposed to take 2 happy animals to reproduce. You just don't know about the second goat. That's always a fun bug. It's just like our fish are recovering despite the fact that literally all of them died to gill rot. And the population is slowly recovering somehow. Something, nature finds a way. Yeah, so Bueller took one minor set of hits from a Tesser. That's not too bad. Alright, so it's warning me we need to do our baby prep. Now, the biggest challenge with the baby prep we have is our lack of a competent doctor. Which is a pretty significant concern, actually. A concern I don't have a solution for. Okay, we've almost got you converted. You're the only one who's not in our main ideology. Wait, was that one there? Oh yeah, I just tagged a bunch to be allowed to mine if they got nothing better to do. Okay, Bueller's all healed. Yeah, so the big part we got is that that's not going to go away, and we can't reassure you. It will gradually decrease in how severe that is. Let's see. You'd be 3 raids of a whole bunch of stuff. You do know how to bribe me properly with the complex clothing. But where it says 15 milliliters, and that wouldn't scare me too badly, the thing is, it's roughly that size and can be anything. So it could be centipedes, it could be milliliters, it could be lancers, scythers, all that. We do have EMP, but I don't really have much in the way of armor. And it wouldn't be too hard to overrun us. And for a book that's going to potentially get me 1 research I want. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. 3 raids like that. It's like, okay, you're just cutting me a little bit of time off of the research time. Is probably not worth it. That's a lot of risk for not too much reward. Goods do that sometimes. When your mom had unneutered male one, it just kept keeping him in a separate pasture from the females, like near impossible. Yeah, animals have motivations. Blind Pog, we don't care about that. Considering that was the mech stacked on top. Oh. Also, haul that out of here. Oh, we still have to worry about what's actually still in there. How much do I care? Because that Persona Sword, so that's got value to it. The risk we have here is popping this open and it being of extremely high danger. So I'm just grabbing the one thing out. Those shouldn't go bad. But I will need to go in here at some point and open this and do all that stuff. You're currently picking a tile for power. Are rivers overrated? So rivers can be pretty good. The water wheels can be a bit consuming on your components as they have to be repaired every so often. Okay. Is there anyone who's got a very fast movement speed? So schedule, home zone, all, well actually area 1, all of you. You've got full, you're not full speed. Oh, that's because of hallucinations. So what we're going to do here, we get Mohan Rai as far back as we can, and able to get an angle on this stuff. Right, deliberately use that angle because it'd be harder for them. Okay. Why no open? Alright. That's unexpected. I guess there's no body in it? Okay, so it's 2 and 2. I need you to move now, so chain shot. Move, 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 move. You've done your job. Get out of here. And they all start shooting each other. And you took some... You're on Go Juice and Cryo Sickness. I was really hoping you'd go around this left side. So you'd fight the Empire and I wouldn't have to deal with this. Because you're on Go Juice, but you got a shotgun. We don't want to spare you. We don't want to spare you either. It shouldn't be hard. You have a shotgun, you gotta wade through everything it can throw at you. You gonna fire? You should be in range. There we go. And then meanwhile, we care about you. Undergrounder Jogger, who is steadfast with a lot of good stuff. I don't think I'll be able to get there in time to save you, but we'll try. And then the other one's terrible. I don't think we get there in time to save you, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, the immuno thing only helps if I capture them and remove it. I'm not that fussed. Because we will take a penalty for butchering another, or not butchering, for forcefully organ harvesting another person kind of thing. Because we aren't like psychopaths or anything like that. And they died instantly anyways. Does that apply to organs? I'm pretty sure if you organ harvest someone, there's a penalty for it. Unless, again, you are, you're one of the ones that don't care about... Okay. So we definitely can't get you processed in time. So we're just going to try and strip those clothes off as fast as we can. And even that's probably not going to be in time. Like, you might not even get there in time to strip the armor off of them. Nicely done. Schedule, unrestrict everyone. Okay, and then we can go over here, structure. We just shove a door on it. And then we can just grab everything as we have time. And thank you, Server Lord, for the 3-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Do hope you've been enjoying the stream. And everyone's getting upset because of observing all the corpses. Okay, so Bueller can run up here and get that door built really fast. And we just want to put the door on it so the stuff in there doesn't rot until we're ready for it. Okay, perfect. You're about to have this baby, like, any second now. We still don't have a good doctor. We're just gonna do what we can. You're still upset about a lot of things, which is fair. Go ahead and take a hit of the drugs to help you get through the day. Time zone is going well. It's 7 degrees Celsius this morning, and you have a heater pump going at the moment. There's a lot of people who are jealous of that right now. There's a lot of places, like, in a lot of Europe right now who are just baking. It's also ridiculously hot where I am as well. Yeah, no, that does happen. You do have do have people die in childbirth in this game. Alright, let's go ahead and apply the skin hardening thing to unlock that. So we can get skin hardening later. Which is cool tech. It makes your people ugly, but it makes them super tanky. It's apparently hot in some place. You're trying to email cold weather to them. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. You hate the move penalty? Oh, of the really good armor? Yeah. We did a run where we like got totally bioteched out and implanted out and everything, so we had like the very fast run and everything, and then did all that stuff. It wasn't too bad. Alright, let's wait to do any construction up there until after the baby happens. Because we're gonna have to have Bueller do it. Both of them have terrible doctoring. The thing is, Astero is blind and missing an arm. They showed up that way. They were a victim of a cult. So it's gonna need to be Bueller who delivers the baby, and we're just gonna have to hope Bueller can make it happen. The good news is that is a nice, sanitary, clean room, well-maintained. So we're giving ourselves the best odds of success considering what we've got. You just found out you had sight stealers in your map because one got kicked unconscious by a mad alpaca? Nice. We had an attack of sight stealers where I had like one wild person over here and the sight stealers just utterly ambushed her, and it's like, okay, well, now I know I have sight stealers. Got everyone in position to fight it. The meat-eating trees are going to dine well. Oh, did we actually go through... Yeah, it was you. Right, and I decided they're going to primarily clean and then haul as a backup. Honestly, deprioritize that, and you will clean and haul as your primary responsibilities. Alright, everyone is on the same ideology. Twisted meat is technically bacon. It's the cursed bacon. It's the Ohio bacon. I don't actually have any strong opinions on Ohio. Hosting and night. We have to keep them above 30% mood. You're willing to give me a book on mining or a little bit of stuff. We're gonna go ahead and dump that. You're in Ohio. It's not great bacon. And you're getting really upset about observing all of the corpses. Hey man, you know what? It's been a rough day. Go ahead and have a hallucinogenic. We've been making you lug bodies all day. Do what you gotta do to make it to tomorrow. Okay, so that's a slightly impressive room. Alright. That should be good enough to be an upset or uptick for you. And I'll wait to do the flooring until next. We're slowly getting them actually proper rooms. So pretty soon we'll get them out of here. Yeah, I've already got those ones cleared. I've only got 3 beds still occupied by my actual colonists. And the meat-eating trees are just gorging. Yeah, minor break risk on you. Nothing I can do about that. You're just gonna... Well, the insult's gonna drop off soon, so that'll help. Hey, Shaunosaurus, how's it going? Alright, so for right now, we're gonna go ahead and restrict Angry to stay in the home zone, and the reason we're doing that is she is right about to have that baby, and I don't want her to be, like, up here grabbing things when she goes into labor and then collapse, and we have to, like, run some up and drag her the whole way down. Food binge, that's fine. The important one is that Angry and Bueller don't have a mood break. Okay. Yes, we've almost got that room fully paved, and then we'll get the next one. What's... Oh, this is more flagstone. Don't! Bueller, kick the crap out of him. It's a lot of manipulation penalty. So, one terrible doctor beating up the terrible doctor almost immediately before we're gonna have to deliver a baby. You know what? I'm okay with you not treating the other doctor. They've earned that. You recover, because that's more important right now. I need you to get as recovered as possible to get this manipulation up as much as possible before that baby shows up. Because this baby's popping out any minute now. You think he only cares about medical skill? I honestly don't know. It'd be surprising in RimWorld for it to not factor in anything else. Like, I'd expect it, you know, I know it considers the cleanliness of the room because it, like, flat out says that. But I don't know if it cares about manipulation or not. Okay, now you're getting patched up. Fennec Fox is hunting someone? Who are you hunting? Mohan Rai? And what did you learn, Fennec Fox? The answer is nothing, because you died, and therefore there was no opportunity for learning, just death. Okay. Oh, right, because you're 14, so you're still, like, not an adult. Right, that makes sense. The Cinder's like, why is it attacking you? Because usually stuff like the Fennec Foxes and all that will not attack adults. Like, I believe if you injure it, it might fight back. But, like, they won't hunt. You got the corpses out of there. You're still moving on the rest of the stuff. Bueller should be getting pretty close to fully recovered. Yeah, you're right about to get fully recovered. Which I'm surprised you actually had a chance to fully recover before this baby happens, because this should be like literally any second now. Okay, and how does it say these rooms are? Somewhat impressive, somewhat impressive, somewhat impressive. And it's mostly that, they're average sized and they have mediocre wealth. The wealth we can resolve easily enough. We could just chuck some art in there and congratulations, wealth. Like, one thing I could do is expand this room over to this side. And then we can make more room for production benches and all that. That's not a priority right now. I'm just gonna let them keep working on what we've already queued up. Blind fog again, don't care. Yeah, they're hauling the last of that stuff back. Okay, storage. Don't hold on to knives. Don't hold on to clubs. Don't hold on to Equa. Don't hold on to maces. Get that out of here. Okay, does anyone have any very significant debuffs we can cancel out of? We'll deal with that in just a moment. Well, the only one that has it can't preach themselves. Okay, so we got a solar flare we don't care about. I can invite a pretty nasty, so it'd be 3 turrets, which we don't have smoke to cancel that out, and a bunch of these. And you are willing to offer me a lot of reputation. I would actually like that. But, the Lancer and the Tesserons are a little bit of a concern. The Psychic Droner will be annoying. But it's these ones here that, depending on how they line up, I don't have smoke grenades or anything like that to disable them. I'm gonna pass on that. We're right about to have a kid like any second now. And I'd rather get to the other side of that. Because the reputation isn't that good of a reward. I can just grab a bunch of mushrooms and just launch them over there, which is what I'm probably gonna do in the long run. Alright. Labor's on the way. Gather for the baby. So room cleanliness 0.6 out of whatever. But your room should be clean. Alright, so we've got a 90%-ish chance of a good result. And a 10% chance of a not good result. Well, you can EMP everything, but the thing is getting to the turrets. If there's like a big open space, then it'll be very difficult to make any of that happen. I need you to live through this, Angry. It's okay. You've got a doctor who's missing both of their eyes and an arm, and the other arm is injured by a surgical scar. It's probably fine. You had a healthy baby. Congratulations. So our brand new healthy baby in the colony is going to be Jaywalker. Astro's doctoring based on vibes. Okay. So, please feed Angry. And what we're gonna do is go feeding. Mom does not feed. Everyone else has urgent, and the reason we're doing that is I've personally found in this game, when you do have them breastfeed or whatever, that it just ultimately is like adding an extra step of hunger in the equation that doesn't really have a benefit. They don't have like your character gets like a better immune system or whatever by doing that. It also doesn't seem to change anything about the relationship or whatever. So it is better to just immediately switch them off onto baby food as fast as you can, in my experience. So we got little Jaywalker, who's gonna sit in their crib and do baby goo goo gaga things for a while. And you're now no longer restricted because you're going to have some little bit of a slowing effect on you from postpartum exhaustion. But once that goes away, you're just good to go. Okay. And Bueller and Angry are idle. That's not going to last very long. They're growing in construction. I mean, the big thing is we're basically... waiting on them getting the stone here. Right, and the two of you can't haul is the big... No, Angry can haul. How on earth did you manage to get idle? Mad Boomalope. And Salt. Oh, also storage. Weapons. Say no melee weapons, and we'll manually add Mono Sword, Plasma, Zeus Hammer, Long Hammer. We can worry about our stuff later. Because they'll start taking the stuff off of these shelves. Because we've managed to collect a bunch of knives when I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so all in all, things should be okay. We're working on microelectronics, which I'm not a huge fan of, because I actually want to be over here getting the grav tech ideally, or complex clothing would be another one I'd really like. Those are kind of two big ones we're missing right now. But that said, as long as I don't build the advanced research table, they won't choose those ones. The semi-random research will only choose research that you currently have the ability to like run a table on or whatever. So if you don't want to dilute your pool even more, you just don't build the table. Add some more benches. There should be plenty of wood laying on the ground still, right? Yep, there is. Okay, so they are starting to take some of these weapons and dump them out here so we can put the stuff in our actual storage we care about. I'm honestly surprised Astero never left. We never got a thing like Crumbling Mine or something that had to be treated. They never had like these most likely they've got the thing where there's an RNG chance at random they scream causing everyone to fall down. And if they were going to leave, they would have left a long time ago. So they could have the one where they scream and everyone falls down every once in a while. It's also possible that they have literally no downside, which is one of the possible things on the list. Okay, so they're all short to medium range. Really big group, unfortunately. What we're gonna do here is gonna have Bueller hold the door, and all the rest of them are gonna pop out, and you're gonna shoot at them a whole bunch. And then when they start to close in, where they're gonna start shooting back, we pop in here, we reposition. I need you to not have a mood break for a minute, okay? So I don't like that they're completely ignoring me and running on down. Alright, I think we're going to have to reposition back down over here and just accept that we're going to be engaging in a kind of a messy fight down here. Because they have decided to ignore my attack. We did kill one of them, so it's at least something. We don't have our stuff up again yet. I'm trying to bait the attacks into Bueller just because they have a shield belt. Reposition back over here. Stop standing and try and run. Okay, how badly did you get hurt? Oh, you're the wimp. I was like, man, you went down easy. Okay, so you go ahead and deal with your stuff. You actually rescue them and start patching them up. You go and try and save that rifle. Let's see, could it be the one where it turned hostile? You love the Shriek one, took like 50 people at wedding one time. All you could do is laugh. Yeah, no, the Shriek one can actually be pretty bad, depending on circumstance. Most of the time, because it's so infrequent, it's not too terrible. Yeah, make sure we're stripping the right one. So haul that. All that. But, like, if you have the Shriek happen in the middle of the fight, because people tend to drop their weapons when it happens, it can get grim real fast. Okay, so gear, strip you. Let's check these ones, because some of them will have, like, the smoke packs, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we only had one with utility. We do want to go in here and say, do not allow tainted. And do not allow tainted. Please tend. Okay. Alright, with that, we'll get everyone patched up. And where did your bolt action get away to? There you go. What you learned from that mess was to, they do pick their weapons back up on their own, thankfully. Yeah, most of the time they will. Sometimes in the middle of a fight when there's fire and stuff like that involved, it can be a whole thing. Where it's like they have multiple instructions that are kind of dealing with that once, that sometimes they won't pick up their stuff. And you can manually intervene and make them grab it real fast, and usually they'll be pretty prompt about it. I'll haul that. Strip you, because we want your smoke pack. The rest of that's all tainted, so just leave it there. Oh, you couldn't physically carry it all because you are down to one arm. That's fine. Because you can use that to make penioxylin if we get lucky. I really like penioxylin. Which is honestly one of the things I can credit to the random research. Very genuinely, before random research, I just would never go out of my way to get the penioxylin. Why do you want me to take on these big mech raids? It's like 3 quests in a row that the Empire's like, hey man, take on a bunch of mechs for me. We know you only got like, you know, random bits of armor here and there that you've taken from corpses, so like most of your people are walking around in t-shirts, but you know, have you considered fighting a big mech raid? I probably should have a door here, now that I think about it. Because I put a door here, I can have someone sit here with the EMPs and just chuck them through there and close the door when stuff gets too hot. Insulting spree. Don't love it. It is nighttime, so we're lucky we'll have people go to bed here in a minute. And the insulting spree will be short, but probably not. That was always one of my tricks in the past with insulting spree, is the moment it came up, you switched everyone else to be on the sleep schedule. and so everyone would just go to bed. But I kind of found over time they made it too hard to like keep everyone going to bed at the time where you want them, which is not a big deal. They have to be tired enough. That's it. Looks like they just got a couple of, you know, punches in on Estero. That's fine. Major break risk on you from being exalted and observing corpses. You can go ahead and take a hit of the hallucinogenics, get you through your day. You just have everyone caravan off the map? I mean, with how long it can take to get a caravan to leave, half the time the insulting spree is over by the time they get off the tile. If you're not using mods or anything like that. And it's gotten better. But yeah, that was always the thing. Like, I had on the stream, we were doing Ship to the Stars one time, and it was like the third or fourth time I went to do it because I wasn't doing the strategy where you beeline the whole way across. And yeah, no, it took like... Because what happens, it took a while to get them started because of the big group, because it wasn't doing, again, like the send like 1 or 2 people over, knock it out in 2 seconds. We were sending like the whole big thing, we were like planning on having everyone ship to the stars. And yeah, no, it was, it got like 2 days, they were still trying to leave the tile, and then the mood break started happening. I'm like, alright, well, it was kind of like the other day with the fire thing where they kept trying to pass through the fire, and I kind of was like, you know what, I'm just throwing it, just let's see how bad this goes with me. Ooh, chimeras. We haven't even upgraded thing. That's actually kind of scary. Get everyone inside the protective area. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that, like, I was like, let's see how long it takes for them to sort themselves out. And it was one of those things that, like, very genuinely, they got to about, it's something like 5 or 6 days where half of them were all injured from social fighting and berserking and everything else before they finally did leave the title. You know, at that point we had run out of food because things kept getting destroyed from all the tantrums and all that, and it's like, this is stupid. Now granted, that was before the Odyssey tweaks and all that to, caravanning. Everyone just chill here. So the Chimera have a thing where their AI is a little bit more intelligent than most of the AI in the game. They actually will wait for you to be in a quote-unquote vulnerable position and then attack you. They also have a thing, if you just don't go in one long enough, they'll attack you anyways. They'll also go where they'll do some damage and sometimes they'll retreat to recover to go again. For me, most of the time, by the time they show up, they're usually, I've got enough damage, they don't have that opportunity. I'm kind of debating how I want to deal with this, to be entirely honest. Because I could fight them here and just do as much damage as possible. The thing is, they get really tanky. I could also potentially set up by one of the doors, do a bunch of damage to them, step through the door before they close range, force them to go out and around. Which is probably the better call. I'm really worried about Mohan Rai. I'm gonna have to make you take a hit of these drugs, which is going to be a problem. But otherwise you're gonna have a mood break, and if you mood break, then we don't have the ability to have any mobility, because you'll just stand there and take it to the face. And then one of the other risks is if I try to, like, sally out and do the damage here. Transport pod crash. Well, that's convenient. I was about to be like, well, I don't want to run out there and deal with that. So I don't want this person to stay. I'm making this abundantly clear, Lorenz. You are not welcome here. I will patch you up, and I will send you on your way. You are not welcome to stay in the colony. Well, if they stay, you know, someone's gonna have to slow down the chimeras. Just saying. Yeah, I think my strategy is going to be I'm going to park up here by this door, let Bueller hold the door while everyone else ranges, the Chimera will close in, we'll do a bunch of damage, and we're going to step out there. It didn't seem that bad. I mean, if we look at the stats, so Masochist is fine. No firefighting sucks. Too smart is okay. Lazy is pretty awful. Has no real passions. The one thing that is good there is that 10 medical. But then also the global work speed being slow is another thing. And the thing we got to keep in mind is I am intending on using the grav ship stuff. And we are getting a lot of people for our first grav ship. I need the snake not to be in here. For when Jaywalker becomes a toddler. Yeah, no, it's definitely not a terrible, like, it's not an unsalvageable pawn, but I'd rather not take this pawn on. Lazy no firefighting is, like, no firefighting is fine, but lazy is, like, pretty much lazy is one of those traits I see, and I just go, that is terrible, I want nothing to do with it. Because especially with a doctor being lazy, which means they treat much slower, you run the risk of them leaving someone to bleed out because they're just bandaging too slow. I'd rather be picky. 1 second, was that not tainted? Oh, I guess that one wasn't tainted. Kinda wish I had a sniper rifle to start plugging them. Okay, here they come. Like I said, the plan is going to be put our people over here. Bueller is going to pop that door open and hold it. Because we can bait out their shout thing that makes them super tanky and tough. Duck through the door. Force them to go around. Oh, you never seen the Chimera? Yeah, so they're just weird, like, pink furry things. Kind of inconsistent, they're all different whatevers. So wait for them to commit to the box. They have committed. Bueller holds the door. There's a little tiny spot of land, so they almost always go to the right. Now, it does mean we're not getting nearly the penalty on the movement I'd have dragging them across the water. That just is what it is. I don't want to hold that spot because the Chimeras could be exceptionally tanky. I was really counting on you getting a second stun. Get to the door, get to the door. Oh, that's going to be close. Bueller, get ready to hold that door. Okay, we made it work. How badly you get scratched up, Bueller? Pretty badly. Your manipulation's bad enough, man. Medical, go in there. You're just gonna have to handle that. Get into bed. You, get over here. I need your position to start bandaging immediately. Okay, you're already tending. Get on it. Oh, your tending speed is so slow. Okay, you get just someone else do this. Even a bad tend is better than what you're doing right now. Are you right nearby? No. Let's grab whoever's closest that isn't our person missing an arm. So you're nearby? Congratulations, you're a doctor now. Because you are way faster. Oh, were chimeras to stop kill boxes? No, you can still kill box them. The idea is they're very, very tanky. And it's a temporary buff. So, if you're gonna have like a kill box situation, you either need enough time to like take them out, or you need crowd control or something else. Vagabonds seek resources. They want a big pile of cash. You may have your big pile of cash. They definitely changed, like, some of the styles. Yeah, it's mostly that they're just super tanky. But in that case, you saw I kept spamming, angry stun on them and just keeping the stuns up as aggressively as I could. Yeah, so losing your foot kinda sucks, especially on a melee pawn. Yeah, no, the chimeras tend to be a counter for keeping one person blocking the door while everyone else shoots. Because they do manage to get hits in, because they're tanky enough to get in range to do that. And so they end up getting a good couple hits, and they can do some pretty high amounts of damage, as you saw from that fight. So it is kind of one of those things that you can put like 2 or 3 melee in them and still lock them down. I wouldn't say they're kind of a hard counter, though, for any particular strategy. They just... the way they fight makes it so you have to be willing to... They can be a little bit on the anti-kiting side of things. You saw how fast those chimeras could close the distance when they have their buff up. It can be pretty hard to get the door closed behind you. And then with their buff, they can usually break down a door pretty quick, too. I also use the Psychic Slaughter on one, partially to kill it, but also partially I use it on the one in the door. And since while it's under the effect, it can't move or do anything, I basically was just using that to block the other ones from pushing the door. Alright. So that foot's gonna be an issue. Because that's a pretty nasty movement penalty. We can give them a peg leg. Or I think, is there a wooden foot as a separate thing? Yeah, and I believe the wooden foot won't have quite as bad of a penalty. But that still sucks. It is what it is, though. so you're still awful. We'll have to wait till you get more floor down. Like, chimeras are also one of the ones that are more dangerous to hold in a pen. Because if you have someone in there researching and it breaks free, they can dispatch someone before you can get help. The most dangerous is the Devourer. Having a Devourer in a pen, if someone gets caught in there by themselves, they just die. I usually won't keep a Devourer unless it's got like a shattered spine or something like that that makes it so it's effectively disabled. There's a challenge? Absolutely not. The only way I would be able to do that is if I could keep all of my people right there, like have the hydroponics like on the other side of the door. Okay, so we got auto doors next. We don't really care about that. Alright. So Bueller's back fully good. So right now, your movement speed is 45%. Oh, right, you're still at blood loss. I want to see how bad that movement speed penalty. I suspect it's going to be terrible. And that we'll want to take the time to try and toss a wooden foot on there. Which is going to be a lot of medical malpractice to get there. And I'm taking... Still need you on medical. We've got to get Astero the replacement arm. And some eyes. If we get lucky, we get someone who's unnatural healing. Astero suddenly goes from about as bad of a doctor as you can get to being a pretty competent one. Catatonic due to ingesting silo caps. That is one risk with the silo caps. There is just a very, very small RNG chance of instantly going comatose after taking one. I want to say it's usually a short-lived comatose, though. I think it's like a couple days at the most. But that's fine, because they hooked up with a refugee, and then the refugee turned on us and died. So, they're going through it. Let's see. Actually, probably make that marble. Yeah, we'll just leave it alone. It's fine. I'm gonna put a bookshelf in there, but it doesn't really matter. It's actually, there's a bonus if you put the bookshelf in with your research room. It can be really good. Cool, so Lorenz did not join us, which is good because I didn't want them. They do have medical, but they do also have lazy, which makes them a slower doctor. We do need a doctor, but lazy isn't a completely irredeemable trait, but it's pretty close to one for me. Okay, so you're at 50% movement speed, so losing a foot is effectively like losing a leg. So left leg. You put a foot on the left leg. Gonna bump you up to normal medicine. And honestly, it doesn't matter who your doctor is, man. It's all bad news. Faster than a blind guy with one arm? Right, but that is a person that I gotta keep around long term. And then the question comes up, is that really what I want to do? Versus this one, the Psychic Slaughter is one of the big things they brought in. I actually wasn't going to keep Esther. I was expecting them to leave, and I wasn't going to put up a fight about it. And then they stuck around. It's like, you know, they're fixable in a lot of ways. Okay, you about hacked off that whole leg. Good job. And you are now relaxing socially. And not treating the leg, as they're bleeding everywhere. Oh, don't waste the medicine on that. Stab wound above where they're right by where they were supposed to be working, above average performance. True, especially considering the doctor is blind. And we'll let you fully recover, and we'll try again. And you and Estero are probably not going to be very good friends after this. Botched my surgery, minus 20. Okay, you're getting pretty close. Yeah, mediocre is probably enough to be an improvement. So you're going to go to... Where are you at? You. Did pretty good labor? Yeah, because it seems like labor didn't actually consider manipulation or eyesight or anything. It just just like, what's your number of medical? Because I didn't see anywhere on the list that had any penalties to the success chance of labor based on anything else. Which is a weird choice, because usually RimWorld can be actually a bit of a jerk about some of those things, where it's like, every last little factor is considered. Because it mostly seemed like, what was the medical? Was the significant other, like whoever the other parent there, how clean was the room, and that kind of stuff. But like, it didn't even seem to care if the room was lit or not or anything. Okay, Bueller is fully healed yet again. So, operations. Install a left foot. Okay. No, I think I can do it about your arm, right? Yeah, no, I can't. I didn't think so. I think we have to wait for a bionic or whatever. Alright. Let's waste some medicine. Honestly, after this one, we might wait for refugees or anyone to show up who's more competent of a doctor. Do you gain skill as you do the doctoring or only on completion? On completion. Surgery failed. Okay, well, we have made it worse. Bueller no longer has a leg. Just took the whole thing right off. Now, the thing is, that'll still give him a 50% movement speed penalty. That's the reasons why it's like, it didn't actually make it much worse. Now, I suspect the wooden foot would have done more than having a full-on peg leg, but it is what it is. We're gonna wait for that blood loss to hit 0, and then we're gonna go again. Maybe. I gotta watch out because we're using medicine every time, so that it is burning through quite a bit of medicine rather rapidly. Yeah, so you're still on your anesthetic and blood loss, but that should still be 50%. Could you... Okay, Bueller's already dealing with that. Gain a medical level? Yeah, they are gaining a medical level, but the problem is, ultimately, I mean, the medical level does matter, but it's ultimately more that they're blind and missing an arm, and then their other arm is injured, because they were a cult survivor. So they started up with all that stuff missing. You need to wake up soon. Yeah, because 50% movement speed on melee is really bad. Yeah, no, once Astro we start being able to get some bionics in there, or even if not bionics, if we get like unnatural healing or something else of that nature, any of those kind of things, then that's gonna go a very long way. But in the meantime, it'd be pretty hard to make anything happen with that. Oh, I didn't check your... Metabolic -4. That's really terrible, Jaywalker. So you got almost all of the good stuff from being a dirt mole, and only one bad thing. Which does mean you are going to have an insatiable hunger. That's actually really bad. So Jaywalker is going to be a real hungry boy. Boy? Yeah, real hungry boy. We actually have the machine for xenogenetics, but we don't really have the space that I want to set it up. I definitely don't want to get involved in that until we have our ship, so I don't have to keep redoing it. Okay, so industrial medicine, add, install peg leg left. Where did you go? Oh, it canceled out because there's no doctors available. Okay, so you're back up finally. So grab your nerve spiker. And technically hit it with a glitter world to give me even better odds, but it still wouldn't get past a lot of the problems this arrow has going on. So I don't think it improves the odds enough that I would want to burn glitter on it. Get the hell out of the way. You're too slow. Who's nearby? You. You're now a doctor. Congratulations. Because wound up cutting their neck and almost taking their other leg off. Alright, so I think that's... we're not going to try again. Not till we have someone else in here. That's when I hope this is the leg and just started swinging, basically. Lawrence is looking pretty good right now. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Lawrence would have been able to probably get it in one. It was more I just didn't want to deal with a lazy pawn. Yeah, no, the problem with botching is we're burning through our medicine. We've already committed almost 10 medicine to that. Okay. So Bueller's just gonna have to live with not having like having a massively penalized movement speed. So Bueller is now officially restricted to staying in the perimeter. That way they don't get caught off in the edge where they can't get back. Disease infection on Bueller. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. It's on the other leg. Don't make me cut off that leg. One will probably fail, but also... a 0% tend. I hit console instead of preach health. Just stop trying to doctor. You're literally just making everything worse. Okay. The waste of a glitter. You can stop eating mac and cheese tacos. Or brisket mac and cheese tacos. Yeah, I mean, it sounds good. I'm gonna need a really big tend on this one. Okay. Glitter it up, 125%. Do it. 44%. New plan. Get in the freezer. Because what we can do is we can wait for Preach Health to come back up, and then Preach Health them. Because Preach Health, they'll probably be okay. What we can always do is put a medical bed here and then try to surgically remove the leg. And then shove them back in immediately. Or wait for like a healing mech serum. Or just a really good doctor just trying to amputate. Just so I don't actually use a glitter on the next one. Yeah, Estero has 10 medical, but just the blind manipulation penalties are so severe. Tear all that up, none of that's needed. Since Bueller's in the fridge, your room is being reassigned. Okay. So now they all have these bedrooms going. We can go floors, marble, do it to it. Bulk trade good. All right. Yetkin for fortune. Nah, it's fine. Okay, so what do we got here? What do we care about? So let's give you all those trace amounts of leather. We don't care about that. Give you the drugs. Tree sewing book I'll take just so we can get that off the list of possible things to roll. Have the slightly worn clothing. The raw fungus. You can go ahead and have yourself like 2,000. No, you can't because you can't afford it. You don't have any medicine or anything like that, unfortunately. We accept that. Don't go anywhere. We're not done. We'll trade you again. You can have a gift because, sir, we've been trying to get up to you about your fungus. We want to let you know that getting your daily dosage of fungus is very important for your diet. So there is a whole lot of fungus. Oh, they're getting together for the marriage. Rather than going inside in the nice room, they're just gonna go ahead and sit around the sulfur spout, and they're gonna get married in the cloud of sulfur. As you do. Look, man, it's just mushroom people thing. Don't worry about it. Definitely a destination venue? Absolutely. They paid extra to be here. They had to close down the sulfur spout for the day to make arrangements for the wedding. Okay. They're continuing to already pull up more and more mushrooms. Revenant attack. Drop the baby. Oh, not that way, man. Yeah, you're stunned, so you can't do it. Get the shot. Okay. So, Astero got knocked down. At least of all the people that could have gotten knocked, they went after the one who was blind. So, probably not going to be the biggest contributor to all that. So, you're going to go ahead and check that. Haul the gun away. Okay. So we can now have the trail, we can follow it longer. That's not going to help too much with what we're dealing with. We're going to rescue you. And honestly, frankly, with what we got going on here, rather than rescue you and just leave you here where we're going to have to feed you and all that, go ahead and put you in cryo sleep. Can you psychically slaughter it? I might have been able to, I haven't tried. The issue I ran into is the person it went after was the person who psychically slaughters. Now, ideally we'd have Flag get hit next. If we got to choose who was going to get hit by this thing. Shoot Frenzy, that actually could be really good. Solar panels is utterly useless here. Okay, so usually it's like a day or two will go by, and then it'll go again. I do have EMP grenades for the next round. Alright, so you're an undergrounder who is an artist. I don't particularly want this person. I will rescue them, but I really don't think they should stay. Because the only thing they're bringing to the table is art. Where did a Mega Scarab come from? Wait, do I still have Anomaly? Proximity Detector? I don't have any bioferrite. I was gonna say, because I could put one down in like one or two of these places to help a little bit. So I'm trying to watch these two doors. And the reason we're trying to watch these two doors is most likely the Revenant will try and path into one of those. Even when the Revenant's invisible, you can see it pop the doors. Which can give you a little bit more time to group your people up. And I could build a wall there and a wall there to like narrow it down to just one path in, that kind of thing. I'm not going to in this case. Alright, trying to keep an eye on those doors. Because we're lucky we can get some stuns off on its way in and all that. And after the next Revenant attack, I'm going to try and grab Bueller out from up where they're at. And see if we can't preach health them. And then use the preach health to get ourselves all ready to deal with the next thing. Just right now, I don't want to be dealing with trying to tend and all that while Revenant might jump on someone. But once we can hear it, I'm going to start EMPing the crap out of it. Come on. Okay. That is not what I was hoping for. Hey, Peachy? You're expendable, right? Because I really don't want you to stay here. Can you just go grab that axe? And when we see the it's here. It just came to the door. All of you, drop the baby. You start running up here. You start running down. I didn't see the door, right? I'm not losing my mind? Zone, furniture, you, assign to Peachy, medical, Peachy, go to sleep right there. That's a little confusing. So I could have sworn that I saw the door pop. Maybe I saw Turtle walk up to the door and just my eyes played tricks on me? Yeah, we're not keeping Peachy. Peachy's not staying with us. But right now we can utilize Peachy. They can bait out one of the Revenant's sleep effects. So I didn't care about what weapon Peachy has. Peachy's just there to tank a hit. The Revenant should be showing up anytime. need you to hold on a little longer there, Peachy. And I'll make sure you get a nice, good nap. Come on. Just waiting. This thing should be showing up any second now. Because like I said, it's usually around 2 or 3 days between attacks. And we're on like 2.5 days now. I'm just trying to watch to see if this door over here pops open. This one, the Revenant will likely be visible before it touches the door. Because it's got a range to it. It's not actually line of sight. Yeah, no, it's possible the Revenant could cut through there. It wouldn't make sense because that's a much slower path than going through the doors. And they will take the shortest path or the fastest path. Relatively speaking. Yeah, but the Revenant doesn't do that kind of stuff. The one thing that could happen is the Revenant could have gone, like, way to a different side. Like, could have gone way up here. At which point, then I'm watching the wrong doors. If we had a bunch of materials inside here, I could go and plug them up, but we don't. So I'm just going on the assumption. Crisis of belief on Peachy. That's fine. I need you to not be outside the perimeter, Peachy. If you stay outside the perimeter, the issue I run into is that the Revenant could grab you before... I mean, ultimately, it just means Peachy goes down. I wouldn't actually care that much. But it'd be a waste of time. Where are you, Revenant? You should be attacking by now. Because the key is you need to do enough damage when the Revenant shows up that drops a piece of flesh. And that lets you advance the research on it. And then when you hit the second research, you can hear it. And the third research means if you get close to it, you just reveal it. Like, you don't have to do anything special anymore. So it can be worth deliberately trying to bait out the third research. We're just gonna leave that alone, because we send people away that makes it way easier for us to get taken out by the Revenant. A big part of the Revenant is just having bodies to get knocked down. Don't go out there, Peachy. I need you to come inside, Peachy. I need you up here. No, don't go farther. Doors are irrelevant with you that far out there. Peachy's gonna get attacked way out there. And I can't just have my people stand there watching the whole time, because they'll just lose their minds. Okay, looks like Peachy got hungry or something, is heading back. Alright, so we're okay. I believe technically, I think the Revenant can target the baby, and it'll just hypnotize the baby, which really doesn't do anything. The real problem is the Peachy's way up there and I can't control them. One of these ones are going to get caught by the Revenant instead, which is... that's annoying. Which isn't that big a deal, but it is inconvenient. That's fine. There, Revenant's right here. Okay, so everyone else, you try and get to the other side of Peachy real fast. Peachy's still in position to be bait. Get down here, get Peachy in between. Didn't even need another one. We just chain stunned it into the dirt. Containment strength 66, so I'm gonna have to shatter the spine. I won't be able to keep it. I like keeping Revenants as my favorite one to keep, but with only a containment of 66, it just escape again and again. So we're just getting the shard. Alright, so with that in mind, you are gonna run up here and let Bueller out and immediately hit them with the Preach Health. And that's going to be your best chance of surviving. If it does look like you're going to catch up and win, great. If it doesn't, we're putting you right back in the freezer. And waiting till someone who has, like, unnatural healing or something rolls through. Alright, Bueller. Why is it taking so long to talk to them? Alright. It's a 6% lead that they has. Catching about 0.5% per one, you're at a 5%. Think you're gonna make it. It's gonna be way closer than I like, though. I need you to get down here and eat something. Then lay in bed for the little bit of a bonus we can get out of you. Come on, man. I need you to get down there. I think you're gonna make it, but it is going to be very close. No, go to bed. Don't play anything. Go to bed. Any little hair of bonus you can get. I think you're gonna overtake this at like the last possible second. Okay, you have gotten ahead of the infection. Actually, don't bother. You've got enough of a lead, you should be fine. Honestly, it would be worth delaying treatment to not risk having a worse treatment until it's down to, like, I mean, you're fine. You're good. Even if we had a 0% treatment now, you've got a 4% lead. You're fine. So it wasn't as close as I was worried. But that was burning a glitter world and waiting to preach hell. So you're good. You're gonna survive. Oh, right. And Peachy, am I willing to tolerate your continued presence? It is a question. Because I really don't need you. Honestly, everyone's a doctor now. Everyone sucks, just everyone's a doctor now. Because you can mine, which is what everyone else can do. You could be a dedicated hauler, I guess. Meanwhile, we need to re-grab your weapon, because you got caught by the thing. What are your weapon skills? Your weapon skills are crap. Let's have you deal with the chain shotgun, so we at least have one close-range weapon. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and keep Peachy here. I don't really care for Peachy. But, there's not anything wrong with them. I just don't have a need for their skill set, but that's okay. Picasso of Mush. Because they're an artist. So we're gonna need to uninstall that, because I need to start making this into another bedroom. Okay. So Bueller is fully healed. We're just not even gonna bother trying to deal with that leg right now. I just don't have a single doctor. Like, this one's got the skill, but they got no eyes. So we're just doing what we can. Oh, right. Those need to be not medical. Recreation starved. We'll need to deal with that. Oh, also get rid of this. That was so we could have Peachy be the, act as bait. Oh, hey, you are not a couple. You're gonna get really unhappy about that. Sorry, Astero. You lose the bed. Till you're a competent doctor, no bed for you. And check out Treacle and our fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Does a lot of RimWorld among other games that we do on the channel, so if you like the content here, you'll like it there, but just absolutely a delight to hang out with. So definitely worth checking out. It's always good to have you. Solar panels. We got tree sowing coming up next, so Happy 4 a.m. from London. You got a huge thunder and lightning storm right now. You've been woken up a whole London. We're all on Reddit at 4 a.m. talking about it. Man, yesterday I was out and I had lightning hit really close to where I was at. Like, I wasn't in danger. I wasn't outside, like, below it, but it was definitely enough to, like, really startle everyone around because, like, the lights are flickering. It knocked out the computers at the place I was at and everything. It's one of the closer times I've had lightning really nearby. I think the closest I actually had a car get hit by lightning I was in one time. I had to, like, just go off to the side of the road because I couldn't see. I basically was flashbanged. But it was just for, like, a good, like, 15-20 minutes was just blasting lightning again. It was wild. You know, the one in the car, I was like, you had that ozone smell from it near there. It's like, oh, this is scary. Hey, Soulspire, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Soulspire once it's off cooldown as well? It'll take just a couple minutes. Oh, you can all be out now, except Bueller, because you're missing a leg, so you're not moving around too fast. And I'd like to get you a peg leg, but we have been doing a lot of medical malpractice trying to deal with that leg situation. And you almost died on the last attempt. Operations, add bill, install peg leg left. I shouldn't be doing it. Health. It also got a little bit of medicine. You... Oh. Physically only our blind person who's missing an arm is the only one who has high enough doctoring. They've got 10 doctoring. For what it's worth, they do have 10 doctoring. They're a very competent doctor. They just, you know, have a body that's letting them down. And check out Soulspire, been doing some Day of the Dark. Does a whole bunch of indie games and all kind of good stuff. But if you're ever looking for any of that kind of stuff, you can find that over there. So definitely another person worth checking out. A lot of fun times, a lot of fantastic times between all these people. Yeah, probably don't need to maintain this thing anymore. Do we still have that set to the home zone? Yeah, forget it. Did I just put an absolute hoot? Yeah, I very much enjoyed it. I need to circle back to it. I know it's been like a year or so. I know I did try to do like a circle back, do another playthrough, and it kind of landed a little flat, but that's fine. It's a little outside my normal content. Yeah, we still got a bunch of junk in here to get hauled away at some point. So you're in bed. Okay, hear me out. Listen to Stero. I know you're blind. I know you're missing an arm. I know your other arm has a surgical scar because you're a victim of a cult. But I need you to just... If I can have you go ahead and do a pinball wizard and play by sense of smell, you know, do surgery by sense of taste, which is deeply concerning. If I can just have you go ahead and do this right, that'd be great. So just knock it out. That's almost murder. It's not exactly what I had in mind, so if you could just not waste that medicine, that'd be lovely. How do you feel about this person? So like Bueller, not a big fan of Estero. Has botched surgery on them 4 times for a -69. Nice. Opinion of them. So, you know, you just get to stay here and all that stuff. You go for it now. If anything, the new Jungle DLC allows you to just skip to the new stuff, and it might work well for your stream. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've been meaning to go back and do all the achievements in Day of the Diver, because I know I got a lot of progress there. I kind of just got overwhelmed by, like, the days went from taking, like, 20-30 minutes to do a whole dive and, like, do, like, everything a day takes, to it ended up being, like, 3 or 4 hours for a single day, because you had, like, your farm, the fish farm, the dive part, the kitchen part, and then like these ancillary other things, and like the dive could go on for well over an hour because of all the utility of stuff, because you weren't like running out of air nearly as fast, and you had so much inventory space and all that, and it was just kind of like one of those things that just got a little overwhelming by all that, which I mean, I'm sure it's like the Stardew thing, where it's like you can't do everything, you just need to kind of accept that and move on with it. Conversion ritual on Nivik, because of that. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Have pretty good chance of good results. If we're lucky, we'll get a masterful right out the gate. Nivik will just get converted, and we'll be done with it. I would settle for effective. I mean, it was effective, but it was still enough to get the conversion locked in. Okay, so that is now your bed. Major break risk on Nivik, because you're wielding a weapon you don't like. No recent conquests. Those should all start dropping off. Fish slaughter. Slaughtered? Yep. These should drop off. Oh, I'm sorry. When it said it took you to 0%, I thought it converted you. Not that you were at 0.2. There we go. Someone just happened to mention on the flyby. Okay. There we go. Now your mood should start improving. The fish slaughter, that'll take a little while to drop off. The 8 fungus will take a little while to drop off. And then you'll be good. Okay, just keep bringing those bricks in, keep cutting them. Keep making this place a little bit nicer and a little bit nicer. What I might do is start putting bedrooms down here as well. Or not. Yeah, I've got room up here, but I gotta put the ship somewhere, and I've been holding this spot up here with the intention of shoving the ship in that area. I'm sure I'll have to, like, reshape the area a little bit, but I've been holding off doing that. So the thing that matters is we're just going to end up burning some steel to put down more rooms and whatever. Which is fine if it comes down to it. Probably need to extend this room out. That's fine. So we've got plenty of that. Draw Shamblers is done. Bioferrite Shaping, that's a good one. So bills. Bump that up again. Actually, keep you at the 100. We can use the rest for that. Alright, so you're fully healed, which means you are perfectly good for another round of Insert the Peg Leg. Come on, Astero can't botch the surgery that many times, right? On the plus side, Astero's already a level 11 doctor. All we have to do is get Astero a pair of eyes and a replacement arm. And they'll go from being an absolutely awful doctor to being like the best doctor there ever was. So that way when they botch it, they don't waste more medicine. I mean, what? And... Alright, emergency for someone else to get involved. because you managed to put like 40 cuts on this guy. Okay. You have a half-blind? No. I do not have a half-blind person who's doing it. I have a fully blind person who's doing it. There is a key difference there. Alright, we're being attacked immediately. Just the one side? That's worse? Is it not? I thought by being fully blind that they would be better at other things. Would that not in turn make them far better at dealing with all this? Okay, so already making their way to the bottom. They kill the one on their way in. Cool. Reposition over here. And I believe those are Neanderthals. Okay, so good news is forcing them to march across that water. We're going to get a lot of hits in before they have a chance to do anything. Okay, I think cool. That is a lot of medicine. That's a steel spear. That's a steel spear. Sir, you don't get to run. That's not how this works. You pick a fight, and you live with the consequences. So haul that back. Haul that back. So Bueller, where are you at with your liking of? Yes, you've reached the point where you've literally maxed out. You cannot like Estero less. You've literally maxed it out. Almost exclusively from regular and routine botched surgeries. Shoot, Frenzy, where are you going? Oh, you're putting the baby away because everyone else didn't bother. Managed to cut his heart. Or her heart. And what is your medical up to now? On the plus side, every single attempt we're doing of this, we're basically gaining a level. Pretty much every single attempt at surgery. So weirdly, while it's horrific and awful, it is helping. Oh man, could you imagine, okay, so you've got the security door. So let's go ahead and up here, go grow zone up there. You are for timber shrooms. The rank and someone kept torturing you. Let's be real, that's what this is amounted to. You're not like them either. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, doing surgery again and again and again, and failing at it again and again and again. Torture is about the only word I could describe that as. It's okay, they'll get over it someday. Or not. Distress signal, we're not going to worry about that. I'm feeling pretty good about our weapon situation. We could get assault rifles and all that from that. Actually, Sodamusk? Who is that? No, that's Neanderthals. We're gonna get bows and spears out of that. We don't care about that. If they've been with the high-tech groups, it might be worth going over there. But with it being the Neanderthals where they literally can only have bows and melee weapons, it's not worth my time. Okay. Well, you're running out of research to do as we're waiting for the GravTech. Because once we get that, we start working on our ship. Heat stroke on who? On Nivek? Yeah, so we're still waiting for the fish slaughtered to drop off. But otherwise, everything's good. Okay. Right, so it's sending 2 people away for a season. And I get brain wiring, but I mean, it'd be easier just to trade for that. Especially since I constantly have way more mushrooms than I know what to do with. Let's not bother getting more chem fuel than that right now. Because that's almost enough chem fuel to fuel up a bunch of stuff, and we don't know when we're going to get grav ship. So we don't want to contribute too much wealth to ourselves. Oh, did you ever haul away the components? Yeah, you got all but one of the components from over there. You carried most of the steel away. The jade's still sitting there. I mean, I got 30 components stashed. Okay, so they're having a party. Hey, look! We've reached the point of slightly better than the absolute worst possible view on, between, Estero and all that. Meanwhile, Estero's actually pretty okay with Bueller. Basically, the only negative is that they had, that Bueller slighted him at one point. Yep, we're going to be able to get our wood now without having to run around and cut trees at random. Flash storm, that's fine. It'll probably burn a bunch of our stuff. Yeah, Jaywalker's got a while yet till they're a toddler to run around and do stuff. I'm also waiting to get another scar from surgery to make the surgery more dangerous, but that's not happened yet. They've just hacked off the entire leg and then nothing else. Because originally we were just trying to replace a foot, but unfortunately the failure was so bad that the whole leg came off. Alright, so we got 20 Shamblers and a Gore Hulk. This is just a regular events, we can just lock them in. And if they do end up coming into the room, then we deal with them. You can probably wake that up, right? Or we've been just finding advanced ones. Really? What have we seen so far as our anomalies? Oh, I may have to click on this. Yeah, so I've got 3 of the advanced ones, and you've just not been seeing the little ones. Oh, I guess we have to find all the little ones but 1. That's fine. And if they do start working their way in here, we'll put up the line, and we should be able to take them out relatively okay. It's a matter whether they path right through the middle or they path around. I'm seeing the screen shake because it keeps burning the mushrooms up there, and the boom shrooms, you know, they boom. Alright, so they coming in or they going around? We're gonna find out here in a moment. Because if I shoot them, they all aggro. And the Shamblers aren't exactly tough, but that is a good number of them that realistically we don't take them down before they manage to close in on us. And it's a matter if we can take them out without taking too many injuries. A mad wild boar. Didn't think that one through, boar. We do have a breach. Why are you attacking a random spot of wall? Did that random spot of wall offend you in some way? Alright, go about your daily lives again. Okay. Alright, you are fully healed and ready for a round 3. Sorry, it's round 7, not 3. Oh, there's no wood inside the perimeter for me to do this right now. Okay. Yeah, so we have 2 days left on them. That's fine. A bunch of them will start dying here in a minute. Okay, so cut that tree down. Alright. And round 7 on the surgery. Make sure we don't have any guests. Nope. You got 12 doctoring. Don't let your lack of eyesight or missing limbs hold you back. You are an incredibly talented and competent doctor. You can make this happen, right, buddy? Or you can stab them in the torso. That is certainly another option. And how's your doctoring doing? Is that a 13 doctoring? I mean, at this point, this is just abuse. I just actually do want that foot on there. Security door, smithing. Smithing's fine. The downside with smithing, though, is that opens up a bunch of stuff down here, and machining, which opens all that up. Which we want later, but doesn't help us with the right now situation. Don't do it. We don't need this violence. Alright, get everyone in position. This person's about to not poke the big hornet's nest, but poke the little hornet's nest. Oh, okay, I was expecting them to aggro over me after they finish it. Never mind. Carry on. Okay. So that time you didn't injure them too bad. Confusion due to anesthetic. They're all starting to drop due to their timers running out. Okay, he'll be back up in a minute. That's the point in the joke? Yeah. Keep in mind, that's the only one with the doctoring above 1. That's the problem, is I can choose either completely and utterly incompetent doctor, or I can choose someone who can see, who has... Sorry, I can choose a completely incompetent doctor, or I can choose someone who is, like, a straight-up, incredibly knowledgeable doctor of a very high level of expertise, but, you know, they can't see. There's not a winning option there. So I'm figuring if I keep working on the one who's got the passion, the moment I get these fixed, then we can do that. Can you replace his eyes? The question there is, who's going to do it? Did you bug the one in the... Did you bug the one thing putting the pawn... what? The Revenant? Yeah. Alright, so we try again. While it's going on, we'll switch the medicine. No, I'm asking it, did it bug when you put the pawn, the card hasn't shown back? Oh no, we killed the Revenant. Revenant's been dead a while. It showed up for round 2 and we just stun-locked it into an early grave. Alright, so we're at 13 doctoring. You could certainly lock this in. You've got this, Astero. First try. First try. Just ignoring botched surgery on you, and it apparently caps at 5. I'm pretty sure that was the 8th attempt. It might have been the 9th, but I'm pretty sure that was the 8th attempt. Either way, you know, it's pretty bad. But as soon as this wears off, that should mean being a little bit faster than you were before. Because you were at 50% movement speed, I believe that'll make you 75%. The first try got you. You nearly choked on your food. Yeah, Blind Doctor perseveres. See, it just goes to show you, all it takes is a little bit of egregious medical malpractice, and eventually, you manage to get there. Such an easy surgery, could have done it with your eyes closed. I'm very concerned when Jaywalker becomes an adult with the genetics they happen to land on. That's gonna be a real hard to manage one. 200% hunger rate. And I kind of jokingly was like, what happens if we give him the sword that adds another 50% hunger rate? Does it cap at 200, or does Jaywalker just live in the, in the freezer scarfing down food day and night for the moment they get called into action? Now they can be friends again? Yeah, it's just gonna take a little bit of working through. Because if we look at this here, where it does say minus 82, all of those do have a time frame for how long they stick. So it is a thing that eventually all those botched surgeries will fall off. It's just gonna take a little while. Understandably, they're not gonna forgive that very quickly. So one problem we are going to have is I need a lot more limestone and a lot more of a lot of things to get this all settled. Because it did queue up for all of this to be done. Now, granted, there's no shortage of the stone on the map. Eventually, we'll pick it all up. Okay. I'm actually getting a bunch of granite from somewhere, and I really don't know where that came from. Travelers desire resources. You want a pile of cash. Don't we all? Okay, we got people fishing everywhere. So you should be about... Yeah, so you no longer have the penalty for us murdering fish and all that. So you're good. You've almost got this room done. We've almost got all the walkways that we set out to do done as well. Okay. And Jaywalker's just being moved around constantly because it's hot. Oh, we can put the furniture, granite, bookshelf. You put the bookshelf up here, set it to critical, and get the books out of here. I'd really like the grav ship to show up, though. Do we have... Wait, we don't have complex clothing still, do we? We don't. The complex clothing would be another good one to potentially get. I need to figure out how I'm rearranging this to make room for it. But getting complex clothing would at least get us some other stuff going on there. You're still showing as age 1. It's age 3, I believe, that you become a toddler, that you can, you don't need others to just feed you. So does the whole complex of buildings just pick up and fly away? No, so with the grav ship, I'll have to build a grav ship up here somewhere, and it'll be just the grav ship that goes away. So our first version of it's going to be very compact, nowhere near as big of an area as this. Honestly, I could actually put the grav ship in this area, because I believe it could just sit on top of the water and you put down the flooring and everything. That's actually probably exactly what I should do. But the grav ship is a smaller thing that you can fly around in, but I will have to like shove like a little room for like the control panel, the engines and all that. Put like a little room over there that's going to be a barracks for everyone to be shoved into, a little teeny tiny rec room, and then storage. So the very first jump or two is going to be really rough with people being upset because, you know, they're going to go from like their luxurious digs to being shoved in a little box in a corner. But that is just the nature of how it's going to be. Because I need the gravlite panels. Every gravlite panel lets me have 1 tile of flooring. And if I want to go bigger than that, I have to go and seek out materials that, if we pull up the world map, where you see these little icons down here, the blue and white icons, those have encounters I can go in there to get stuff to make my ship bigger. You can also use the material for the ship bigger to use it for other things too. But early on, I'm going to definitely need to prioritize ship bigger. Okay, so actually we got moving of 80%. I thought it was 75%. Yeah, 80% is definitely, like getting an extra 30% was definitely worth horrifically traumatizing Bueller a little bit. Alright, bear with me, chat. We're on an ad break real fast, and I need to stretch my legs and use the restroom and all that stuff. So I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, and we are back after hearing Doki Doki Literature Club's ending song, which is wonderful. Being overlapped with Project Zomboid music track, which is weirdly appropriate for Doki Doki, even if it's not appropriate for the timing at that point in the game. Oh, there's still a couple tiles left here for the marble. Okay. There's a ton of animals around here. I don't really have a reason to hunt them. Oh, wait, actually, we do have a reason to hunt them. Hey, you know what? You're all set to 4 on hunt. And you have 4 on fish. Wildlife, you're about to have a bad time. Because I got an excess of people who can put work in. And if we start hunting you all, then we can start making packaged meals. And the packaged meals will travel much better. And then plus, on top of that, it means we're going to be leveling our shooting skill up a bunch. So if people find themselves with nothing better to do with their time, you can do that. Is it worth me having someone dedicated to fishing earlier? Smithing. Long blades. That's not the worst, not what I really need right now. But having the long blades means if we get bioferrite, I can make one of the best melee weapons in the game, a bioferrite longsword. The bioferrite longsword, it very genuinely does work. Yeah, you won't hunt because you're using a melee weapon, so you'll fish. But a bunch of them are going to start running around and shooting all the wildlife. Okay, getting more furniture done. Love to see it. And honestly, with that done... You're 8 tiles along. Alright, and this is where things are going to get a little messy. Okay, so that's going to take time. But it's another project to do while they're cutting all the material. I should have no shortage of steel. I've got steel laying all over the map. And we'll definitely want to fill in these gaps. But I keep low-key hoping it's going to kick over. And give me the grav ship so I can get the grav ship stuff going. But yeah, if we can get to the point that we're making the packaged survival meals, I think we'll prioritize over that. And also be time to take off that, which is where we use the meat anytime that's available. So prioritize the packaged survival meals whenever we have the meat sitting around. I don't know, for hunting at all. I mean, a lot of them tend to be having the spare time for hunting. How is your research going? So you're at 18 research, and you're at 19 research. Our 2 researchers are basically pretty close to maxed out. Right, and Astero is one of our main crafters, who again is blind and missing an arm, so it just doesn't work very fast. We do want to take care of that. I'm honestly surprised we haven't had another creepy joiner try and come in. I mean, I guess I do have a decent number of colonists at this point, which does limit some of that, but that's okay. One of the things we could do is genuinely set up the ritual to draw in the enemies and all that. Because if we do that, then we'll have the opportunity to potentially have creepy joiners come in to bring in the metal horror. And then we might get lucky and get like an unnatural healing or something like that, which will go a long way to helping out a lot of our problems. Which I think in that case we would target Estero and we just immediately like hit them again and again with it. Have we gone chronophagy yet? I'm pretty sure we have not. Right, we have not. But we do have bioferrite shaping, which is the point where I kind of do want to make sure we Okay, another baby on the way. It happens. Teenagers got married and are hanging out. So, I mean, are they still teenagers? You're 21. You're not a teenager anymore. I mean, you're 19. They're 2 years apart. That's completely reasonable. They're just about to be just purely young adult now. Yeah, the big problem right now is I mean, I actually do have uranium, but I want to save the uranium for, like, a little room that'll be on the ship for keeping some anomaly in there. Because then if I keep it, like, securely in that room, I could use it as a trickle feed of bioferrite while we're flying around. This would be a little rough at the beginning, because, again, limited space. Alright, long blades. Cocoa is not something I need. Luckily, they'll train really fast. Come on, man. Give me the basic grav tech. That's what we're holding out for. And then we're going to have a while we can't really do much research because I'll need the big bench. Look change desired. Yeah. Well, I can't put down dye yet. But we could go over here and go production. Or, sorry, ideology. Because that can just sit outside. It doesn't need anything special. Have to wait for some wood to come in. Yeah, they're just hauling in the stone from everywhere. Also, go ahead and harvest the mushrooms, the silo cap. Okay, so I got this one done. So floors, fine marble floor. There you go. Okay, so we got one still staying up there. I guess the other thing we'll start doing is go right up here with the intent of expanding that room. And move the light down there. So I can expand this room so I can add like the complex clothing and all that if we get the opportunity. Let's see. So regular shotguns and all that, we can get these out of here. You don't have enough money for that. You do have the jump packs that research. I don't actually have enough money. Oh, we might actually be able to make that happen. Let's see if we part with a bunch of this stuff. If we would be able to reasonably... No, the jump pack's still way out of line. So reset that. Give me the medicine. You don't have much. I will give you the tree sewing book. It'll just go down the line here through the shotguns. And that's pretty much everything there. Discovered a launch site. I'll trade you again. And gift. Have you ever wanted a bunch of hallucinogenic mushrooms? Because whether or not you did, you're getting them. Psychic Soothe, that's fine. You're only at age 2, so I do think you're gonna need a second crib. That's fine. Yeah, just not getting people out hunting that much. Okay, just making sure they weren't still restricted. Shambler's Approach. 2. Just 2. You just go about your day. You're not needed here. Just 2 Shamblers. That's it. Okay. So, a little weird that only 2 showed up, but that's fine. Let's see. We can go to ideology. I wish even if you didn't have the wood, you could just be like, hey man, just make it out of wood. When you get some wood, just get it done. Yeah, so those take a wild... Oh no, that's one of them's 80% grown. I didn't see which one that was. Makes me curious which one's 80% grown in here. Alright, bioferrite shaping. That's a bioferrite harvester. That's going to be pretty good as well. We did queue up to chop those down, but you already got it. Let's go over here. We need a little influx of wood while we're waiting for the other stuff to come up. Just gonna cut a bunch of trees nearby. Oh, that's why we're not cooking. We're out of wood. I forgot we're still using a wood stove here. We'll definitely want to switch over to electric when we get on the ship. Okay. Hey, bioluminescent spores. It gives a mood boost. Honestly, now that I think about it, we haven't seen that except for, like, I think that might be the first time we saw it this run. Maybe not. But definitely we haven't seen it nearly as much, because it used to be, like, when I played, so I almost always ended up with, like, a good 2 or 3 times that have that happen a year. Alright, so take all these melee weapons I do not want. Take the Molotovs. You can take some of the silo caps. You don't have anything I want. Because while the wargs can be fun and all that, realistically I wouldn't manage to keep them food. Don't forget the Mega Sloth. I don't own a Mega Sloth? What? You mean they have a Mega Sloth? Because I really don't want... I'm very confused by what you mean by don't forget the Mega Sloth. There's no Mega Sloths here anywhere. You doing okay there? We got Heatstroke, a Nivik. Why do you seem to be so much more prone to Heatstroke than everyone else? Oh, it's gonna be your clothes, that's right. The others have been fortunate enough they managed to get a little bit of clothing here and there. Okay, we've almost got this one all closed off. That'll be Nivik, I believe, which is the last person that doesn't have a bedroom. Transport pod crash. You got a story writer. Greedy body purist quick sleeper, who definitely, unfortunately, died on impact. Such a tragedy. Definitely died immediately on impact. Set that aside. Alright. You're just gonna casually murder each other and leave your corpse behind. I see how it is. Well, that's mildly concerning that the baby is starting to get heat stroke. Alright, so this now belongs to Nivik. And go into here, and even though I already got one queued up, there's a second room for that. Oh, I'll also need to put a light in there. Okay, so with that, we'll have the bedrooms, one for each person. And it is going to be a thing we're going to try and save space as best we can for the ship itself. Because the ship itself, we have 430 tiles is how big I can make it. And like I said, the plan I think is going to be to drop it right in there, because I should be able to fit the whole thing. If I got to like nudge stuff around, that'll be fine. I do remember there being weird tricks where you could, like, land your ship close to stuff and then put the platform underneath it and pick it up and take it away. I think they fixed that, but, there was some shenanigans you could pull, like, bring the obelisks with you and that kind of things. Okay, how close are you getting to aging up? Let's see. Get about a little over half a year. Well, half a quadrant. Because they age up way faster than normal pawns. Okay, so we'll have cocoa. I can't plant that here, and I probably never will, because it takes forever to grow. And more than likely we're going to be moving around. Really hoping we finally hit... Like, we're getting down to the point where I've got, what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's a little under... It's like a 9% chance or something like that each time it rolls that I hit the thing I want. And we've been keep rolling those every single time we get a new research done. So it's not like it's wildly out there. But it's fine. That's just random research doing random research things. The good news, as long as I don't build a fancy bench, I don't have to worry about diluting the pool any more than I already have. I've already got most of the furniture made. We'll eventually need a throne room on the ship for the Mushroom Queen, and then to have like a royal bedroom. The others will just have to deal with whatever digs we give them. That's kind of one of the challenges with the ship moving around, is because of the limited space, it's hard to give the people accommodations that they're happy with. But we'll figure it out. Alright. Come on. Grab ship. Batteries. I mean, batteries aren't bad, but not what I wanted. There's still flak pants, still have to be hauled away. Okay, didn't I? Yeah, so I have Nivik here is like prioritized hauling, but you know, there's stuff to haul everywhere. Ready for Jaywalker to be a toddler, because that'll help a lot. Okay, and how are you feeling about... Nope, you are still at minus 100. Still gotta wait for that surgery botching to drop off. The good news is stuff like batteries can be churned through real fast. The real rough one would be is that we got geothermal, because geothermal is just a really big research. Whereas the nav, like literally the recurve bow is the smallest research, then the basic grav tech is the next smaller one. Like that'll like get the research set and get it done in like a day. Okay. Just the psychic tree down here desperately trying to cling to life in the darkness. We just keep using it as our recharge point. That's gonna be one of the bummers, is when we get out of here, Angry Sugars is not gonna be able to use that. But once we get them a throne room, they'll be able to use that to effectively recharge their psychic energy. Okay. When we get the grav ship, I'm gonna have to put air conditioners on it. Just to stop this nonsense. Usually when I get to the grav ship, we also don't end up having hardly any kids, because usually you're just, like, cramming people in so tight so you have a bunch of the single beds, not the pairs. Okay. How's our colony wealth looking? Yeah, it's getting up there. We're already almost up to 100,000. We've had some pretty decent size encounters. We've actually had the encounters this round have been very mixed. We'll have some that are like really beefy numbers, and then a bunch that are like nothing burgers. And it's been a little surprising how kind of they've been a bit more inconsistent than I'm used to. Like even normally I'll have like the occasional one that's just a snoozer. Alright, so we'd have a bandit camp. We get a ton of goodwill. So it'd be 6 impids, which would require me to probably take a decent amount of my force. But I could get 36 goodwill plus, I mean, the camp loot, I don't care for the impids. It's going to be bows and spears or whatever. There's 0 chance I'm taking the tough skin gland because we're just going to botch the surgery. The vac suit helmet doesn't really help us right now. This won't help us until we have other stuff. But the goodwill's good because the space faction is pretty hard to make stuff happen. So let's see if we can't have whatever our next raid trigger. And then once that triggers, we'll try and accept the quest. Or if it starts to get down, we'll accept the quest. Because this is one that doesn't cause me any grief. We accept it and they'll give us something like 30 days or whatever to deal with it. And if it's convenient to deal with it, we knock it out. We get a bunch of reputation with the space trade people. Which are really good to have allies because when they show up, it's honestly dangerous because sometimes they will show up with like ordnance and everything to help you out when you're allies. Which can get pretty spicy. Yeah, but for 6, I could probably take out 6 safely with 4 people. But we bring some solid range. Lisanu would definitely need to go. So we have one of the stunning things. So like Lisanu, Mohan Rai, and then maybe Flag plus Bueller would probably be able to take it on just fine. Because one of the other things I think with these ones you can't just drop stuff on them, like drop pod wise. Because there isn't a place. Oh no, I take that back. There is trade locations you can take it over to. Okay. Toxic Power Generator. Cannot win. It's illegal. We're gonna get the ship stuff and just have everything locked in. Still, probably not going to be as bad. We did have, because I had a previous run where I went to the microelectronics, one of the earlier times I did these mods, I was actually to about Starflight Basic, so I didn't get the later ones. I was starting to research this, and I still hadn't had complex clothing come up. So we were operating entirely untraded and stolen clothing all the way into, like, the super late game. I think we did win that run. I can't remember. I think we did win. Like, we didn't do the ship launch. I think we did, it wasn't Anomaly. Because Anomaly usually don't go nearly that long. Maybe I didn't roll creds now. It doesn't matter. But, like, we had gone super duper endgame and just had everything else. Like, filled in almost all the research. But just did not have complex clothing. You know, then I got complex clothing and just blasted through all the earlier tech. Because I think I, like, uninstalled the extra thing that unlocks it so you can do the more advanced stuff to just make sure I knocked out all the earlier stuff that was missing, like the flak jackets and all that. It was definitely before Odyssey. Because not having that would have limited the vac suits and everything. Okay, so I've almost got that room finished. Yeah, so I can't become friendly with them. I can get friendly with them. I was gonna see if we could, like, caravan a big mountain of mushrooms at someone. I wouldn't be able to do that much. We don't have pack animals, unfortunately. We're definitely running into an issue where I have too much mushrooms. We just need a trade caravan coming through that accepts them, and we can just buy our way to Allied instantly. Okay, so you got just over 1 season left till Jaywalker is a toddler and will no longer need to be handled like they're a potato. I'm definitely really worried about Jaywalker with a 200% hunger. For those who missed, because the kid of Angry, who's a baseliner, and Scapegoat, who's a dirt mole, when you have two different xenotypes and they have a kid, it kind of rolls the dice of all the different stuff they have and decides whether or not they got it. And Jaywalker got good, 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 and only one bad, which really needed like 3 bad ones. So it's seen as like having an overjuiced pawn, which means the penalty is it increases their hunger rate, of which literally is double, which is pretty rough. We'll see how that goes. I keep being tempted if we get like the melee skills. We found this sword in the Hidden Danger, which causes hunger pangs, which increases the hunger by 50%. You know, and just leaning into the meme and seeing how far we can push it. Alright, sleep suppressor, that's fine. That's anomaly stuff that's not the same. And you're down to the very last of this walkway to be done. At which point then all limestone can go over to this. Okay. So we can get the bioferrite shaper table. Get that built. I don't think I'm caring that much about the smith to get a bunch of the regular old helmets. The regular helmets tend to be pretty crap. You're over here praying for monosword memes? Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones of just, can we push that? Because I know I made the mistake in one run that I got someone up to, I think it was like 300% or whatever, doing biogenetics, whatever. There's something that got someone like really, really high on the hunger rate. And it was genuinely, they would eat something, you would run them out in the fight, and they would get to fight for just a minute or two, and they had to like go back because they would start actively starving because of how fast their hunger went up. I was just like, okay, this is not doable. Like when they stepped away from it, you just look at their hunger gauge here. And, you know, this is fast-forwarding 3 times, but, like, this is what it was kind of doing at normal speed. And it's just like, this person runs out, they hit one thing, and then they gotta go back and grab a sandwich. These ones do not. The sulfur ones don't work with. The geothermal ones down here do, though. Medium psychic drones gonna upset people. We haven't had that raid in a while. Okay. So, I'm not going to worry about the electric smithy, I don't think. We could make helmets. You know, we got the bioferrite stuff. I could make a bioferrite sword, which would be good as well. We could make the art bench. We do have an artist who has nothing better to do with their time. And go to anomaly. Bioferrite shaper. Which I'm suddenly realizing requires bioferrite, which I don't have. Well, actually, I probably have a little bit. We got 10. Harp. Okay, we're actually having people hunt. Why are you upset? Oh, moderate psychic drone. Yeah, that'll do it. Hey. Go slam some drugs, man. Get you through the day. Okay. Make statues. Do forever. But only use jade. Alright. Yeah, and you're gonna do the art, Nevik. That's basically the only thing you do here, so have at it. Okay. Content, storage, critical. Secure the package meals inside. Yeah, so to be able to make a containment that could handle something worthwhile like a Revenant, we would definitely need to use the uranium blocks to make the walls. And that'll be a whole thing. We can get that sorted, you know, whenever. Alright, so we got the steel there. We aren't storing any raw materials in here we care about. How are you doing towards aging up? Okay, you've got half a season left, and then you'll be a toddler. So you're upset. I'm gonna need you to slam some more drugs. I just need you to keep ahead of that psychic drone until it drops. Interestingly enough, with all the other men there, it's only Mohan Rai who's, like, struggling with it. Oh, right, you're psychically hypersensitive. Yeah, that'd do it. So, where you're getting hit with, like, minus 40, everyone else is probably, like, minus 20. Yeah, minus 22. Extravagant assembly. I mean, you're definitely offering good things, but I got nowhere to build that. Okay. Psychic drone is ending, which is really good. That should put a... And yeah, like that's gonna boost all the way up there. Yeah, psychic drones are rough when you have the psychic drone hypersensitivity. Alright. So we make the containment out of limestone. I mean, limestone wall still has 650. It's probably the wood door that's really holding things back when I did the other one. Alright, so let's go ahead and plan for that. You've got sandstone and limestone. This isn't the most amazing, but what we can go ahead and do is, while we're waiting on other research... What about down here? We put you down here. We can go to Anomaly, Bioferrite Harvester, Structure, and then security doors require plasteel. And I could go out of my way to make this with uranium or whatever. Death Pall, not loving that. Didn't think that through the whole way. Sure, bring this over here, run it all the way down there. And then you'll just need the, waterproof conduit. Okay, so Death Pall. So we're gonna go ahead and require everyone to stay inside the perimeter. So Death Pall means any corpses we got lying around will potentially come back to life. I am looking to see if there's any corpses inside my perimeter. There is. Okay, so before everything kicks off, you, angry, just... You can put this back over here. Storage, clear, low, fresh, rotten only. Don't care what kind of animal corpses. Get that corpse out of here. Do we have any others? I don't believe we do. I believe it's just the one. So we get this corpse out of here. Then I should be in the all clear where I don't have to worry about it. That's all you needed. So everyone's going to be stuck inside here. Oh, there was a scarab corpse in there. Can I explode the scarab shambler? Never mind. So, the problem we have with this is it will keep resurrecting. I'm imagining we can use Psychic Slaughter on it to explode the corpse and be done with it. So let's go ahead and do the exact same thing we did on the other side. Let's copy its stuff. And the reason I'm doing it on the other side is there's a good chance those other corpses will resurrect while we're doing that. Get that corpse out of here. Okay. will need a light in here, because light does contribute to containment. So it's 93 containment. We can plunk down a shard inhibitor, because the shard inhibitor will farther boost containment. Alright, harp. Recurve bow, that's the fastest research we've got left. $113. Major break risk on you because death pall exposure. And you're an ascetic with an impressive bedroom. There we go. You got tiny spots of wire here and there to do. Okay, so we're doing totally fine with all that. We're going to get the recurve bow done. Again, we're running ourselves low on possible researches, so hopefully we get this soon. And then we got building to do. Okay, so literally the next room is fully going to be on there. Alright, that's going to be a waste of a lot of steel. I will need a room for the Jaywalker when he grows up. Just completely forgot about that. So let's go ahead and get a bedroom going. Okay. So it looks like that's hovering around 103. Which is not great. But it would hold up with a lot of things. The Revenant wouldn't really be up to task. I'd need more of the shard inhibitors, which I can't make because I don't have more shards. Does it have a floor? I don't believe that matters. We can actually double check this. Where is your containment strength? Yeah, so it takes into consideration the lighting in the room, the wall hit points, the door hit points on average, the shard inhibitor, and the bioferrite. So the floor doesn't matter unless I put down a bioferrite floor, I believe will help, but I don't have enough bioferrite to do any of that. I got 10. Yeah, it's just the average strength of the walls, average strength of the door. So if I wanted to make this better, if I made all these walls and the door out of uranium, it would massively increase the containment. But I don't have a lot of uranium, so I want to save it for when I'm building the ship. To put, like, again, like, I'd probably make the room even one smaller than this, like, across here. Like, really pack it in tight. And just have ourselves, like, a little teeny tiny containment room to just chuck a Revenant in on the ship, and then they wouldn't really need to go. I'd probably even disable the research of it, just have them go and pop there. Okay. Recurve bow. Machining. Alright, that's kind of unfortunate. Machining dilutes the pool a lot. It gives us another 5 options here immediately. It is what it is. We do want machining. It's just, it'd be nice to get the grav ship to get that going before that, but that's fine. One thing we could do is deliberately do some psychic rituals kind of thing. Now that I got that there, we probably do want to shove something in there to slowly get bioferrite. Because then we can get the shaper table, start getting the flare packs, that kind of stuff. I'm just really worried right now if we were to get the Noctil event, for example. The Noctil event would be a real rough time. And Jaywalker has become a child. Remain a basic tribesman. Welcome to childhood, small, impressionable little one. And as all children, you're going to go ahead and get yourself a flamethrower. And we're going to get a full schedule of that. You're going to be forever restricted to stay in here. And you can't do a whole lot as a toddler. There you go. So you now have the insatiable hunger. We got an excellent jade statue of Nivek. Okay, the death pall is clearing up. Love to see it. We got a normal jade statue. Oh, Nivek is the one making it. Okay, we got mech cluster. So we got a statue of Angry Sugars and a statue of Bueller. Okay, that's actually not too bad. The most dangerous thing there is the Lancer. Right now, we'll go... keep ourselves restricted away. Because honestly, if we leave that alone, that keeps that whole side of the map blocked off. Which is a little bit of a mixed bag, but... okay. So it's meanwhile we're gonna go ahead and make a new zone. Manage zones. New area. We will rename you to Danger. We'll call this Safe. So the Danger Zone, we're going to expand that. We just want to make sure that that range up there is... Yep, so Danger Zone covers it. You might be like, why did you put the dangers over that? Manage areas, invert, done. So what we can do with that then is we can go ahead and when the various critters that are undead fall over, we can quickly switch that off to put all of them into the danger area. So they can go out here, but they'll stay away from this whole corner. I'm having a weird deja vu of this entire thing where setting this up and not putting enough distance around it and getting killed from it. We're gonna go ahead and really cut this thing up here. There, just giving it a little bit extra wide berth because I feel like I got caught once like a Lancer walking just out far enough to be able to be in range to shoot at me. Okay, looks like all that's down, so let's go to schedules. You are now in the danger zone. You're free to leave the perimeter. Oh, right, the incinerator. I was looking at the ability and thinking it was the impid, like, flame breath, and I was going, wait, like, your mom is a baseliner and your dad's a dirt mole. Where are these impid genes coming from? Who here is lying about things? What has occurred? But no, it's there. They have the flamethrower. Alright, so Jaywalker now has their own bedroom. And they're gonna have a party celebrating the arrival of the mechs, as you do. Party in Jaywalker's room, I see. Okay, it's another bedroom fully finished. Don't care about that at all. Is that a place for you? Yeah. I'm not sure if you saw your character that got made. Because your parents are different xenotypes, you got the dice roll of a lot of good stuff and no bad stuff, which is real bad. You are a very hungry character. You're gonna hunger at twice the rate of anyone else. Because you didn't get balanced genes, you just got the good ones. You're not really a party person? Yeah, no, I gotcha. Well, we should probably take Bueller's statue and put that in Bueller's room, so everyone can awkwardly have a statue of themselves in their own room. That definitely isn't weird. And done. Up a jade statue. Who the heck is that? Who did you make a statue of? Just some random passerby? Sure, you can have the other person statue in your room. Okay, so we've got strange cargo. We can get a chaos skip. Teleport to a random position near where it started. Which has interesting implications. I might take the plasteel on that one, though. Yeah, that's fine. Let's take it. Okay, mysterious cargo. Oh, good. It is the creepy body. Let's make sure we have the trees here over here where they dispose of corpses. Okay, cool, not the unnatural. So that just became our big priority. If you're not familiar with what the creepy body is, or the, where did the corpse go? There you are. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll put this right here. Dumping stockpile, storage, clear, critical, human-like. Only the unnatural corpses. So this is one of the anomaly things that it's basically a research check. That you only get so long to research this thing and then destroy it. And if you take too long, it will just basically beeline to the person it's a clone of and murder them. There we go. So we want to bring this inside and not... Okay, that's pretty messed up. Because it basically clones a person, it cloned them as having motion sickness. So it is apparently a corpse that permanently has motion sickness. Cool. Now the downside is... Oh no, I think you rip a shard out of it. I don't think you put a shard in it. I really need you to study that. No. Nah, you already started. It's fine. Because if you destroy the corpse, it basically cuts away on how long you have to research it. And it'll just reappear again. But like I said, eventually, if you don't take care of it, it will pretty close to guarantee kill whoever's after it. Like if you just walk to another tile and settle, I believe it'll teleport to you. There's no just running away from it. But you need your researchers to be able to do it fast enough. Okay, we got a second statue of Bueller. It is what it is. I actually have a lot of jade, so we're just burning up the jade to make art. Oh, don't do that. Wasn't it you who, you were upset that, yeah, you have an impressive bedroom, so you're upset about it? In that case, you'll put that in the break room to make it more impressive. Someone is starving. Who's starving and why? Angry is starving. Why are you starving? Corpse obsession. That's fine. So, understandably, Angry as the unnatural corpse of herself, and basically took it into the break room and was like, look at this crap. How is no one else upset? Like, it's literally a corpse of me hanging around here. Why are you not all as upset? Which is a very fair thing to be upset about. Alright. The interesting thing is with this group here, we do have a smoke pack. I could go up to the edge here, pop the smoke pack. We'll probably throw the EMP first, pop the smoke pack. And if we're quick to dispatch all of those while they're in the EMP, we could take that out relatively easy. That's really not a bad mech cluster. I see no reason to even worry about it. I'd just rather just let it sit in the corner there. Some random caravan or whatever strolls through here, aggroes it, and then, you know, problem sort each other out. Okay. Alright, we've got another statue of this person I have no idea who the heck is. I don't really know what to make of it. Alright. Oh, we don't have clothes for any children. Oh, we don't have a clothes made at all. Never mind. That's just fine. Right, because they don't have a source of fabric. Okay. Boomlope we're just going to release. I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty sure that needs light to grow. Yeah, light requirement 51%. So I would need a grow light here to deal with that. It might honestly at this point I would need I'd need more power production. I'd need honestly 2 more of these. But we would be able to potentially get a grow light going on over here and be able to grow medicine and grow like cotton and dye and all that. Wouldn't necessarily even be the worst decision to make. But I could put it up here somewhere. It'd kill all the local plants in this area, all the mushrooms in that area. And then, like I said, I could go in there, put down some, like, devil strand for clothing, some cotton, some medicine, some dye. But the issue you run into is the sunlight there. You just 2,900. So basically that one light is 3 of those. What did you find? Oh, you found a pamphlet about ancient mercenaries. And we could certainly do it, but it'd be a bunch of components being used. I don't think we go for it. And you can kind of mitigate it by putting up a couple of batteries and letting it drain the batteries while the light's on and then refill them afterwards. Random research? Yes. And we've been waiting for the GravTech research. Okay, your investigation into the unnatural corpse has revealed more about the body. An Architect's shard at its core psychically links it to angry sugars. It will rebuild itself if destroyed and teleport any distance to be near angry sugars. Lisanu thinks that there may be a way to permanently destroy the corpse, but we'll need more time to study it. Study the corpse more to learn more about it. Yeah, and it's basically being like, don't bother destroying the corpse, it'll just keep coming back. Like I said, eventually it will murder someone. I've not actually lost anyone to the unnatural corpse. I have had it where it gives you the warning being like, yo, this thing's getting to be active. It's going to come at you soon. And we did manage to finish it before that time ran out, but I've known people who didn't have a researcher in their colony and, you know, they didn't know what to do with it, so they destroyed the corpse again and again to get rid of the mood penalty and whatever. And then, unfortunately, by the time they got the warning that I was turning active, there was not enough time to catch up the research. For me, I look at it as it's just giving me the research here, so why wouldn't I do it? Okay. We're starting to have our clothes disintegrate. I guess I have another bolt action. Hey, go grab that bolt action instead of the flamethrower. Well, the memes about the child running around with the flamethrower worthwhile. Realistically, if we're at the point where we're having the child use the flamethrower in an actual fight, something's gone wrong. Plus the flamethrower doesn't work on the mechs, so most likely that'll be far more useful to us. Okay. I was kind of hoping we were going to get a Revenant Spine, so I could chuck it in here. Jaywalker's a perfect meat shield when they're older. I mean, low-key, you're not wrong. Fast wound healing and solid melee. Like, obviously getting robust in there would be a really big one. But, they do have the fast healing and the melee bonus. So very genuinely, Jaywalker, with our current outlook, is almost certainly best suited to be a melee pawn. Oh, delete those. We don't need you collecting all the corpses into a little pile over there in the corner. Okay, we're right about to get the machining research done, which the machining bench would be worth building. We're probably starting to push the limit on what our power grid can handle. Gunsmithing, I mean, it's fine. Okay. Alright, so we're okay with that so far. We can go in here and put down the smithing. With this, we can start having them make helmets out of the steel and all that, which will be okay. Even if we got flak, we wouldn't be able to do it because that requires cotton, specifically. Which is going to be one of the painful things in this. I believe with the darkness trait, going and growing stuff like cotton does mean we'll just take the mood penalty for being out in the bright light. Alright, bills, shred mech, do forever. Oh, we already have EMP stuff and all that. Make helmet, do until you have one of at least 80% quality, for 80% hit points. Kid's helmet, same deal. The stool doesn't help with work speed. What that helps with is if you look at our pawns on their needs, it'll make the comfort go up. 100 helmets. Oop. Thank you for catching that. That would have been bad. I mean, realistically, I would have noticed like 5 or 6 helmets laying around going, what on earth is going on? And caught it, but it would have been a waste of materials. So that's gunsmithing, which unfortunately dilutes our options by one more. Oh, actually, we didn't dilute the options by as much as I thought, because the flak armor and all that's not available because we don't have the clothing to go before it. Why are you incapable of walking? Oh, you are in labor. That is a valid reason to be incapable of walking. I had missed that she had started going into labor. So you've got like 14 doctoring, so knock it out. Okay, another healthy baby. Alright, so our next healthy baby here is going to be Luxray. Oh, you aren't in the oh, that's right, you're in the last one. Luxray. We may need to separate those two. Alright, so what did you roll? Hybrid. You, on the other hand, took more negatives than positive. So you actually have a slower hunger rate. But you also got the strong melee, but you don't like the light and you're nearsighted. So you're also going to be eventually a melee pawn. Feeding urgent. Never. Alright, so we're going to tell you to try to avoid having a kid. And I do think we're going to get them to not share beds anymore. Because we cannot have the colony continuing to grow at this rate. And we're playing some real weird gambling with all the kids and how they're going to turn out with all this. Okay, so I do see we have exceeded our power. That is causing this to turn on and off. What's your recommended room size? It depends on a lot of things like availability. I usually will have the rooms like, you know, 5x5, 6x6 kind of thing. But like if you're doing royalty stuff, the room needs to be bigger. If you're doing grab ship stuff, by just, you know, availability, the rooms will be smaller. So there's a lot that goes into it. I don't think there's a solid, like, this is the answer kind of situation. You kind of play it by ear on what you can make happen. Okay, so we have another statue of Bueller. Not gonna lie, it's getting a little weird, man, how many statues Nivik is making of Bueller. So let's see what we got. We have a statue of a person we have no idea who is, leaping into the air, frozen mid-jump, looks mournfully into the distance. The style of graffiti-like with abstract elements. Cool. We've got the Soul. A statue showing Bueller reaching upward, grasping something unseen. The statue resembles Bueller laughing maniacally. We've got the statue of Angry Sugars, a solemn statue depicting Angry Sugars eating a luxurious meal. Pure bliss can be seen in Angry Sugars' face. Several smaller carvings surrounding the statue, each resembles a turnip. The work is infused with the idea of goodwill, done in a Daist statue, or Daist style. We got another statue of Bueller, which is a titillating statue depicting Bueller with hands raised as if in prayer. The statue's face looks almost like untold grief. And let's say an old sex bot appears in Bueller's arms. The work has an expressionic feeling and a horizontal structure. Okay. And this is that person we don't know. Is a quickly chiseled statue. It depicts Brigus thrusting a fist forward in the sky. Resembles a face of amusement. Sure, man. Whatever. Okay, we're continuing to work on these. Continue making packaged meals. Little by little. The gunsmithing research is getting done relatively quick. That'll unlock a couple of other good things here. We already have relatively good guns. I'm probably not going to do much in the way of gunsmithing. Masterwork Simple Steel Helmet. Which immediately was grabbed and put on. Okay, so we are going to be sieged. Jaywalker, stay out of this. So they do have a lot of bolt actions amongst them, so the outranging them is off the table. But with it being a siege, we can't afford to wait. Now the danger is they're Yetkins. There's always the risk. Am I in your range? Yes. What we're trying to do is knock a bunch of them down. Hopefully before they have a chance of doing real damage to us with the siege. Okay, love to see it. You're downed. And thank you for the follow. Woe to stream. How good of a shot are you? You're actually relatively good. We did peg you a good couple times. Let's back off again. Force you to come to me if you want to keep that up. I just need to take a couple steps forward. Knocked another. Knocked another. He got the attention to drop back. Oh, never mind. He's building again. So you should probably come after me soon. You're getting ready to fire back at me. Okay, we got the aggro. We don't need to push it. We can force them to come after me where I'm going to have my cover. Just need to hurry because they do move faster than me, because that's just a thing Yetkins do. Oh, Bueller. Oh, Bueller, please get through the door before it starts closing. Alright, we're fine. We're fine. We're in the clear. Order will allow all for their junk up here. Yeah, I hope you stay there for a while, because I would like your armor. Put you in front. Okay, so like I said, we did tag a bunch of them. Like, a bunch of them. There's a good chance I only need to knock maybe one or two more and they'll retreat. Okay, with that, try and run down here as quick as you can. See if we can't catch IM on the retreat. See if we can't get some more equipment. Meanwhile, you're not going to be able to catch any of them. So you're going to run up here. And you're going to strip those two. Yeah, you got no shots on them. That's fine. We ran them off. We didn't take losses. We didn't even get hurt. Oh, I don't care about that one. Just go right for this one. They're the one with the helmet and all that. Just grabbing their armor, that's good. And it'll be good. Make sure everyone's still good on our assignments. Alright. Yeah, that's kind of what you want to do with your sieges, is just do what you can to kind of pick at them with them way out there. Now, it would be worth if I had managed to get up there at such a timing that, there you go. If we got lucky, we got up there after they built the mortars, but before they started firing them, then I would be able to take the mortars for myself. And there's definitely a good way of doing that. I'm not too fussed about it, though. Because that means I also got the components, which I'm not going to complain about. Okay. We're about to get gunsmithing done. Keeping all that powered. Okay, you're still not due for another one. We got a bunch of limestone. We can start chucking down limestone floors in here to make this place nice. Okay. Even there's a bunch of packaged meals up there, don't really care about that. Let's actually take those apart, we're not going to use them. Gunsmithing, geothermal. Well, it's still another one off the list. The geothermal's not a bad one either, because especially with the grav ship, fitting all your power production on the grav ship until late game is pretty tricky. So one of the things I ended up doing in my last playthroughs I've done of Odyssey is basically you land it near a geothermal and you just kind of put down the geothermal and plug it in. Are mushrooms useful? Mushrooms are love. Mushroom is life. For the actual honest question, mushrooms are an okay-ish food source, as kind of their big thing, but the advantage is they don't need light, so you can grow them in caves and all sorts of stuff. So you get specialized limbs or the prosthetics books. We would do this. Please don't social fight. You want to do a low power test. Reducing the sunlight, give me the specialized limbs. Alright, slam that sucker in. Oh, have you ever had a blade on shrooms? I don't believe you can blade on shrooms. I believe that's one of their advantages, they're immune to blight. But yes, it's like one of those things, as far as like grow time to nutrients, they're pretty middling. They're not as bad as rice, so far as like the amount of nutrients you get out of them. But they take a much longer grow time. Dark Scholar. Okay. You're a greedy psychopath occultist who is really high researching. So I don't actually want the Dark Scholar. At all. Like, there's literally nothing appealing about this person for me. What we're going to do is we're going to grab all of our people. And Bueller's going to have a nice little conversation with Snicker. Send them away. Okay, that's fine. Because a lot of times when you go to send them away, they get enraged. And you gotta defend yourself. In this particular case, they didn't have anything I wanted. We've got 2 researchers who are much more skilled than they are. They don't have medical. Their traits would lead them to getting in social fights that I don't need. Not even to scream. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You'll have a lot of times they will just walk away, but there are times they'll turn hostile to you. And then if you down them, then they end up psychic screaming and a bunch of sight stealers roll in, that kind of thing. But that's the reason why I had a bunch of people on hand, so if they did turn hostile, we would stun them and then just tear them apart because they're wearing a robe, no real armor. They would not last long. Granted, foggy rain, we could miss a whole lot, but, you know, it's fine. So we're really not using hardly any power right now because the temperatures are very reasonable. Yep. We continue to study that corpse. You both bruised each other up. No chakras there. Now, on the plus side, if we get the geothermal, I can slap down a geothermal right here and power everything in here without a whole big thing and shut down the chem fuel power. But we can worry about that when we get there. Unnatural corpse study complete. Your investigation into the unnatural corpse has revealed how to safely remove the Architect shard. Doing so will stop it from psychically tormenting angry sugars. However, it will prevent farther study of the corpse. Destroy the corpse. Have a good time, Angry. You've earned it. Go murder your own corpse. You're getting a bunch of the advanced ones and just not getting the flesh beasts or... That's the metal horror. Which one am I forgetting down here? Wifey.
I'm gonna go to Pretty Vice.
Okay, you sleep well.
Okay, you sleep well. I like the little chocolate things.
Yeah, the chocolate things are pretty good.
They were yummy.
Love.
Love.
But it should have given you an extra shard because it was 2 corpses. It was 2 corpses? Sorry, I'm confusing that one. I always forget what you are. Oh, no, we had the sightseer. What are you? I always forget whichever one that one is. It's fine. Oh, right. Pregnant. Jaywalker has hypothermia. Right, you are not wearing clothes. That's a real problem. You get in here. Actually, get that heater together now. Where are you? There you go. Yes, we need someone to have time to just hunt. Question is who? You're growing stuff. You're researching. You're constructing. You clean, which we probably need to keep you focused on. You also grow and craft. You craft. You do art, even though you don't have a passion for hunting. Right, but you're also our dedicated hauler. It's fine. We'll set the hunting after hauling. Okay, caravan is approaching. Oh, is it going to be then? Did the goat cross into it? You got lucky. That goat was like right on the fence of causing chaos. Okay, so let's see here. Go ahead and chuck all that fabric over there. Have a bunch of different drugs. I'm not going to bother bringing that with me. Kevin's book is barely hanging in there. It's been used so heavily. Alright. So we're going to take what money we can get. So what is our reputation with the Greenmire Union? The Greenmire Union, we are at 5. So we would like them to be actually big old friends. So let's go to gifts. How do you feel about a little copious amounts of mushrooms? Thank you. Shambler's approach. It's only 3. Because he might be able to snag a quick shard out of this. Okay. Yep, and a little bit of free bioferrite and a shard. And a lot of gun practice. Yep, so a little bit more bioferrite and a shard. That'll be good. That's slowly getting us towards enough to build the bioferrite shaper. Unfortunately, we keep killing everything that tries to show up and cause us grief. Are all those mushrooms from a mod? This is a vanilla tile. This is from Odyssey, the DLC. This is the glow shroom biome. Yeah, they got lucky. The goat went like just skimmed the edge of that. The goat had stepped into it, would trigger them to go live, and then this whole thing would have kicked off over here. And the caravan would have almost certainly won that exchange. With the numbers they were bringing in, they would have absolutely trashed what was there. Probably taking a lot of losses, but you know, that just means they get more loot. Geothermal's gonna be a pain. Okay. Luxury's got a little off the age up. Awoken soldiers. They have a unique weapon. They're, again, pretty far away. If I were to send a caravan, yeah, it's 7 days each way. So it would be basically a full season to run down there and back. And we're starting to clear all this up. Okay. They're probably starting to properly deplete the number of chunks on the map. You're kind of getting out on the fringes on the chunks now. That's okay. Worst case, I could start digging tunnels through all that. I don't think I care that much. It's just been something to keep our people working. Keep them leveling up, getting stuff going. I mean, after that, almost all the research is relatively fast. With the only pianos big after that. So this, well, and mortars. But yeah, so we should be in good shape after the geothermal. We should be able to just churn through the research really quickly. I'm not seeing idle show up here at all, so we're good. Please go into the room that you won't freeze to death. Sleep suppressor, which leads to void sculptures. Just stay in here till you're not hypothermic. I do have it queued up for them to make kids tribal wear, so this person, you know, so Jaywalker's not running around naked. It is just the unfortunate reality that I don't have the material that much. Like, I'm occasionally seeing our people, like there's one getting hunted right now. That works out, they're both gonna go down. So they're gonna get like trace amounts of that leather to hopefully get some tribal wear made and all that. Like Mohan Rai is still running around with no shirt on and all that. Because we can't grow cotton or devil strand on this tile without doing anything special. If we get a geothermal here, I'll put down a grow light up here. And add like cotton and a couple other things under there so we can at least keep some clothes happening. Okay. Yeah, you can't hunt yet, but when you get high enough, we could potentially set Jaywalker to hunt anything that gets inside the perimeter. Just lay, you know, like slowly raise their... Well, actually, you're gonna ultimately be a melee one, so I guess we don't care that much. With that melee bonus, we definitely want to take advantage of it. Alright, hold up. You're just gonna sit in here and eat my food? We're not gonna have that. Because I'm not too worried about losing the mushrooms. I've got thousands of them. But with that, we get a little bit of leather and a little bit of meat. Okay. Could you, like, put out the fire over there? Oh, is there a section that not in the home zone? Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. There we go. Okay, we still got some leather, we still got some meat. We got animals out of eating our food. So I got a bunch of them set to fish. The same basic priority as hunting. Alright, there's the cassowary. Just slowly executing one animal after another that runs into the perimeter. Okay. Maybe anyone? Okay, they are already converted. So it's not a great position for all of you. But that's okay. You'll either sort it out or you won't. I don't care. Let's see, we can go ahead and get rid of those two crappy guns. Got a little bit of clothing there. We already discovered the thing on that, so give me my money. That's fine. Cool. Yeah, I've almost got that floor done. We're getting this one done. Can't really extend this one. We need to move the fire, which isn't the end of the world to move the fire. But with the sulfur sprout, we can only do so much. Okay, so they're going north. I was curious if they're going to cut through and get themselves in trouble. Okay, well, we do manage to get the geothermal out here. We can just put like a little wall around it, plug it on in. And like I said, then we'd probably take the chem fuel power generator, probably just turn it off for the time. We'll tell them to stop feeding it. No, probably just turn it off and just let it sit. Let the generator down here do all the work. Get ourselves a grow light going in here. Get our clothing situation sorted out. Because that'll actually be kind of one of the rough things, is we'll probably have to leave this tile, go to a not mushroom tile, and honestly grow like cotton or devil strand or something to deal with that, get medicine produced for a little while. So do a full harvest of something else to try and get that all sorted. But realistically, what I'll do is I'll probably jump from here down to one of these. So like the ancient reactor or the ancient stockpile or whatever. Get those, and then while I'm down there, chuck some crops down. Again, get like cotton or devil strand or medicine. Probably cotton. The devil strand's better, but it takes so long to grow. Okay, looks like everyone's got helmets now. That's some good news. At least reduce the odds of someone just randomly getting domed. Camp assault. Yes, they would give me a recreation book, some uranium, which isn't too bad. Oh, they would have me send 7 people over. I'd get the camp loot. It's probably a very doable thing. We'd only have a couple days to do it. Blind fog. I don't really care about the recreation book or that too much. Being able to get random equipment's always nice. I'm leaning towards skipping it, though. Because the danger is, like, if stuff kicks off while we're not here. Which we can certainly do stuff, it's just like, I want a better prize. If I'm gonna take risks, I want the payout to be worth the risk. Crap I don't need doesn't really entice me much. Okay, structure. Bridge there. Bridge there. Bridge there. Bridge there, you're already good up here. Okay, now let them finish the paths around here. It'll use up a bunch of wood, but we are growing our wood now. We'll keep it in rotation, so that's fine. Added bonus, we are just slowly building up a packaged meal supply. So that's a good one for when we travel. All right. And this will help us run in between, like, the different spots of my base a lot better. So when we have to, like, reposition from over here to over there, don't have that awkward, like, zigzagging through it nearly as much. Alright, so we're gonna need to make a bedroom for the next kid. I hadn't really planned on that being a thing, but we're here. We'll get the flooring down over here. Lots of materials, all that. Did you manage to get a clothing yet? I mean, you got a helmet, I guess. And yeah. Oh, we don't even have kids' tribal wear on the list. Well, that explains why we weren't making any progress. But I also guess that... Well, yeah, no, we can go ahead and get rid of the headdress. Because realistically, we're going to want them to wear helmets anyways. Okay, so we can keep working on getting another room online. Hypothermia and Jaywalker, because you are drawing out in the cold. Please work your way up into the warm room so you don't die of hypothermia. Okay. How are you doing this? So yeah, your learning is near maxed up, so you're doing good so far as aging up. Because the problem is, without any clothes whatsoever, it's a little too brisk. Cool, so you actually have clothing now. Not good clothing, but it is clothing. So at least help a little bit with the hypothermia. So if we awoken the monolith, what would I get for that I don't already have? Okay, so we got our caravan. Because, like, that mostly unlocks the advanced stuff. The chronophagy is the one I really kind of want. We've got all but 2 of the basic stuff already available. Okay, so you're going to set up over there, that's fine. Okay, so let's see what we got and what we can get. So I can get some Glitter World, we definitely would want that. The gene packs and all that are good. Taking the social one would be a nice bump. Okay, I don't have a doctor who can install it, nor do I think I can make it any way to be able to afford it. They do have an architect eye. But I'm looking at this realizing I cannot even remotely get the money they want for it. So, rip. We can get the pulsars out of here. Got gene packs, which are fine. Get a bunch of social skill isn't bad. Okay. Alright, so for the social skill, we're going to use an angry because she's our leader and social helps with that, but also she doesn't have any of the social. So I bumped her up to level 5. I'll need to unrestrict you. Let you grab that Glitter World. And re-restrict you. Okay. Astera was so close to being outstanding doctor, though. Yeah, the problem was, even if I could manage to make it happen, who's gonna put it in? Because Astera's the only one who's got medical skill at all. We got Bueller with, like, 4, but I don't want to gamble with an Architect Eye on 4 medical. So we would need someone to show up to do it. That's it. Getting the 3,000, I don't even think if I sold everything they wanted, we would hit the amount they want. Maybe if I sold, like, all of the package meals. But I think the better play is to hold out for, like, unnatural healing or, you know, getting the bionic stuff unlocked ourselves and just do it that way. Because hopefully by then I'll have a doctor to fill in that spot. Okay, so you're slowly getting those floors done. This floor is almost done. You're starting to get the next room ready for Lux Ray. Mueller also hates the stairs, so you can see them accidentally botching the surgery. Hey man, it's just karma. Let's see if they're over that yet, because it's been a hot minute. Nope. No, they are not. They're very not over the botch surgery. Okay, so one thing we could do is we could start restricting them solidly in the hate zone. Yeah. So we could start restricting them into the safe zone and then do a void provocation. Anomaly. We don't need anything special here. So we could do void provocation. You're at 150. $180. So get everyone scheduled to stay inside. We're gonna deliberately do a void provocation to see if we can't kick it up to the second tier on the anomaly stuff, the advanced anomaly stuff. In addition to, we could potentially... Oh, the temperature's not safe. Never mind. We'll just have to wait for it to not be freezing cold outside. Fair enough. The game said no. Oh, hey, you finished with the marble floors? So that's perfect. Because now you can put down marble floors. Oh, right, we're still under volcanic winter. I completely forgot about that. That's part of why it's been so cold on this winter. It's like, man, it's been a worse winter than the last one. Right, volcanic winter, quite literally, that's what it does. It makes it slightly colder, and it massively reduces the brightness of the light. Okay. That'll be the next room to deal with. Well, that just takes time. Okay. Yeah, so Nivik's just hauling. They're getting no time at all to actually hunt, but we do have them set to it. You're fishing. Oh, right, because you're still under restriction here, so danger. Because we're going to do a void provocation, then cause whatever it is to show up and cause grief. Alright, let's try that again. It's daytime now. Swap you two out. Get out here, try and do this really fast. Because it's still 50 degrees. So they shouldn't have the hypothermia concern. Okay, void provocation is done. So we're hoping to get something I can reasonably contain in here to start getting bioferrite. And in hindsight, if it's Sight Stealers, I have a straight shot in the base and no detection built. What does the... Well, I mean, the problem is the power. It's also probably too late to do anything about this. Manhunter Pack. A Megavols is definitely not what we just drew in. So we've got whatever's going on with our anomaly trigger plus the Megavols. Ghoul attacking. Okay, so got a ghoul attacking. They do actually have some pretty solid upgrades. Realistically, those and those are going to see each other. The ghoul's going to get murdered. Oh, it was the ghoul was the last one. I was not remembering what it looked like. And the ghoul didn't stand a chance. Realistically, okay, Jaywalker, new plan, you hide in there. Bueller, you run over here and hold that door. You get ready to hold the door. Just in the off chance that looks like they're going to overrun us. Which is a very valid concern. Change of plan. I actually feel like we can just hold this. Okay, Jaywalker, come back in. Alright, that's fine. But it's ready basically to have that door open, so if we start closing in, we could just run over. Oh, hey. You got back up. Alright. And what did you learn about getting back up, Ghoul? That would have been a little bit of a dangerous ghoul to keep here with the adrenaline heart and the ghoul barbs. If it popped at the wrong time while people were around it, the ghoul could do a number before anyone would be able to get there to help. Okay, so Void Provocation I can't use again for 5 days. We can attune the shrine. So we will let Estero do that. So that's going to open us up for far more dangerous anomaly things. Okay. Attuning the monolith caused it to twitch and grow once more. As it did, Estero caught a glimpse into what lurks beyond. She understood. The monolith's doorway opened wider by our actions. On the other side, Estero sensed an inhuman intelligence of complexity and endless rage. A dark machine god is stirring, and its physical influence will grow. New anomalies are discoverable. Alright. That does open up the possibilities for stuff like the pillars to drop in here, and the pillars are fun. Now, the downside here with the stuff like the pillars consideration is while we could certainly use like the cloning pillar and all that for shenanigans, I don't think I actually want to abuse that one. But, you know, maybe we'll get lucky, we'll get an unnatural healer or whatever when it tries to give us metal horrors, because usually that's how I get most of the metal horrors to show up, is they end up being creepy joiners that you'll void provocate, and then suddenly a creepy joiner will show up and be like, I know what your deal is, man. We void provocate, and like a minute goes by, and then a creepy joiner shows up. Yeah, you're not gonna get to you're not gonna get too far. Like, we'll bring you in, disable cooking and doctoring, and let you sit in your corner until we deal with the metal horror. Alright. Harbinger tree sprout, that's fine. They will continue to enjoy their meat and grow and consume. Now, one thing about these that I've been ignoring is once they get fully grown, if you cut them down, they give you bioferrite, if I recall correctly. Unstoppable iguanas. We would get 46 man-hunting iguanas would show up. Okay, where we put this off before, I do think I'm going to want to put a priority on this. Because a unique weapon and way more iguanas than I want to deal with. I'm gonna go here, structure, granite door. We're gonna slam that door closed, and then we're gonna accept this quest and have everyone duck inside and just let the iguanas just throw a fit outside. Maybe if we have the opportunity to kill a bunch of them without having to put ourselves at too much risk, I'll do it. But 46 is definitely one of those things that can overrun you real easy. Large number of weak enemies is one of the most dangerous things in RimWorld. Okay, everyone inside the perimeter. We do have that set. Quests. Unstoppable iguanas. So what's Conceit Forfeit? So it is a Hellcat rifle that has a boost to accuracy and a faster fire rate, which sounds pretty sweet, plus a bunch of reputation. Okay. Yeah, but the iguanas aren't very fast, so there's a very good chance as they're running around, we'll have some of them a distance from where the doors will pop out, shoot a whole bunch of them, duck back in, switch to another door, that kind of thing, and thin the numbers. But the straight up just holding them at the kill box, not going to be a thing. Alright, so let's grab all of you. You hold the door. Not push our luck. Are you gonna go deal with the mechs? Oh, I was like, I saw them starting to run towards the mechs. I'm like, are you gonna go take the mechs on for me? Because I am down to let you do that and see how that turns out. Okay, so Bueller's gonna hold this door. Reposition over here because we got a bunch of the iguanas down here. That's not going to work the way I was hoping it would. Oh, you did manage to get 2 taken down. Now you can run over here. Bueller can hold that door. There's not many over here, so we should be able to just hold and kill this group while that group stays bunched up. Oh, they coming. I was about to say, like, how are all of you missing this? It's almost time to retreat back. Okay. Get back. Who's attacking what? Okay. Okay, everyone's just doing their thing again. There's a bunch down there. So the problem is this one up here is too close to that corner. I'm not getting enough time to go hold this. I need enough time where I can actually get some time on target to kill stuff. Stayed probably longer than I should have. Stop hitting that door. Okay, so they pulled them all over here. They're now pulling them back here. They're just kind of ping-ponging him at the moment. Yeah, let's not have the slowest one wait that far over. Okay, we're doing a real good number on them this time. We've taken out a bunch. We just need to not overstay the welcome where they block the door. So in this case, what I'm actually doing is switch over to this side. Because they're going to keep grouping over here. I should be able to hit over there. And catch them as they come around this corner. And only have to worry about the one direction for him. I'm okay with the one standing here. I'm gonna pop over here and kill real fast. Okay, time to back off. And honestly, pop over here again, and then pretty soon we'll need to take a quick pause on them doing this. Yeah, because as you can see, we're just starting to have a minor risk break. Minor break risk. Yeah, probably down to like 15 or so of them. Okay, doing solid work over here. Each volley's taking one down. They're down to like maybe 8 or 9 of them left. Yeah, I think we hold here. Okay, so looking at that, all of them are down. Now we can just let our people take care of themselves. Actually, we can go ahead and put you back to that. Did we... Oh, it was the ghoul. No, was it the ghoul? Yeah, the void provocation was the ghoul. Yep, so once the last 2 bleed out, we will get our reward. Which I don't even remember what was. Oh, right, it was the Conceit's Flamer. So it is a, it's an assault rifle. I might give that to Nivik. I was giving Nivik a weapon to be short range, but with the Flamer, kind of fills that role anyways. Because you can, you know, when stuff closes in, you can blast them with the fire to scatter them. And with a faster fire rate and all that, I think that makes more sense than just having a regular chain shotgun just floating around. Alright, it's just you is all that's left. Oh, before I forget, hold that door open. If you could just pop on down there. I just want them to open this door real fast, just that way if we have another raid, they don't just go up and start smashing our walls, that they do find a path through. Hit gate opening. Alright, well that's going to be our flesh beasts. Schedule. Back into safe. Alright, same plan. Bueller, hold the door. Rest of you, get out here. Actually, Jaywalker, stay out of this one, because some of them will fire quills and I don't need to get one tapped. That's a little early on that. A lot early on that. Odds have arrived. Go get it. And get back. Pit gate opened. In a second, I'll have enemies pop out. There they are. Okay, we'll open fire. Once they start really properly closing in, we duck back through, and we meet them at the kill box. Okay, drop back. This is gonna be messy. I probably should have kited them around more. it safe. Burn our cooldown. At least they're gonna be slow in the water. So we can get one of these, that would be pretty good. Okay, that's what we got is one little thing there. Let's give Bueller a chance to get patched up. And then we'll need to go down below to deal with the flesh beasts. You gonna just let it bleed out there? Is that the plan? You already patched up. And for the entity, I'm not going to worry about studying it. Just maintain only. Because we'll get plenty of the research from the main building. I don't want to waste any time on this. Shambler's Approach. Because, of course, it's been approximately 1/10 of a second. Okay, that means we do have a trickle feed of bioferrite. Are you going to be what finally wakes those things up? Okay, it looks like they're heading my way. Let's get all of you up. So now it's a matter of what stuff leads, on who needs to be on point and who needs to be farther back and all that stuff. Because the Lancer leads in, we can jump on the Lancer right away, then the rest just falls. The problem is that Lancer could do a lot of damage. I'm kind of hoping here, let's have you in the front so you can eat up the opening volley. Kind of hoping it's going to come around the corner. We're going to just chain stun it. Nope. That's not what I was hoping for. How close are you to done? All of you, if you can hit it, stay on that target. This is not really how I should be doing it. Medical treatment needed. You took a dire torso shot. Get out of here. Okay, you get out of here. The others can take care of the Militar. So the good news there is we did get that done, and at least you didn't lose a new anything. You just took a pretty nasty punch to the gut. Actually, we should keep you in safe just in case you have the next wave of the stuff pops out. So we're just waiting for Bueller to recover, which would be any second now. You are probably out for a while, Alistair. So everyone else, rally. They're all eating and recreationing real fast. Okay, with that, get in the hole. Because we got a pit gate we got to deal with. We've got commanding shout thing going. So we want to take advantage of that while we have that bonus. Because if we leave that the way it is, it will keep spewing out more and more enemies. Two more. Before we go too far, we're just going to run through here. And the reason I'm doing that is that we get close enough to... Okay, so we got lucky on this one that we are going to be able to pretty much almost instantly take on the boss. It's one of these two sides. Let's deal with our friends up here. Okay, while we're waiting. There's really good loot in some of these. They show up in these nodes. Not always, sometimes it'll just be a corpse. Like a bionic eye. So if you pick that up real fast. Well, that opened up a lot of this place. Ton of enemies down there. Okay. That was a little earlier than expected. Alright. So you hold here. Draft and undraft you. Because when we kill this thing, the thing collapses. Okay, we dealt with the ones behind us. Okay, fall back. Actually, just bugger off if you're going to do that. Clean. Out we go, and we had grabbed the bionic eye before we left. Didn't even take a hit. But the loot? Yeah, and I'm not too worried about it. You can sometimes get some good stuff. I was trying to see... Yes, I got 2 knots there. So it collapses in 10 hours, but I'd have a lot of fighting to get in there. Like this corner with these, like, not having a lot of range on them, kind of just felt like I just didn't want to deal with it. Because I didn't have really a good angle on either side where I could really get into a good position to fight where it wasn't great. Oh, the shards. I mean, sucks to leave those. I think we just do leave those. Because, hey, we got a bionic eye. I don't have anyone who can stall it well, but, you know, we do have it. Because for the record, out of the anomaly encounters, this encounter down here has killed more of my pawns than any other encounter in the game. When you hit that thing, it's very easy for the enemies to bounce behind you. And it's just one of those things that you end up getting someone knocked down. Yes, there's a bunch of flesh sacks. Yeah, and you have the roof start coming down. So once you kill that thing, you don't want to stay down here. It also releases all the enemies and all that. Yep, so a bunch more advanced stuff, that's fine. They give you random loot. It can be good loot, but I would say of the 6 of those, realistically, maybe 1 to 3 of them would have something worthwhile. A bunch of the others will just have like random corpses and crap like that you don't care about. Carpenter tree sprout. Yeah, I was trying to remember. Yeah, we can get bioferrite from some of these trees. So we're looking at this pattern here. So we'll start seeing where the trees will overlap. And when that happens, pulling the middle trees out is just worth doing. Like, slowly get more bioferrite. Or if we get to the point that we're ready to, like, leave the tile, just chop down all the trees with a quick bioferrite. Okay. I still got these two chilling in the corner. I do have a smoke backpack. It's not the greatest thing for dealing with them. Because what I could do is I could come around this area, pop it right here, but I can't like run ahead and pop it too easily. Just take what we can get. Let's say we do have our trickle feed here. It's only 1.2 bioferrite per day, but it's more than the 0 we were making before. Okay. Now at this point, if we have any raids or caravans come down here, they'll attack that. I'm honestly surprised at this stage with how many people we have that I don't have a single night owl. I guess realistically, being darkness people, they probably could shift their schedules around to have both a day and a night shift, but... yeah, still dealing with the mechs that we tore up. Okay, turn off the heater. No need to have it wear out and need a new component anytime soon. Don't care about inspired recruitment. How much longer till the next anomaly trigger? Not quite a day. There, found the jackpot. Yeah, no, like, usually what I'll end up walking away with is, like, a decent weapon or two, and maybe, like, a lung or something like that. The one that I actually find the really rewarding one is the, like, maze thing, like the labyrinth. The labyrinth can be real lucrative. Like, if you take the time to go in the rooms where they have all the boxes, I've walked away where I have basically, you know, 8 or 9 lungs, a heart, a bunch of kidneys, like just a whole mess of different organs that you find in there, and among other things. Exotic goods trader. So now we get to see if they end up being the ones who walk over here and say hello to the guns. Okay, and the volcanic winter is over as well. Alright, so what do we got here? You can give me more Glitter World. I always want more Glitter World. Okay. Mining. We believe we already have a medical book. Let's hold on to that for now. Schedule, I'll need to take you, unrestrict you. All that out. And what is your deal? You are hungry and you ate without a table. How dare. So let everyone quickly eat, sleep, recreate, because we did go like 2-3 in-game days of one thing after the other between like all the megavores, the shamblers, we had the mechs that rolled in, what am I forgetting that's over here? We had all flesh beasts that popped out. There's something over here. It doesn't matter. But yeah, so we've had like a couple days of just non-stop fighting. Yeah, the iguanas, we had those as well. So they've had a lot of fighting, so they're probably all like winding down in some of these things. Actually, mostly it looks like they just need to eat. Yeah, so when they eat in the morning, we're gonna go and pop the, void provocation yet again. I don't really see a reason not to. Schedule, safe, and void provocation. All right. Because I'm kind of hoping we'll get Metal Horror and it will show up via means of Creepy Joiner. Because if we can get the unnatural healing, that would be amazing. Because with that we get Astero sorted out. Alright, so you got knocked down temporarily. Oh. Yeah, it just knocked you out. It's just flavor text that you got knocked out. Dimming sky. That's bad. I didn't think about that. That is real bad. Okay, so we need to very, very quickly deal with this possibility. Oh man, these are not going to do. Because the floodlight will give me some safety and all that, but we can't, it'll make our people unhappy. So we can drop you there. Not gonna cut it. Because the dark torches, they'll have to do a lot of labor. Okay. So we do have a pretty big headache. So what I could do here is I'll put the first big light right there. That covers this whole right side. I'll put another one down there. That covers that area. I'll chuck one right here. And as I mentioned, I can't put it over the mushrooms, they'll all die. But that does give me a path to go through this way. Yeah, because you'll cover... Oh, you're far enough you actually will trash the mushrooms. Okay, so you're down there. I can run a power line across. Because the sky's going to take a little while to dim. I don't have the flare packs, nor do I have the bioferrite for them. So we need to get these lights up as fast as we possibly can. The good news is all my rooms individually already have lights. Our people are going to get real unhappy with the floodlights, though. Okay, and for right now, turn that off. We need the power. The big challenging part is I'm gonna have to like daisy chain torches. Okay, we need to turn off more of this, so turn that off. Okay. The good news is all of this down here is lit up. We can probably chuck a light there. How far do you cover? Yeah. You can probably chuck a light right here. And that'll probably be kind of the limit of what we can do without killing all of our mushrooms. Now, a real bummer would be if it dropped one of the things over here, unless those attack it, which I don't think they will. Darkness soon. Alright, so zone. New. Okay, so we go here. So darkness. We'll cover all of these rooms here. We'll cover all of this over here on the right. Covers this area. Covers that. Covers you. I actually forgot I do have light right here as well. Covers the storage. Oh, I can change it to dark lights? Alright. That helps a lot. So I can go here and again, darkness. Okay. Like I said, the biggest problem we're going to run into is going out there. Can you light up the shrooms with the dark light? Let's find out. Because I've not tried it. Yeah, if I build a copy... Oh, right, so if I build a copy, then it shouldn't have the issue. Dying because exposed to light. Okay, so the answer is no. So unnatural darkness. And unnatural darkness is descending. Inhuman things move just outside of the light. Pillars of jagged, oily metal are falling from the sky. They are terrible to look upon, but surely contain valuable technology. Reach them by building well-lit paths and destroy them, ending this nightmare. Alternatively, if you can survive long enough, the darkness will dissipate on its own. Okay, so there's one pillar. So where are our pillars? So we got one pillar down here. Another pillar right there. That actually will be a really easy pillar for us to hit. And the other one's right there. So honestly, these pillars are not too... This is like the worst pillar here, and I can just literally pop out here, make a couple things. I mean, I actually might just be able to sit by the door and shoot at it. Okay, keep the power on here for a minute. What we're going to need to do is I'm going to need to go to furniture, fungus light. That sucks. Okay. What's gonna happen here is you schedule. Get out there and get that light made. Okay. So this draft. Put down the baby. And hide this. Okay, Bueller, you stand out there. You move over here. All of you... It is interesting that we have these dark spots, but the rest of this seems fine. No, I went ahead and left it on. I'm just going to let it kill the mushrooms right now. Just because I saw the one was up here. Why have we not been attacked yet? Well, I mean, I'm figuring I want to just keep this going on, but yeah, no, I could toggle it off right now. So it's interestingly enough, it seems like with the mushroom biome, it looks like all these other areas are staying lit. It's only the waterways that are turning dark, which is very curious. Because they're not only showing us being lit, they're showing us extreme lit. Alright, so what we're going to do here... Everything is bioluminescent. That's what I'm guessing. We're going to cut across here real fast. We might take a hit as we cross the darkness here. Just taking a chance with it. Yeah, no, I was all fretting this. It's like, oh, actually, this might not be that big a deal. Yeah, no, the whole place is being bright just kind of trivializes the whole thing. You're locked in that room for right now. One of the Noctils is choosing to go the other way around. Finish it off. But the pawn you set to switch off the light, you didn't set him to be in the danger area. Oh no, I set him into the darkness. Oh, nope, you are correct. Let's deal with this one over here. Inaro set the darkness. Yeah, now we're just gonna run over here. We might take a hit crossing this dark spot. And the last pillar's down there. So I think these lights will still end up being important because all of this is water here. So if I didn't put those lights up, crossing this area would be a bad time. So this is the one spot we might not get a good angle to not get hit by. Okay, and you're allowed out of your room. I just didn't want you out here with the Noctil closing it if I didn't get into position in time. Yep, everyone's starting to get crabby because I've been just taking them from one spot to the other. But yeah, no, this is definitely way easier than the normal Noctil event. And yeah, no, I think you're right, that I think it's just all of this stuff is bioluminescent. That's kind of what I figured is some were going to spawn in here. Oh, Jaywalker, I goofed. Get into that room. Go, 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 go. The good news is that light's going to slow down the Noctil, so you should have plenty of time to deal with this. So you all shoot that. Run all the way into that corner. There's one stuck in that dinky room next to you. Oh, I missed that. It's fine. That's annoying, because you're definitely going to get that before I get to you. Or not. Or not. It's going to switch targets. I can live with that. Oh, where are you going now? Okay, so all the Noctils that we've got there are dead. How much longer do we have till they die? 7 hours. 10 hours. Okay, so we are going to execute this entity immediately. Then you are going to run up here real fast. Just checking their injuries. Okay, so neither of them are injuries that cause it to be just dead. Or not dead, to be just permanently stuck. Because the Noctil will give me a lot more... Yep, no, Psychic Slaughter is still available. Yeah, no, I saw that we queued it up and it canceled out before it's done. Okay. Bring this back, patch it up, and we just got ourselves an upgrade. Okay. Schedule, we can put you back to that. Because, yeah, we went from 1.25 to 3 bioferrite a day. So, significant improvement. And it is missing its jaw and its left eye. And there's advanced psychic rituals. So yeah, that wasn't nearly as bad. Oh, and we can also go to these. Turn them all off. Turn that off. Turn this off. Turn this off. Turn that on. Turn that on. Okay. So I've got those later. So we did some damage to nutrient fungus. Honestly, we could probably leave that running during the Noctil event. We might kill a couple of mushrooms, but that really doesn't matter. But that does appear to be a thing that if you're doing mushrooms, it doesn't matter what kind of light, it will kill the mushrooms, so you can't really do the mushrooms during the Noctil event because, you know, to avoid taking injuries, you need the light. If you have the light, you kill the mushrooms. Did we get anything cool that we wanted? Oh, we should probably make a singular smoke grenade launcher. And the reason I want that is the single smoke grenade launcher makes dealing with stuff like this, this super trivial. Because I just walk up to the edge here, launch smoke grenade between it and there, walk up to the smoke grenade spot, daisy chain it up till we can get close enough to get just all the hits we need in on it. So we get that built really quick. We can then push to take out those two, the two guns in the bottom corner without having any real stress on it. Okay. And we're pushing the limit on our power. But we are researching geothermal right now, so I'm not really fussed about building another one of these, because I'll just want to replace with the geothermal in a minute anyways. So I'm kind of just letting the power be a little bit on the edge. Yeah, so it's going to attempt to escape on the average every 2-something years. Realistically, it'll probably be like once a year, but that's fine. Did you get it made? Alright, nope, unfinished. They're still working on it. Because then I'll give that to Jaywalker. Because Jaywalker can just, again, stand back, pump the smoke grenade out, everyone moves up, pump some smoke grenades out, everyone moves up. Saves me have to do a whole bunch of extra nonsense. And they did drop some shards and all that good stuff around here as well. Oh, and a lot of bioferrite. Okay. Appreciate that. Okay. And tons of corpses to be hauled around still. Yet another Harbinger tree sprouting. Okay, so at this point, this Harbinger tree in the middle here is kind of irrelevant. We're gonna go here. We're gonna allow him to chop down just that tree. The reason we're saying that is all these overlap except for this tiny little sliver here. But once that finishes growing, it'll take care of it. So that gives me another 16, and the meat that pops out immediately gets eaten by the other trees. Okay. For right now, we're gonna turn that off, so we have room power for that. Okay, now I don't have power for that, so we're gonna turn you off for the time being. And I still don't have power for that. Why do I still not have power for that? Ah, so saying I need that much more. Sorry, Jaywalker, no nightlights. Same with you, Nivik. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Okay, cool, that's back online. Oh, I'm betting it was the ACs kicked in. Prepping for the heat? I do hope the heat isn't too unbearable and all that stuff. So hopefully we get that done soon. You're high priority in crafting? Yes, you are. You cook and then you craft. Just minor 33 degrees. In a cow onesie, no biggie, help. It's fine. I just need you to wake up so you can finish that smoke grenade, and then we'll shut down these guns in the bottom corner. How goes the world of Rim? It's going good. We had a couple things we actually expected to be way more dangerous than they ended up being. I'm not building your giant ruin. I don't have the bricks for it. But like we just had the underground area. We knocked that down easy. We had the Noctil event, which apparently we didn't realize all these mushrooms glow in the dark. So whereas super paranoid about the Noctil event and all that stuff, it ended up being a breeze. It's been a while since you heard your voice. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, no, I've been doing well. It's good to have you, Lilypad. Good to see you. Alright, so get that smoke grenade launcher done. Then we'll go down here, deal with our little mech friends hiding in the corner down there. And they'll be clear to just open up the map again. Or we'll have a flesh beast attack and disregard all those things I was in the middle of saying. Let's see where the flesh beast attacks at. Schedule into the safe zone. Okay, so I got the two spots over there. The one that's in danger is you way up here. Grab. If there's one rule about having a kid in RimWorld, it's that they're always being carried anytime something happens. Nivik, buddy. Okay. Getting people in a position as fast as we possibly can. Mueller's standing in front to hopefully deal with that. Okay, so undraft you. And while it figures itself out, let's go ahead and finish those off. Sir? Have you considered not doing that? Alright, we'll run down here. Intercept it as it comes around this corner. Finish it off. There you go. And thank you, Lornall. I do appreciate the Prime Gaming sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 19 months, and thank you so much for that continued support. I do appreciate it. Alright, so we got everyone sorted out for the time being. Getting them all back to work. Void Provocation still on cooldown for a while longer. So we got Noctil. So it'd still be more advanced. So I'm not deliberately like going after the anomaly ending or whatever. We are just kind of working ourselves. I'm actually waiting for the grab ship, but we're doing the semi-random research and we're getting a whole lot of stuff. Oh, that's the wrong tree. We're getting a whole lot of everything that isn't the grab ship. So we're just dealing with the RNG being RNG. Because then we'll start working around to explore and get more of that stuff going. Because I do think I'm going to go out of my way to do just about as like all the endings we can come up with and all that. So like do the Odyssey, do the one. The Ship of the Stars is the only wild card there. There's ways you can kind of abuse Ship of the Stars, like make your really tiny defense, rip up all the extra stuff you don't need from the ship to have the bare minimum to have it launch. Just to reduce the wealth. And then once you have all that sorted, then you like pull like either like a burn box or whatever and just launch the ship. And between using that, like if you have, you know, an animal pulse or whatever, you can manage to hold the whole thing pretty easily. Just because the size of the raids will be fairly minuscule. Alright. How are we doing? Yeah, so you're about to get the smoke launcher done. So let's get the mechs out of here, just in case we get like the hate raiders or whatever. And if they were to hide, because like if we look at the mech stuff down here, that's actually not an angle they could. But like I was gonna say is if this is a little bit more to the right, have the hate raiders come in here and effectively be protected by the mechs or something. All right, so we did get the smoke grenade made. So it's here somewhere. There you are. So go grab that. And we're not gonna have a need for Bueller here. Let's go down here. So let's grab everyone. Move them right over here. Just a little bit of cover, because the mechs will not shoot through the mech sentries. Won't shoot through smoke. Okay. That's not good. Gonna wait to do another shot. Okay, that's good enough for us to move up again. And then we're playing close, so we don't need to move up again after this. And mech cluster defeated. So go back up here, grab your bolt action. Where... Oh, you haven't moved it yet, that's right. Okay, so we can go here, and you are no longer restricted in any capacity. Which has been a long time since we've been able to do that, because that whole mech cluster was down there for all that time. Okay, so haul that inside so it doesn't just rot out there. Okay. So research-wise, for Anomaly, we have literally every single thing for the basic research available. And for the advanced research, we got a good amount of it. We're missing a handful of things. But broadly speaking, we've got just about all of the things I would care about in place. So I'm not going to bother doing the Void Provocation for a little while. Let's just try and keep focusing on getting the research done. We do also have a source of bioferrite here. I don't want to build a whole bunch of these right now. This is fine. And I guess one thing we can do is how much power does the proximity sensor take? 75. Because it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to put a proximity sensor like right around here. Because that would cover the one door that the Noctils would end up coming, or not Noctils, the Sight Stealers would end up coming in there, so I could just plug that in. I think I'm going to do it. So that just kind of gives me an early warning system being like, hey, there's Sight Stealers in your perimeter, and I could either scramble to try and get there to help myself. I do remember when Anomaly first dropped, I would actually sit there and put like little bunker over there with a, you know, like a little bunker over there with the detection or whatever. You know, just kind of dig a couple tiles into a wall or whatever. Plunk it in just like you do for like an unstable power core. Hey, Army, how's it going? Can we get a, actually... I don't think we got a shout out for Azrael. We should get that, and we should also get a shout out for our Army of Stars. Both fantastic content creators. Azrael does like a lot of simulation games, that kind of thing. So if you're looking for sim games over there, there's lots of excellent options there, and Azrael covers that. So that's really good stuff. And then Army of Stars is like a whole lot of indie games and good stuff over there that definitely worth checking out and all that good stuff. I'm doing pretty well. Making slow and steady progress in RimWorld. Slowly kind of building things up, getting it all going. Azrael's a Forza streamer now? Ah, okay, just making sure. That's important. Alright, Shambler Assault. Shambler Assault is where they smash your doors in and they tell you to say thank you. And it usually in itself isn't too bad, but it does have a tendency that you have the assault and then immediately get followed by a regular raid, but you have your defensive line Swiss cheesed. You can get screwed by it if you're out of position. Like right now we got a Scrap. He is definitely out of position. You're gonna reverse course and just run. Then we have Army of Stars. Again, plays like a lot of indie games, so definitely good times over there. Okay, so we don't have that up. But they're going to start trashing my walls. And we're just going to live with that. You only have 168 hours and 59 minutes in game? You mean? Okay, so it looks like we're handling this front completely fine. We do have quite a bit of firepower and some decent shooting skill now. Yeah, so they're gonna, like, they're definitely gonna breach into these bedrooms and trash those. I'm not loving that. We're just gonna work our way around the outside. Alright, time to move along. Have you breached yet? We got a couple coming up behind me. Like I said, I got these ones that are slowly working their way through that wall. Okay, let's switch back over here, deal with their friends coming from behind. Oh, no, they knocked a hole in there and then they shift up. I appreciate your commitment, but also please stop it. Okay, they have breached into the inner area. So let's run down here and catch him on this spot. Oh, you're not dead. Okay, so I've got one down here in the room. And then that's it. Who's attacking the wall next to the wooden door. Yeah, so they knocked 3 holes in the wall in this front. Okay, and we are all sorted. Yeah, so I got these have holes in them, which likely doesn't actually give them access to my base. The only ones that do is that hole and that hole. So to give everyone a chance, because we got people who are starving because of how long they've been running around fighting. So once they manage to get some quick recreation, food, all that stuff, we're gonna plug these holes. So just making sure. So we got granite and sandstone, so that's a sandstone spot. The limestone spot, we'll cancel that. You're now sandstone spot. You already got material there. Okay, that's one spot repaired. Alright. Like I said, usually the danger is stuff like this where we got some holes in our walls. And then you have a raid follow that up. So as soon as it's done with the shooting lesson, we are going to have you prioritize plugging that hole. And then that spot. Didn't look like they breached anywhere else. They just had the couple spots down here. And just like that, all the actual holes are done. Now, we got a lot of weakened walls still, but at least the enemies can't just walk in on us. Alright. So that went smoothly. Is there a door from one of the rooms? Oh, no, it's not missing the door. I have it left open. Because we opened the door to poke in to shoot the shambler that gotten inside. Okay, quest for peace talks. Okay, so the peace talks are actually nearby. So we're gonna form a caravan, get down to the peace talks, then return trip, accept. So the people who definitely need to go to that is going to be you. And where's the other one? You. So travel route will be 1 day, well, day and a half to and from. So you two get out of here. Do as fast as you can. Okay, just checking on one thing real quick. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, so we're trying to get them out here real fast. Those peace talks, if they go well, you can very easily make allies that way, or at least turn people from being hostile. And so we did just have multiple threats hit us, so I'm kind of banking on the idea that we won't have another threat real fast. We did send 2 people who have our stuns, and the reason we sent those people is I don't know who is actually considered our faction leader. It'll probably be Angry, but we can go ahead and grab both of them. This one has high social. That one is probably the leader, so that should help. Now there is technically the possibility that we go to these peace talks and we do such a terrible job that we get into a fight, but that's extremely rare. Usually it's either one, you massively improve your standing with them, you have kind of a neutral ending, or you make the situation worse so far as you're even more hostile to each other. And that all has to like reflect on, did you send your leader, how's the social situation, yada yada. A mad colossal toad? Oh no! Okay, we're good. Yeah, so we cut over here, poke up, and they're gonna go right back. Alright, so food's good, all that other stuff's good. Let's get this peace talk knocked out. And the other nice thing, well, I mean, Leonsu is one of my researchers, but Astero is the other one. So it should be okay there. Okay. We get precision rifling, I'll be able to make the Hellcat rifles. I do like those as well. What am I oh, the flare packs are... That's right, the disruptor flare packs actually are there. Because we definitely want those. I really like the disruptor flare packs. They're just another source of stuns that don't share a cooldown with the other ones. They're one that you hit them with the flare, and you can only get like 1 flare on an enemy for, honestly, the duration of a fight, unless it's a very tanky enemy like a Centipede or a War Queen. But, it's one of those things where you have like huge numbers of enemies, you can drop 1 flare, stun the whole group of them, and you know you start peeling away a bunch, you can stun the back line of the next set. So it ends up being pretty solid. Oh, we'll end up needing to turn that on. You can turn that off right now. There we go. Okay, we're almost to the peace talks. And then we can send them back. Because I'm not against, like, caravanning to these stuff, but, like, all the other ones we've had have been, like, up here. Or, like, you see the one way down there. And so it's kind of one of those things that they're so far away. Alright. And the results are... Peace talks backfire. Alright, the talks have backfired. Despite trading some pleasantries, the delegates made no progress on substantive issues, and multiple statements were interpreted as insults. Relations with them have decreased by 15. Your negotiator gained 6,000 social. I'm honestly okay with that. Because it was who we were... It was this group. Yeah, so we only went down like 15 or 19. They're already basically max hostility on us, so it doesn't really matter. But the fact that we got 6,000 social will help quite a bit in the future. So, not that big a deal. Now I just want to get them back home before the next attack comes in. We also need this geothermal to get done so we can move on with our lives. And how are you doing? So you age up next at, is it 7? So you're already at tier 3 learning or growth. And you've got, well, let's actually get better information. We've got, yeah, almost 2, not quite 2 full years. Is this modded? Very, very minimal mods. We're not running any, like, this is a, like, this is part of Odyssey, this is the Glow Forest, so we don't have anything to change the biomes. The only mods I have that change anything is we're using the semi-random, mod, so I don't control my research. We're basically handing the keys over to RNG. And then the no research mod, which means I start with no research. At this point, you can't tell because I filled in the research. But, like, we're technically a tribal, and we didn't start with, like, the passive cooler or the tree sowing because of that mod. But otherwise, everything else is more or less just music and that kind of thing. I tend to mod extremely lightly. But yeah, so all the biomes, all the creatures, all the weapons, all the other stuff you see, that's all vanilla. Vanilla with the DLC. We are running all of the DLC. Yes. Glowy attunement thing. Kill all the mushrooms. But don't really. Because thematically, this run is around prolicizing the importance of mushrooms and how, you know, mushrooms are everything. We got our ideology. Mush is life, mush is love, mush is us. Where we have the Mushroom Queen, who is... where is she? Oh, she's away right now. Angry Sugars, the Mushroom Queen, and we're just going with all its stuff. Oh, I just realized I'm probably not getting basic anomaly research in any meaningful capacity anymore, am I? Because you're probably giving me pretty much nothing but advanced research now? And you'll also be advanced research, because I do want to get chronophagy. I really like chronophagy. How are our ages doing? 36 is fine, 19 is fine, 17 is fine, 50 is a little up there for RimWorld, same with 48 and 53. So these three will want to try and do the age stuff with them. That's a teenager. What about you? I don't remember Leonsu's age. Your age is 21. Okay. So we have the 3 here. RimWorld gets to be pretty cruel when it comes to age. It's very aggressive. It's like, oh hey, you turned 40, you have a bad back, you're frail, and now you have dementia. And it's like, dude, it's just 40. But like, it's pretty, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it is one of those things that you end up getting a lot of those age-related problems on your characters really early in this game. It's an RNG thing, but so once you start pushing over 40, you kind of want to go out of your way to try and do what you can to de-age. Yeah, it feels a bit harsh with the age thing. Let's see, the only problem with Anomaly is that you have to wait to discover stuff, and it advances too fast, so now you can't do basic research. Yeah, no, I mean, normally I haven't had this problem. But we haven't been keeping any anomaly stuff for the research things. So we'll have to deal with that. Now to go out of my way to, like, capture a site steal or something. Yeah, because they sped up the rate you could go through Anomaly a little while after it came out. Yeah, because I care about this one. The Dead Life Dust can be extremely good, the Disruptor Flares is extremely good, and the Ghouls can be extremely good if you want to deal with them. If you got a source of reliable meat like the Heart, the Ghouls can be a thing. If you don't have any advanced research, the research does go to basic. You don't know how that works with random, though. Yeah, most likely it'll be once I have nothing left to research in random or advanced, which is a little bit of a bummer because that's gonna take a while. No, actually, not really, because we have only 4 more of these, and then we would need lower ones to be able to unlock others. That's fine. I can live with that. In that case, you're allowed to study that. I told them not to study that because originally we had stuff that I just didn't want to put the time in. I was just going to use the main building. But that's fine. Yep, but now we juggle the baby between all the rooms, trying to find the one room that's 1 degree cooler than the others. Blind fog, don't care. Okay. Got all that going. We've almost finished all the floor in here. We've almost finished all the floor down there. And it'll be a matter of waiting till they build that one to get that. That's still limestone, right? Yeah, that's fine. We just don't have much in the way of stone chunks anywhere nearby. Yep. Oh, I missed. Alright, Luxray, you called it. You have a good evening. Sorry. That's probably while I was going and dealing with the Shambler Assault or something. I was, like, super focused. Bioluminescent spores. Yay! Pretty glowy sparkliness. Definitely not hallucinogenics. Alright. We've almost got the geothermal up. Like I said, we'll put that down. We'll put a wall around it. And get all that sorted. I'll just plug it into the existing system. When we get the ship, we're going to build in that open spot there. That's the reason I'm leaving it open. You should be age... Oh, no, you're only showing us 1. Okay. So despite that, despite the fact that the hybrid Jaywalker here is, has insatiable hunger, it's not proving to be that big of an issue. I assume when it comes to doing tasks away from base, that'll be a major limitation. So I'll probably want to keep them close to base. But that'll be fine. We do actually have some of the earlier biotech stuff. So once we get our grav ship up and I got enough little space, I could shove a little, little gene room or whatever in. We could start gene splicing to try and make our stuff be, really strong. Because one nice thing about this one is this is very few traits. So managing to snag that, that fast wound and the strong melee would be pretty easy out of this. And then meanwhile, Luxray also has the, this negative. It'd be pretty easy to snag these out of here, too. Because usually one of the things you'll run into is, like, with a Hussar, they've got so many good traits, but they've also got, like, 20-something of them. So managing to snag that one trait you're trying to get out of it is really hard to land. Okay. Torrential downpour. That's fine. You know, as someone who lives in Florida, we call this, you know, a day that ends in Y during the summer. You hit that mid-afternoon and this is what it looks like outside for just about an hour or two. Rare Thrombo, we have done no animal stuff, so not a chance you're going to be able to tame those. Let's see, what are all the icons with the red X in the bottom right? Oh, so these are different things you have in the game. So we can go in here, like I have this one that is the hotkey for showing the room. So if I turn that on, you see I got like this big thing that says like Lianu's room. So it says like this is a somewhat impressive room of mediocre wealth, average size. It's pretty and clean. This one will show you like what the beauty is of different things. So if we look at this one, most of the tiles are at 3 beauty. These shelves and all that have like higher beauty because they're, you know, better. Like this piece of jade art is like 163. But then if I go over here to the storage room, all of these are like -2 and all that. You've got this one over here, which shows like the ability of weight, for like how much weight these tiles can hold. So you see like this red is mean that can't really hold much. The yellow means it can hold some things, and then the stuff that's not colored is fine. And then the blue is the same as the red for our purposes. You've got the fertility of the soil. Dark green is good. Light green is okay. Pollution, which I don't have any, so you can't see any. You've got temperature. You'll notice these are slightly cooler than the rest of the place, so nothing to really worry about. You can show where the roofs are. So like light green is a normal roof, the dark green is like a mountain overhead. So you just got a bunch of these. But they're all things to like make appear and disappear from the UI. Okay, so unfortunately there's a solar flare, so we're not able to deal with that. But we are researching geothermal, making good progress on that. Probably getting due for a raid. You know, actually, I mean, with how many events we have, we're in that range a raid could happen, but also not in the range where it's like, we're not at the point where it's more statistically probable we'll have the raid during the next day versus not. We're at the raid point a raid can technically occur. Yeah, so you're all good there. So I want to get this enclosed before Luxray here ages up to 3, because Luxray's about to become a toddler. At which point they'll need their own bed to sleep in and whatnot. And Jaywalker's going to take a while to properly age up. Okay, so when Luxray ages up, the big question is, what am I giving you? What are you? Oh, that's the incinerator. Yeah, because I got some MP5s. I do have another bolt action over here. We can keep with a really long range. Ultimately, Jaywalker and Luxray will probably be my other 2 melee. Because they did get the strong melee trait from being, you know, the kid of a dirt mole. So it makes sense for them to get that. But at the same time, part of that depends on their passions and what traits they get. Like, if I get traits like Trigger Happy and a bunch of stuff like that, then I might consider still giving them range setup. Starvation on Luxray. That's not what you want to see. Okay, so I'm suddenly forgetting who my growing people are. Angry. So I need you to cut that tree immediately. And I need my cook over here to immediately cook some baby food. And also we have a statue of Luxray to go in Luxray's room. And it's someone please feed the baby. Okay, Astero's already on it. Baby? Yeah. Because the baby is starving because we ran out of baby food there for a minute. And the worst thing about, like, the feeding... Oh, weird. I was say, usually they don't get any hunger until it finishes, but it looks like it gave him partial. Which is a weird thing, but that's okay. Okay, so we got all the marble floor down, so let's go here. Floors. Find marble floor. There you go. Got a project for you to work on. Oh. I missed that we needed... heavy bridge. Where are you? Okay, that's fine. We're missing one tile, they'll have to get that. But yeah, these should be giving me wood here any minute now. It's at, a bunch of these trees are at like 99% and all that, so I'll be able to get that. We ultimately would want to switch over to an electric stove, so we aren't dependent on wood. Right now, with our power situation, I'm not bothering. But when we get to the actual grav ship, we'll probably want to deal with that. Okay. And the reason I'm having us just hunt things as people have the opportunity to do so is it'll get us a little bit more shooting skill, but also that gets us more protein, which we can combine with our mushrooms. And we could use that to make packaged meals, which basically don't expire. So we can kind of hoard those for when we go to get the grav ship, because one of the problems you run at the grav ship is you'll move around, which means you don't have any of your partially grown fields, so you have to like plant a new field when you get there. And that could be a whole thing. Okay, we're not gonna be hitting them, we're gonna do that. I can't get down there in time. Those all just sit there, so it doesn't matter. Those are fine. Okay. And that is the thing you can do on the grav ship, is you can put down the grav ship floor and then put, like, you know, your fine floors on top of it and all that. It's worth doing in the long run. Because with the limited space, you're gonna have to just kind of make do. So doing what you can to boost the overall quality of the space without expanding too far is kind of a big thing. Okay. Come on with the last bit here. Because once that's done, it's nothing but smaller text unless we get the piano unlocked. I just feel like a lot of quests are like 20 or more tiles away, and it feels like your colony can't handle being away for some weeks. Am I too harsh? No. I feel the same way. Like, unless the reward is really good, once a caravan is like more than a couple of days away, I'm just not gonna do it. When you get the shuttle, it's not so bad, because with the shuttle I can jump down there and back in like the course of a day or two. And then the same with the grav ship, you end up moving around. But like actual caravanning is pretty rough. One thing that does help with caravanning, though, is you can get stuff like horses and different animals that you can ride, and that can make it so you can travel pretty good distances really fast. Most of the time, you're not going to have those, though. Not unless you're going out of your way for it. But yeah, if you don't have any, like, mounts that you can move around quicker on the map, it is just one of those things. It's like, oh, you're more than, like... Because you'll have the things that, like, put environmental effects on you, and they'll probably be around, like, this distance from you, with that blue tent being the center. Maybe a little farther. And that's usually going to be within, like, 3 days travel time, even if you're on mountains. Like, I'm in basically the equivalent of marsh, which really slows you down, too. But then when you're talking, like, oh, go after the ancient troops, like, then the map coverage is, like, this big. Actually, it's longer, because there's one right down there. So it's, like, this big. Even bigger than that. It's, like, this big. And, you know, at that point, you're starting to talk, like, depending on the terrain, as little as maybe 5 days. But as much as, like, 15 days or whatever. So, yeah, for a lot of those, it's like, you either need the shuttle, or you need to be doing grab ship stuff. Or, again, you have to have, you know... mounted things like the horses where you can close the distance way faster. Okay. Building our room there while we're waiting. We do actually have a good couple of shards, which is nice. Nothing to care about there. Nothing to care about right there right now. Okay. And you're making progress at death refusal, which is fine. Yep, so you're getting those meals done. Because again, we're now at the point where I need someone who can actually, like, dedicatedly get out there and hunt. You got Nevik set up when they're not doing art, which they won't because there's no jade. And they're not hauling, they'll hunt. But the thing is, we've got enough people producing stuff that they're just not going to get a break from hauling. But if we get these rooms finished being constructed, I might hold off with the construction and just let them rampage with the guns. By the way, you only own vanilla, so it's fun to see those anomaly things, but for now, you don't feel like you're a fan of the anomaly. Yeah, no, I definitely get a lot of people don't like the horror theming of anomaly. I will say with, like, a lot of the anomaly stuff, that generally, if you ignore the horror, it just definitely gives you different ways of tackling fights versus, you know, enemy walks in at you or you walk out at enemy kind of thing. The only DLC that's worth it is royalty. I would almost argue the inverse. Like, royalty is fine. I still think it's, like, worth getting. But I would argue that when it comes to what it brings to the table, royalty brings the least. And it was the first DLC, so it's not super shocking. You know, they didn't quite hit their stride on royalty yet. But, like, the big things that royalty brings is it goes and gives you where you can, like, rank up your person and get psychic powers. And the psychic powers are really, you know, really strong. And then you get, like, the Zeus hammer and all that. So there is some fun stuff in royalty. But broadly speaking, I find I do the royalty mechanics the least out of all of them. They don't... Like, they're rewarding, but it's just not as enjoyable in my opinion. But then you get to, like, Biotech, Ideology, and Odyssey, and they have these, like, extra layer systems that, like, really let you change the way you play the game. Like, if I choose one ideology over the other, it can completely change the entire way I'm going to, you know, set up my combat, set up my base, do all these things. Like if you're doing like nature primacy versus, you know, tunneler or whatever. High life, these other ones, rancher. So like ideology will massively change things. Biotech, because of like where we go in here, and you got your different xenotypes, you can do thematic runs where you're doing just dirt moles or just whatever group, and that can wildly change your runs and all that. And there's fun to like, for like really late game, to get like the biotech stuff to like try and, you know, design or do a bunch of the traits from the biotech to like make your, you know, super pawns and all that. The whole like super fast, you know, healing, coagulate, deathless pawns. That about the only way they stay dead is if someone explodes the body so it ceases to exist entirely. And there's a chinchilla. And now there's not. Odyssey, the big thing it does, it introduces like the unique weapons and all that kind of stuff. And then the grav ship, because before Odyssey, for most part, this is about how much the world mattered. Because you had your colony, and you had where threats could appear immediately around it that you might have to caravan. Arguably, like this town right here, which is a little out, could matter, maybe that one. But broadly speaking, you only cared about the tiles immediately around you, and mostly because an event would appear there, you'd deal with it, you'd come home, that kind of thing. Or if you're doing Ship to the Stars, you would care about the tile on the other side of the map where Ship to the Stars is, and you just basically run through that distance as fast as possible. With Odyssey, every one of these tiles is worth thinking about, because I got these events down here I'll probably want to go check out. If I had the Odyssey ship, I'd definitely want to go down here for the unique weapon. You'll go and you'll find points of interest on the map that I forgot. That's not the one. Yeah, is that the one we're looking for? Yeah, so points of interest on the map. So, like, there's a pond. Yeah, looking for something that actually, yes, like an ancient upload and a colony and all that. Like, there's always like points of interest all over the map and all that. And occasionally when you just need a break, you can go to a regular tile. You might stop at one tile to exploit it for resources. So it's just like, at that point, literally you'll navigate large areas of the map in Odyssey, pursuing whatever the next thing is that you see nearby, until you start kind of running out of things on the map naturally, which takes a while to get there. Entity Liberator. Because of Void Fascination. So, we might be able to deal with this. Oh, right, they made it so you can't just carry it. Alright, well... we're losing our Noctil here. You really like Anomaly when you're going for the Anomaly run, but you're usually disabled if you're not, and you don't think it meshes well with the rest of the game. But the first Blind Anomaly run was one of the most fun I've had with any DLC. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that, like, once you awaken the Monolith, you end up getting a lot of Anomaly stuff. It is just the nature of the beast. Don't kill it, just knock it. Well done, team. You did a real good job of not murdering it. So... we shot it a whole lot. Good job. I was actually expecting them to kill it, because that's usually how that works out. Sometimes you get lucky if you, like, break the spine or you cause brain damage or whatever to some of these. Then you basically don't have to worry about them ever trying to escape or anything like that. Even if someone goes and liberates it, it just falls on the ground. Because it's, you know, completely incapacitated forever. I think one of my favorite ones, I think it was a Devourer that had a shattered spine from a fight one time that it couldn't get back up because it had a movement speed of 0. And yeah, it was just like kept that in there and just doing that for a long time for just all the bioferrite I could want. Alright, so we're getting limestone cut. That's fine. How's Luxray going towards their next age? About 2 seasons. Well, no, about half a season. Wait, let me think. Yeah, no, it's about 2 seasons. Let's see, why shoot with guns and not use blunt weapons or whatever? Or is the game not working with that type of detail like Dwarf Fortress? It has that detail, but the catch is if I'm running up there and I'm whacking on it with a big blunt weapon, it's also great, you know, scraping my eyes out. And injuries in RimWorld are very sticky, that until you start getting stuff to rejuvenate certain things, if I get a really bad torso scar, I might just have to live with that scar for a long time. And there are ways to fix them. But with Dwarf Fortress, you get very, very large populations of dwarves that one dwarf having a problem is not that big a deal. Whereas in this game, you end up with a lot smaller groups, and that means taking effectively permanent injuries on your people is something to be a lot more avoided. It's basically a risk. Keeping this thing is not worth taking, you know, potentially like losing an arm or a leg or dying to it. Because I also think you could just get unlucky and someone takes a neck hit and dies. You know, that is not that valuable of an asset. But yeah, no, like, capturing people, running around with a bunch of blunt weapons is a far more likely way to capture pawns and all sorts of stuff. You're far more likely to not kill them. So you can definitely do that kind of stuff. There are strategies where you can use stuff like toxic or all that. Very large, relatively maybe, but 250 compared to Songs of 6. Well, yeah, no, Songs of 6 is like a whole different scale. But like, to give you an idea, in RimWorld, usually it's the upper teens to the lower 20s, about the maximum most colonies will go, even like with really good players. RimWorld does have stuff where it tries to actively resist you getting too large of a colony because, you know, it's trying to protect you from like performance issues, and you can overcome it, but like it has to be like a deliberate thing to overcome it. But by the time you're getting to like the mid-30s, it can be a lot less fun to play, because part of the fun with RimWorld is that everyone's interrelationships and all that, they have their own stories and all that kind of stuff, and as you get too many people, the individuals stop mattering as much, because there's just too much to keep track of. Like, you'll end up having individuals you care about, but imagine that's probably about the same with Dwarf Fortress, where you'll have your colony of, like, you know, 80 dwarves or whatever. I don't know what's realistic for the game. That's one that didn't stick with me. But you might have a couple of them you really care about, then you have a bunch that are just like, oh, this happened to him. Cool, I guess. That's fine. Alright, we're so close to getting the geothermal unlocked. Okay, distress signal from the coalition. So let's see, what is your tech level? Oh, it looks like you are a generated faction. So unfortunately that means I can't really tell what level of technology. These days the game can go past 300. Yeah. Why are we playing boss music? Oh, right, it's the Project Zomboid music. That's all. I was like, why did it get so intense? What do you know that I don't know, game? Okay. I could go for it. It's just the unfortunate reality is I don't know the tech level of the people putting up the distress signal. Alright, pirates with a psychic suppressor. So we're gonna deal with that immediately. They got 5 pirates over there. So I think what we're gonna do is... Where is... There. We're gonna grab Bueller. They're gonna come in along. Angry is going to be coming along. Scrap is going to be coming along. Ohanrai and Nevik. So it should be a 5-on-5. It'll leave the others behind. But you're right, the UI becomes so overwhelming with dwarves that you stop paying attention to what their backgrounds are. Yeah, like you can go and stop and be like, let me read about this person's story, or like if a dwarf is going through something that like a notification comes up, it's like, oh no, they've been infected by the undead or whatever. Like you could then read into what happened to them, which is honestly one of the things I feel like Dwarf Fortress does do very well, is they have like these very, intertwined, in-depth things that occur. But outside of the individuals having those outlying stories or whatever, you're kind of just like, yeah, that's my blacksmith. I don't give a crap about them. They're just doing their thing. They haven't done anything noteworthy yet. Where generally speaking, almost all of your characters in RimWorld will have something going on. Like we have this person who joined and they're missing an arm and their eyes and all that because they're a creepy joiner. Like this was from a fight, we got this gunshot wound that's now just stuck there until we get like the ability to deal with it. Bueller, if they're still around, let's check their information real fast. Because with Bueller, if I'm not mistaken... Oh, I don't remember how to check this while you're away. Oh, here we go. Hey, look, Bueller's finally no longer despising the very existence... Oh, wait, never mind, it's not showing me everyone. I was gonna say, Bueller hates Asterio. What happened to the last colony? Do you mean the one from, like, 3 days ago? The last colony, the one from like 3 days ago, we had kidnapped someone because we desperately needed a researcher, and way later they came back with a group of about 12 people and a pair of flamethrowers. And while we had just recently gotten stone cutting from the random research, I'd kind of just gotten the outside perimeter, but like most of the internal was still all wood. And yeah, that did not go well with flamethrowers. Which, to be fair, we actually did defeat the raid. I don't believe we lost anyone during that stage. Everything was on fire. And we were actually kind of safe in us trying to put it out, but the AI kept trying to path people through the fire for, like, various things. And after trying to correct that behavior a bunch of times, I finally got kind of fed up. And I'm like, I'm just going to let them do whatever they do, and we'll just see how it turns out. That basically was the colony dying because they kept pathing through fire, then taking people and rescuing them and dropping them rooms that were actively on fire. Because for all the things RimWorld does well, there's just some places that RimWorld still just does a really bad job. And the pathing around dangers is one of them, which they improved. Because, like, when Odyssey first dropped, they would have it where your characters would just path and just straight up walk into lava and die. And so they improved it so that they had a much higher weighting of avoiding the danger, and for whatever reason, it doesn't seem to apply to fire in the same way. Because it's my thought, if I'm not drafted, they treat fire as effectively a wall that they cannot cross. But if you're drafted, like, let them do. Like, that's the whole point, is the drafting lets you kind of override behavior. Hey, if I draft, say, go stand in that fire, that's what they should do. And I also feel like when it comes to rescuing people, it should follow the same rules as when you grab a prisoner, where it's like, if you try and grab a prisoner and all your rooms are too hot, it'll be like, oh, there's no safe rooms, you can't capture the prisoner. Which can be annoying. But with the rescue style thing, rescuing a person and dragging them into a room that's 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit and then dying instantly, it's like, but that shouldn't happen. I shouldn't have to micro that. Yeah, to path a few tiles away. Yeah, if possible. Alright, so Bueller and them are about to arrive. Okay. So we could deal with this because it's causing a psychic suppressor, which just basically makes all of our people a little bit worse at everything. Okay, so we got a jungle forest. The psychic suppressor is going to be there. There's supposed to be 5 of them. So it looks like medium to short range weapons. With all these forests, this is going to be a little rough. I might actually kind of be able to take advantage of this. If we can aggro them and then walk out of the opening. Okay, they do have 1 bolt action. As I say, we could force them to come to the long range. It all depends on what we end up with there. Do you have a gun? Don't see one. Yeah, we don't have an area of just like really good cover along the way. Let's not have you all run ahead. Need you to group up. Yeah, so the biggest concern is you. What is your shooting skill? So your shooting skill's only 2. So in a straight up fight, we've got a pretty strong advantage. Alright, so you're a little bit of a menace in melee. Okay, so it looks like Stainforth is actually the bigger threat. Doesn't have the best one. What are you? Oh, Psychic Suppressor, that's right. Come on, take him down before he can get to cover. That'll do. Alright, all sorted. You took a hit. Not a bad hit, just a minor leg hit. I can claim that door. Walk through it, destroy the Psychic Suppressor. Do I care about Drew here? Absolutely not. Okay. We start by getting everyone in here, telling them to attack that. Meanwhile, then we'll have Bueller start patching up. You so you don't just bleed out for no reason. Okay. And destroyed. Alright, and with that we have explored the tile. No reason to hang around. Reform caravan. Go back home now that the Psychic Suppressor's done. We're not taking Drew. We don't care about Drew. I am going to take all of their food and medicine. I will take their components, their go juice, their steel, their plasteel. They had a nerve spiker to spare. I'll grab that. Grab the bolt action. And there you go. So with that, they're going to work their way home. And I did try to deliberately not take either of our researchers. That way our researchers could keep, you know, doing their research thing. Why not frags at least to sell? I mean, they're not worth that much. I mostly just didn't grab them because I was starting to see where it was like, turning some of the other things red. That was warning me we're getting pretty close to overburdened or whatever. I probably could have. They'd probably be worth like 35, I would guess. Disease, malaria. You suck, game. Alright. I'm not gonna mess around. It's malaria. We're just gonna go right for the glitter world. Yeah, no, the value it shows it at is kind of like the value you would buy it from, not the value it would sell for kind of thing. Go eat something. So that was a really terrible 10 on you, but a pretty good 10 on, well, I mean, considering you're using glitter, they're both not great. Yeah, no, the other person who could do medical isn't here right now. He got hit with malaria. Alright. So what we'll do is we're probably going to get 2 chances here. So you're going to use the Preach Health on Jaywalker to lock that in, so you should be fine. What I might do for you, let's play this safe. You're gonna go put yourself in cryo. You're gonna stay there for a couple of days while Preach Health comes back up. When it comes back up, we'll have you pop out, we'll Preach Health you. So focus on one at a time. So Bueller's working their way over. You'll need to tend again. Because, like, this character has extremely high medical, but they've, you know, they're blind and are missing an arm and the other arm's injured, so, like... What are you... Stop worrying about the kid. Warfare for money... Get this out of here. I got other things. Okay, try it again. Don't get out of bed, Jaywalker. Go to bed. You have malaria. Let the doctor treat you. Even if it's bad, it's better than nothing. And then worry about, is the kid a little warm? Okay. 38 is not terrible. It's not great considering we're using the best medicine in the game and only getting 38. But we've got Preach Health up. That's still going to be plenty to get ahead. We'll just lock that in. Gonna move on. We don't need to fight the Empire. And then Bueller will be here to deal with the treatments from then on. Getting up mid-tension happened. I agree. And there's a lot of things that'll cause it. If they get too hungry, the kid being too out. Like, it's one thing if it's like one of the things that flashes red that's like, oh hey, you're like being attacked or whatever, berserk, sure. But like just the like, oh, I'm hungry, I'm just gonna ditch you in the middle of like feeding me to go get food myself because screw you, I guess. Oh, that's fine. I don't care about that. Alright, so you got almost a 20, well actually like a 15% lead. Which is really, really good. But you're Preach Health did fall off. And now Bueller's back. We let Bueller deal with this. Because while Bueller doesn't have nearly as high a medical skill, they do have the thing of, like, they're in good health. Heat stroke, that's fine. Go with all that. Okay. You should be getting right around the point of aging up, so we stop seeing that prompt. Now you still have about like half a season or whatever. That's fine. 7 days, whatever it is. Alright, and you've still got a day and a half. Like I said, the plan is to... Oh, come on, eat something. Don't malnutrition. Because that undermines your ability to recover from sickness. Yeah, if you got a 20% lead, you're probably solidly safe at this point. But I've got a big old stack of Glitter World. I'm not gonna fuss. Actually, drop you down to industrial medicine, I think. By the time that 10 is over, you're going to be at almost 25%. And the number of times I've been like, let me save my medicine, and then I lose a pawn over it is entirely too many. Look, kid, I need you to go to bed so you can be tended. Education's important, but also, like, when you're sick, don't go to school. Yeah, it's still fine. Alright, so we're just basically waiting on the Preach Health to come back up. And then we're going to let the other one who had malaria out so we can hit them with Glitter World with a bit of a better doctor. Hit them with the Preach Health immediately after. So that way we can gain a bunch of ground, because their really bad tend is going to lose them some ground. Okay, you're being fed, that's fine. Visitors with stuff to trade, we can worry about that when we get there. Oh no, I have the passive cooler. It's that we don't have a ton of wood, and it's just not that big a deal. Like, it's one thing if the kid was actually getting, like, heat stroke or something like that, but they'll sit there and if it's, like, ever so slightly outside the comfort, they'll just keep, chucking the kid this way and that way. And it's honestly a little obnoxious. Okay, so I don't need that much. I will skip on you. Keep the chain shotgun, because chain shotguns are good. A bunch of worn out helmets. Some worn out clothes. You don't have money for me. It's fine. Have a good time. Ancient Chem Fuel Refinery, that's okay. Yep, so you're in the clear, and how much longer do you have? 18 hours? Okay, so that should be fine, because what we can do is run you up here, open that, let them out, because by the time the current 10 they have drops off, because I don't want to use the Preach Health on the current 10, since it's a really bad tend. They have a tend of 14%. We'd like them to just kind of hold out till we have the next tend, then we'll Preach Health them, because it'll get a lot more mileage. Because it looks like they're only going to be like 2.5%, maybe 3% behind. We can get lucky and actually get a good tend on this, and then we Preach Health that we can just lock it in and be done. Nope, Bueller's gonna do it. You're the better doctor for this. 122. Perfect. That'll probably be enough to deal with it on its own. But, in just a little bit here, we're gonna pre-health you. Where did you go? I mean, we kind of wasted that. It's fine. We'll get part of it pre-health. It's fine. That big of a 10 will probably carry it by itself. Okay. Where do I keep seeing you go? You are using the telescope because you are bored. Okay. A wild boar of self-tamed. Where did you go? There. Alright. We can butcher the boar. Get the preach health on you. So you're only going to get 5 hours with the extra bonus. But honestly, that's going to probably give you like a 20% lead. I'm still going to burn another Glitter World. It is a bit wasteful. But like I said, the number of times I've been like, it's fine. I'll use the not as good medicine, and you know, you have a person who has no reason to not get a good 10, and they get just an absolute wretched 10, or all your food gets destroyed, and now suddenly they're dealing with malnutrition and malaria, and then you know, you barely don't make it kind of thing. I've had it happen too many times. Where do you keep going, man? Come on, another big 10. 113, that is another big 10. So, basically had 2 big 10s the whole time. So that should be more than enough to lock it in. We could probably drop back down to industrial medicine. Please just leave the kid in whatever room it is. I almost wish you could like turn that off and be like, just don't worry about the baby. It's fine. If they're not getting heat stroke, it's fine. Moving them from in and out of the room to change the temperature 2 degrees is not relevant. Not gonna worry about that because we don't really have the spare stone. Yeah, those 2 10s with the preach health is putting us almost 30 ahead. 30%. Sometimes you just have to forbid the baby. Yeah, like forbid the door. My fear is that forgetting that and then the baby starves or something. 2 points of research and then geothermal is done. Yeah, so we're almost exactly 30% ahead. Yeah, so we're like, we could scuff all the rest of the 10s and probably be fine. That said, I'm still making sure they... Did you get out of bed? Go back to bed. Yeah, that'll be fine. It's almost 40%. Just obnoxious. Okay. The good news is we have about a day left before Luxray becomes a toddler and we no longer have to see that prompt at all. But because of people being sick and then running back and forth to take Luxray out of the room and then plunk them on the ground and then immediately put them back in the chair because the degrees are going 1 or 2 back and forth. So just put Luxray out here, put Luxray back in, put Luxray out here, put Luxray back in. It's fine. Yeah, okay. Some really confusing therapy sessions later on. Nah, I don't think the kid's gonna really understand it all. You're talking an infant. They'll be just completely unaware of whatever was going on there. They won't have any memory of it. Not typically. Alright, so we should be able to see our next research here in just a minute. And then you're just about done, so you're in the clear. Yeah, when you get up, you should be able to hit this research bench. Right now, they're just mass-producing food. Chimera approach. 8 of them. That's actually pretty rough. Because Chimera tend to be harder to kite, because when they get their boost, they go faster. But they can be very tanky. I'd really like one of you to just touch the research bench for just a fraction of a second. Geothermal power. And so next they got drug production. Okay, so Chimera are attacking. I'll deal with that in just a moment. And then before I forget, do not build a roof over that. Alright, so let's see if we can't make this happen. The goal here is debate them on blowing their buff and then immediately bailing back out. Are you gonna fire? Okay, there goes the buff. Run back in. So next place to go, up here. Same plan. Because this one should get far ahead. You can put a bunch of shots into it, maybe kill it. Get the next one to trigger its buff. I'm just gonna kind of pop around and deal with them that way. Okay, we got that one dealt with. So that's one down. May have overstayed. Hop back over here. Okay. So you went that way, so shift over to the other side. Please get the stun. Run on through. And so I'm being a little cautious because you can see they could really close the distance on you pretty quick. So Bueller, go hold the door. A Jaywalker, hang over there because you're going to be a little bit slower than everyone else. The rest of you position to get some hits in here. And think of the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's a little bit riskier than the previous ones. So, Luxray just had a growth moment. I'm going to have you hide in the closet, though, Luxray. And Bueller, step back in here. Let that door close. Okay. So you're going to go up here and grab yourself a gun. I was looking for something on the longer end. Probably not another Nerve Spiker. 2 Masterwork Nerve Spikers is also a lot of stun. They don't stack. I thought we had another bolt action in here, but honestly, our inventory's getting pretty unmanageable. Don't want the incinerator outside of like specific cases. It might become the Nerve Spiker just by lack of other options, because I don't want the chain shotgun on a child. So they're treated and their buffs are dropping off. So that's the reason I'm pushing. So one of them did live. Alright, so anyways, remain a tribesman. We got this schedule. Recreation for your whole schedule. You stay in the safe zone. You're unrestricted. Work. All right. Gray Flesh by Luxray. I have no idea. Okay. No doctoring or anything like that for right now. You will analyze that. So what we have as our options here to deal with this is we want to make sure we have a doctor. Bueller is one of the most likely ones to be infected because one of the things they will, when rolling the dice to see who's infected and how, being hit by something in melee that is a anomaly is one of the things they'll go there. So what we can do is I can arrest Bueller and start interrogating them. Wait, actually, no, because Bueller is just doctoring, not cook. We don't have one that does both. We can do without the cook for a long time. So we're going to take Bueller. We're going to have you roll in here. Do I want to do the arrest? So the idea is what we can do here is I can grab Bueller and I can arrest them and just interrogate them again and again and again. And we can use that potentially to vet Bueller. That we can't guarantee it's fine, but we can get it to the point that it's very unlikely it's a problem. Because that'll let me have a doctor available. So prison, interrogate. Oh, we didn't actually analyze that, did we? Please actually analyze that and don't let it rot. Because basically, I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 of these you have to analyze. You can still tend, you just can't surgery. I thought it was tending was enough to spread it. Because if it's just surgery, then that's not a big deal. You finished analyzing the gray flesh. The sample for Chorus W9 made progress learning the identity of biosignature for living subject, but it needs more samples to complete the work. Until then, your surgical inspections will not detect Chorus's W9. Yeah, because unfortunately the gray flesh sample we found was right up here, and we've been running back and forth during the whole fight, which does mean it could be anyone. Versus if we saw them like over here by this table, it'd be one of our crafters would be the most likely candidate. Grab the glitter. I can't, I don't have the money, and I don't have anything I want to give up. It's fine. We'll interrogate you, you're my highest social. That's not, it's the wrong person. It's fine. I wanted you to do the interrogating, but that's fine. That's on me. Wardening. Well, I mean, actually, that was not bad. That's 8 social. That's still pretty strong. Did you really have to set yourselves up directly where we were trying to build? Alright, that said though, chat, we are going to leave today's episode on a little bit of a cliffhanger because I've already gone an hour over my normal time and I need to be wrapping up for the night. So when we get back, we are dealing with the fact that we do have a whodunit, that someone or someones in our colony are infected with the metal horror, and we'll have to figure out who they are and deal with it. I'm gonna guess, so like, the odds are in favor it's Bueller. Because Bueller has certainly taken some hits. And just so you know, on the back end, it's not like you get hit by a thing, it predetermines that you've got metal horror or whatever and all that. It's when it rolls metal horror, it rolls the dice and goes, okay, what was the excuse and how you got this? Now there's stuff like where you have the creepy joiner come in and they're already infected. But it does just kind of make it up as it goes. So it's not like the thing be like, oh, like make sure you never get hit. Because it'll just straight up lie it. Like you could actually get it where it would give a reason that didn't actually happen if it couldn't find an eligible one. The point is, you don't know who has it. Usually the way you can suss it out is like this spot. This actually could be Bueller as well because Bueller fishes here. But there's enough people who pass here that could be anyone. But sometimes you'll get lucky and you'll have like your kitchen will be its own separate room that only the kitchen and cleaning people go into. And they'll be the same people. And then you know 100% if the person in there, like if the gray flesh in there, then it is absolutely that person. You can just deal with it. But in this case, while Bueller is probably our most likely candidate, there's enough possibility it's someone else. But what we'll end up doing is we'll interrogate them like a good 4 or 5 times till we're like, okay, realistically they would have gotten caught by now if they were. We'll release them, let them be the doctor, and then if we go to do like surgical inspections or anything later, they will facilitate it. So with that said, what we're gonna go ahead and do is, first of all, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you over there as I do not have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. And then for those over here on Twitch, I'm gonna go ahead and set up my ending stream screen, and we're gonna see who we can find to drop a raid on tonight, which should be plenty of